Hello everybody, a warm and very sunny welcome to Donington Park. We are at the business end of the season now for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. I apologise for using a cliche to introduce things. Business end, yeah, it probably is a little bit, but we've got plenty more cliches for you coming up over the course of the commentary and presentation of today's event. In addition to Fun Cup, you can see the cars in the background, probably hear them as well. They're out for qualifying. Really looking forward to what is becoming a really tight and as ever entertaining championship. It's a BRSCC meeting, the British Racing and Sports Car Club, providing the supporting fare for today, and we can get alliterative because everything begins with F. We've got Formula Ford, the super classic variety. We've got Fiesta Juniors, the 14 to 17-year-olds looking to make their way up maybe towards the likes of British touring cars. Got drivers going up to the top level of single-seater racing now, of course, from the Fiesta Juniors. And then finally we've got the Fiesta Seniors, the ST240s. To give you another cliche, I can tell you you've got the best seat in the house, so stay with us all day as John Ratcliffe and I bring you all the action from the Fun Cup Endurance Championship.
Well, good morning everyone, and a very warm welcome to Donington Park for the BRSCC Autumn Race Weekend here on the national layout. And very kind of you there, Richard, to bring us in, give us a little synopsis of what's to come this weekend, and safe to say, a lot of great racing.
Oh, sure, it was kind. I was held hostage, taken at gunpoint up onto the podium and forced to do it. No, it's a pleasure to do it, and great to be working with you again. We had our first, our virginal meeting.
Quite the way of putting it.
Yeah, so I'll come back to what I was going to say in a minute. At Croft a few weeks ago, but great to be here. We've got a grid already. Do you want to do the honours for the grid?
I'd love to. Of course, the Formula Ford's heading out immediately. No waiting around here at Donington Park. It's Tom Hawkins and Oliver Roberts on the front row of the grid. Christopher Stones and George Townsend on row 2, with Oliver Buckton and Jab Bildjeven on row 3. Then it's Neil Hunt and Vincent J there on row number 4. Rounding out the top 10 on row 5. We'll soon bring that to you when the grid pulls itself round here on the graphics as the drivers continue to head round on this little formation lap. Just as I was saying, no waiting around here at Donington Park. There we go then. Rounding out the top 10, David Porter and Harrison Morrow. Then it's Stuart Jones and Colin Williams on row 6. Row 7, Cohen Beretta and Tim Fitzgerald. Then Don Boyack and Trevor Morgan there on row number 8. And a lonely Grace Bates there on row 9, rounding out the grid there in 17th place.
Gotta love a bit of Formula Ford. This is, believe it or not, we're going to get lots of cliches. I make no apologies for doing that, as I said on the introduction. We've got, this is the final round of the Jeff Page Engineering Super Classic Pre-99 Formula Ford Championship. A lot of people might say, isn't it a little bit early for an end of season event? And it probably is, but there are some other championships up and down the country wrapping up over the next couple of weekends. But there's a reason behind that, and the reason being that, of course, we've got the BRSCC's flagship event, the Formula Ford Festival, coming up in October, and it gives all of our championship regulars for the Jeff Page Super Classic Championship a chance to prepare for that. Now, there is, people talk in terms of an overall championship for the Super Classics, but in essence what we're looking at are 4 different classes, and I got taken to task for saying about overall champions in the past, but it's 4 individual class champions that we look for. Pretty much Tom Hawkins has wrapped things up, and in fact we are already underway here, and from the outside of the front row it's Oliver Roberts with the Marlborough livery, who is in the Van Diemen RF89, who goes to the outside, but Tom Hawkins goes up the inside as they go into Redgate. We'll talk about the 4 different classes. Tell you what, John, you're absolutely right, we didn't have time to build a picture, bang, straight in, no mucking around, no 3 hours of pre-analysis for us like the BBC do on Match of the Day.
No, sadly not. Well, I will be enjoying listening to you go into more detail later on. Robert already for second place, nearly collected 2 drivers off into the gravel on lap number 1. Can they get themselves out? That's going to be the crucial thing to think about here on lap number 1. If they can get themselves back out, we'll stay in green flag conditions, but that's big, not only for this race, but for the championship as well.
Yeah, Oliver Buxton, one of our guest drivers there, qualified in
red flag
position. Yeah, and this is mirroring, John, what happened in qualifying, isn't it? We had a car going off down at Redgate early doors in qualifying, so the guys probably didn't get as much time to familiarise themselves with their machinery, with the track, which will probably have carried forward when you haven't got that experience of track and the day conditions. You kind of need that. I did wonder whether the fact that we've got an earlier start, those of you, I'm guessing we might get a few viewers coming in now looking at the timetable thinking, hang on, why is it starting early? Now the club like to get the racing get a little bit of time in the bag, which is why we've started a little bit earlier today. But when you've got mixed conditions, we have had a little bit of rain overnight, and it means the track is a little bit iffy. I'm wondering whether there might have been a case for running an extra green flag lap. Now, the officials, I'm not knocking the officials, before any officials get on their high horse and start slagging me off, that might have been an option to have an extra green flag lap.
Yeah, it might have assisted. There you go. You can see the number 16 of Roberts there hopping out of his car. That'll be the reason we've got that red flag, just to clear him out of the gravel trap. And same for the other gentleman that went off. You said that was one of the guest drivers?
It was Ollie Buckton, yeah.
Ollie Buckton, yes,
who
indeed.
went out. That's significant championship-wise. Is the telehandler, and again, that's another thing I used to get told off for calling them forklifts because they had a forklift on the front, but telehandler to be up to date with the current jargon.
Okay, good.
Now that Ollie Roberts going off, massive shame for the race, but also I pretty much think that's game over in terms of the championship, because the gap after drop scores was 31 points coming into this race. There are 70 points available on the day. The classic Formula Ford's not with us tomorrow. They get a single day. It works out really well. The drivers, obviously, many of them travel up on a Friday, and they have the one-day racing, which is kind of old school, and I quite like that that's available, and then they can go home and sit and watch tomorrow's coverage or do whatever they do. I must admit, when I'm at home, I tend not to watch coverage, if I'm perfectly honest. I like to go out and do things, but
I'm on the opposite end, mate. I'm pretty sad, so I'm just sat at home watching as much racing as I possibly can, as my girlfriend will definitely be.
Is she coming along? Because we met her at Croft.
Yes, she is. Yeah, she's exploring Derby today, so what a lucky lady. But no, she'll be heading down to join us in the comms box tomorrow.
Was that an ironic lucky lady, or was that?
No, not at all. You take it however you'd like it, Richard. But what I think happened there was the drivers heard that we couldn't quite go into enough detail and listen to you chat about all the classes and whatnot. So they thought, let's pop a red flag in quickly, and then we can let Richard crack on with everything. But yeah, not how we want to see the first race kick off. Like you were saying, starting a bit early, try and get a bit of time in the bank. Well, that's completely gone out the window, hasn't it? As we go straight to red flag conditions here, gutting for the two drivers who have found the gravel trap there. But it looked, as you were mentioning, we have had a little bit of rain sort of overnight and briefly this morning, so that corner down at the bottom of the Craner curves can be really challenging under brakes there. And it just looked as though there was just a brief lock-up, and as soon as it locked up, he totally lost the car.
Yeah, it's gone, isn't it? You know, a little bit of a shame. Hopefully, that car's not going to make it back out, is it, for the restart? But will be motivated for race 2, which comes later on in the afternoon. Let's have a quick look at the timetable. Those of you who joined us, the main thrust, as you'll have gathered from the introduction, is the fact that it's the Fun Cup Endurance Championship today, and their main race is at 1:10 scheduled, so probably kick off about 12:30.
Well, not if it stays like this, Richard. Not if it stays like this. No.
But Formula Ford, as I say, yeah, the last race of the day, Formula Ford, second race of the day, 17:55.
They got a good bit of time.
So they got time to get ready. But yeah, let's talk you through, as John said, the various classes. So you'll gather from pre-99, anything built before 1999. The oldest class is Class D, which is for anything built pre-72. Now, when I used to go and stand on the banks back in the 90s, it was a classic class then. We've only got one entry in Class D for this weekend, which is George Townsend in his Merlin Mark 17. He qualified for 4. So some of these older cars get rebuilt, new parts engineered, so on and so forth. I guess there are some parts that are faster than they were in period. But that car's magnificent effort, nonetheless, from the design of the Merlin Mark 17. Class C, the next youngest class, is 1972 to 81 built cars. Class B, 82 to 89, and then Class A is for the cars built in the 1990s, of which Tom Hawkins is the top scorer. Interestingly, if we were talking about an overall championship, which we don't, but we like to speculate about it, it's Colin Williams in the 34 car who has the most points, and he's racing a PRS. I can never remember what the P stands for. The RS was Rick Stevens, who was a Sussex-based builder back in the day. I had a couple of email exchanges with his other half a couple of years ago about a car that he built in another formula, but that's another story. I always endeavour to try and get down and talk to the PRS owners and runners when I see one, but this is the second time I've been to Donington and there's been a PRS present, and the second time I've been to Donington and not managed to talk to the driver.
Oh dear.
Failure.
Oh dear. Well, there's a red flag, so you can pop off if you want. We've got a little bit of time if you want to go. And,
well, if you're on the grid, so
yeah, maybe we'll get a high vis on you. I'm sure you'll be fine. I'm sure you'll be fine.
So, as a youngster, I mean, just to let you know here, so ladies and gentlemen, we have in the commentary box an old grunter, which is me, and then we have a young thruster, which is John. As a youngster, what's your view on Formula Ford? What's your perception?
I mean, I really enjoy, firstly watching them and commentating on them. Prior to being in the comms box, I can't say I'd watch a huge amount, apart from, say, the festival. I definitely dropped in and out on the coverage of that. But to me, I mean, so to give viewers a bit of a story of myself, I raced in the Fun Cup for a couple of years over the last 2 years. Had one decently large accident in those, but I felt pretty safe in there. I'm quite a far distance from the walls. I've got a big roll cage over me, so if things do go wrong, I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to be absolutely fine. But in these, I feel like you're so exposed, even though you're not. You are going to be fine, and a crash has shown both those drivers getting out and absolutely fine. But you're totally wrapped in, aren't you, in the cockpit? The metal is all around you. Barely got any space to move, and it must just really, really heighten the speed that's felt in the cockpit. So for me, I'd probably be a bit too nervous to drive one of those things. So I always have a lot of respect for the drivers out there going for it and racing absolutely wheel to wheel.
Getting the second green flag lap now, so they did get one after all. Yes, a really good point you make about the protection. You know, you're cocooned effectively in the, say for example, Fun Cup car, but with these are very exposed. Of course, the speeds are lower than you would get for the equivalent formula of this now, and I would say the equivalent of Formula Ford these days is F4, which is obviously a lot faster, but you've got the halo and everything else. But this is the level that F4 was at. You know, you're talking the times we said 70s through to the 90s, maybe even starting in the 60s as well. So really, for me, some iconic shapes out there. I was going to give away a couple of secrets there about the festival that's coming up, but I won't. We'll let Alan Bowles, who's putting that together again this year, do that. Hopefully bringing everyone. We had a lovely festival last year, the Gerrit Van Cowen Festival. It was 40 years since Gerrit won it, and it's going to be another exciting event. Lots of guests and interesting cars over the 3 days, because we have Friday testing at Brands Hatch for that, and then the 2 wonderful days of festival racing. And I know we've got some very good entries, and it'll be a strong entry again in terms of talent that's there. There's the 34, that's Colin Williams in the PRS, the yellow Rick Stevens designed car. Rick was originally, I can't remember if he originally started on short ovals, Rick Stevens, the man to design those. And it's worth having a chat about Rick, because I think most people know the story of the Ralph Furmans and the Adrian Reynard cars, you know, Ralph Furman with the Van Diemens and so on and so forth. But PRS are probably a lesser regarded or lesser discussed mark, as it were. And Rick Stevens actually, if it was the first car he put together, I don't know, but it was a Dastor single-seater that they built as a kit, and it was actually a project for a local pub in Sussex. And then he went on to say, bizarre, absolutely bizarre story behind those. But anyway, we're going to go back up towards the front. Tom Hawkins is on the front row of the grid. We saw George Townsend in the Merlin, which very much looks like the, we call these super classics, but that's the real classic car, that one, which has now got a little bit of a run in fourth place for the 167 car. And Tom Hawkins gets the opportunity here to maybe gun for a 5th win of the year. Took a double at Mallory Park and had another win at Anglesey, another win at Alton Park. Last round was Silverstone, where he was 2nd and 3rd. Whether that was the opportunity to just maybe, bag the championship points. Say he has got a really good healthy lead, 284 over 201, and there's only 70 points available, and he's got an 80-point lead in the championship. So, barring any scrutiny problems, which I'm sure there won't be, he is our champion. And great to get a look at him on the front as we get ready for our 2nd attempt.
Yep, 5-second board now out. Now he should have a bit of an easier run down to T1 now that he's got no one alongside him. But drivers look to those red lights. As soon as they go out, we go racing yet again here in the Jeff Page Engineering Formula Ford Championship. A good start from the front row then for Tom, and he will lead us down towards the first corner, continuing to squabble in the background as we nearly do go 4 4 wide there into the first corner. Space given there, and the 22 just having to give up the place and hang it round the outside. Watch out for those track limits. Hopefully we'll be a little bit kinder on the first lap. Of course, space needing to be given as we battle it through lap number 1 then, and 15 minutes counting down once more. Down the Craner curves we go. Hopefully no repeat to what we saw on the first attempt at the race start. Drivers onto the brakes and all keeping on the black stuff. That's good to see.
Psychologically, they'll want to keep it all together more so in the second start, and also they'll have more awareness of what the track conditions are, so things are a little bit easier. But it's our 2 class championship leaders who have got away at the front. Tom Hawkins from pole, Oliver Roberts, the Class B leader at the moment, with George Townsend in the Merlin is next up. So George having a good run as well. Just trying to see where George is championship-wise in the 167. Can't see him on there, so maybe a guest driver for this one, George, in the Mark 7 Super Classic D. I know he's championship registered but hasn't raced. We've only had Oliver Chapman and Nigel Grant in the championship as they come down into the Fogarty S's, or the F, Fogarty Formula Ford, as they come back onto the grid lines with Hawkins leading from Stones. Hunt is next up in the 4T car. Neil Hunt, in fact, he's in 3rd place from Yap. Now, pronunciation here is going to be a thing, isn't it? I've heard about 3.
Whoa, have we got an engine gone? Yeah, I think so.
That's early doors engine, isn't it? Going for the 34, Colin Williams.
Oh, he's carrying on. That was certainly a lot of smoke coming out the back of it. We'll see whether that has dropped anything down. They head down the Craner curves and it looks to have potentially fixed itself. There might still be a little bit of smoke coming out the back of that, so might just be one to keep an eye on there. The bright yellow car as they head down to the bottom of the Craner curves once again. But yeah, that would be surprising, wouldn't it? Only 1 full lap of racing completed and already a little bit of smoke coming out the back of that 34.
Yeah, he's the worry. He's the top overall point scorer in the 4 classes as well. So there will be the matter of pride that Tom would like to be an overall champion. But if you look on the BRSCC website, you'll see that there isn't an overall. It's 4 different classes to hopefully encourage drivers into various classes and come through as the Dutchman Jap 11. I don't know whether that's right.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Do you know your Dutch? I don't know.
No, can't say I do.
We'll get that corrected on the podium if he makes it into the top 3, and coming down the inside now of Neil Hunt. Yeah, lovely move.
Yeah, that was really nice, wasn't it? Perfectly weighted on the brakes. Made it known what he was doing early on there in the braking zone. Made his point proven there as he sent it down the inside, up into the top 3 overall. But like you were saying, top 2 really did scamper off of the line, and they're already clearing off in this one. But battles continuing in behind, thinking about the inside line there was George Townsend. Not able to quite get it done though. And driver behind Colin Williams. Well, we thought we saw smoke a minute ago, but he was then going for an overtake down into T1. So clearly, whatever that was, seems to have fixed itself. I'm not really sure how. I'm not very mechanically minded, but something's happened in that car, and it seems to be ploughing on just as well as ever here down through into lap number 3.
Yeah, Colin Williams then well clear to extend his championship lead in this one as we've got the class. Hawkins leading A. It's Stones, Christopher Stones leading Class B at the moment. See, we've mentioned with Williams in the 34 PRS, and do we have our Class D runner going as well? We do. That is the 167 car of George Townsend in the Merlin, of course, leading Class D. So all of the front runners here.
He's right in the middle of the squabble, isn't he?
He is, yeah.
Getting really stuck in, which is lovely to see. Like you say, all the different classes from all different ages, all still converging on the same piece of tarmac. What brilliant racing this is in the Formula 4s, looking for the move down into the Fogarty S's. The 22 gets it done on the brakes, up the inside they go. That's Vincent J up to 4th place. So twice in 2 laps there that Neil Hunt's been overtaken at the final corner, and now under pressure from George Townsend as they head down the front straight. Townsend this time is sent to the outside line. Can he get it done under braking? He's going to try and hold it round the outside. He will go for it, gets the move done. Brilliant overtake there from George Townsend.
It was interclass racing, and just think about the age difference between these cars. And you know, as I say, a lot of the parts will get remachined and rebuilt, and they'll be probably with stronger materials of later. So not necessarily exactly as period, but you know, this is as authentic as you can get in Formula 4 classic racing here. But Neil Hunt is coming under pressure now from Colin Williams. Williams in the yellow PRS. David Porter is in behind it as well in the number 50. David in the Van Diemen RF92, a slightly newer car as they go up towards Coppice. There's the PRS. Always sharp lines on a PRS. Reminds me a little bit of the 80s Ray, and he's flicked to the inside, and that's going to tee him up for a very good run down the erstwhile known exhibition straight. He's having a go here. Let's see whether he can. No, he's lost out. Neil Hunt had a better run out of Coppice, maintains the position, and Colin Williams will have to maybe set up and have another go. Three will go across the line with the Merlin holding sway at the moment, not getting overly defensive. You can't get too defensive in this. The Merlin loses out. The aerodynamics coming into play on the newer car. 14 car goes around the outside. The Merlin's going to fight back on the inside. The handling of the older cars, of course, cornering wise, is able to match the newer cars. The PRS going to be able to get past the Merlin as well, but Neil Hunt's made one place, put a little bit of a breathing space between himself and the chasing PRS.
Yeah, wow, front to rear corner there of the 14 and the 167 got oh so close there at the apex, didn't they, through turn one, but space given, and lovely to see that between these races, just about giving each other enough room, racing really fairly and putting on a fantastic show for us in the first race of the weekend. We've got plenty more to come, not only in this class, but across multiple different classes across this weekend, different series, different championships and whatnot. And make sure you stick around throughout today and tomorrow to catch all of that. But as we watch this battle on screen, again, just to highlight what a race so far it's been from Tom Hawkins. Got down to T1 first, and now he's pretty much 7 seconds clear of the rest of the field. Stone's there in second, and it's a further good few seconds ahead of third place. More battles though down into the Fogarty S's again. Ascend down the final corner, and the 14 and Neil Hunt loses out again at the final corner. George Townsend gets him straight back.
George Townsend, what a lad. I'm sounding like Paul O'Neill. That was Paul O'Neill line, I apologise. That was a super move, wasn't it? And you can see the handling of the cars doesn't change over the eras. What does is the aerodynamics, and we see the more modern cars getting back in, and George Townsend doing a superb job. One of the cars running a little bit wide down behind them. Is that Harrison Morrow, I think, possibly going a wee bit wide, but it's the Merlin back in front, and they're scoring. The PRS has gone through, so Neil Hunt loses out now, and we've got the PRS back in front, so it's the 34 car that will start. Colin Williams will now start to try and reel in the Merlin and maybe have a go. They're in different classes, so they're not battling with each other for points, but the key thing is they're enjoying their racing. Here comes the PRS, dives on the inside as they go through. Schwanson has the move completed. Again, you'd say that, yeah, the maybe a little bit better on the aerodynamics and the driving skill of Colin Williams gets the PRS through and back into 5th position. Lovely move.
It was indeed, yes. Still enjoying some great racing, and given that these guys are all squabbling out there, but I think we're bringing a couple more drivers into the fray as well, aren't we? Well, they're looking ahead, seeing this squabbling, going, I'd quite like to get involved with that. Yes, please. I'll coast back up. More moves into the final corner. This seems to be an enjoyable overtaking opportunity for a number of cars, and there's another one shown there by David Porter. Is there more smoke coming out of the back of that bright yellow car as they head down the straight? No, I think it must have just been a lock up there into the final corner, as again, they're looking to re-swap positions once more then as they head down into T1, but not quite able to do it this time. David Porter just about holding on there ahead of Harrison Morrow.
Yeah, we've got that another venerable car, the Royale RP21, which I thought was going to be in the in Class D, the oldest one. That's the red car at the back of the field. You can see it's a slightly older styling. If you look at the nose cone, that will give you the good idea. The flat front of the 75 looks different. The thing that makes them look totally different from back in the day is the GoPro sitting on the roller hoop. That's very, very definitely not in period, but it's great for the drivers to be able to see what they've got. But that Royale running absolutely beautifully at the moment, and probably more akin to the scaled down version of the 70s F1 cars, as you can imagine, but really getting stuck in and chasing David Porter here. So a good game of cat and mouse between these two. Porter in the more modern number 50 car, the RF92, and he's passed.
Yeah, I think we're trying to hold the inside line there. Up and over the crest was David Porter, and just did the up and under there to Harrison Morrow, but clearly David's got the grunt out of the corner, gets it right back before they even have to get to the braking zone. So these two continuing to swap places at the bottom end of the top 10 as we close in towards 5 minutes left to go. Seeing a couple of moves outside our window as well, further up the field. There's constant squabbling throughout. The only person not really involved in the battle at the moment is your race leader.
Yeah, he's away and down the road, and he's sort of diddling himself out of some stream coverage at the moment, is Tom Hawkins, but he won't mind because he'll be going away with a cemented lead. Neil Hunt second in class, by the way, in terms of the points. Ben Powney, who's not with us this weekend, I hope we're going to get Ben for the festival. It'll be one of the very much fancied runners at the festival, Ben Powney. Disappointed not to see him here. He's mentored by Rick Shortle, a very well-known Formula Ford 1600 driver back in the day. Hopefully we'll see Rick at the festival as well. There might be another idea for the festival forum on Saturday evening as well. Rick Shortle will be pinging ideas about who we'd like to talk to in the Kentagon on Saturday evening for the Formula Ford Festival, which we'll have full coverage of for you. And that is enjoyed literally across the globe, the festival. And hopefully some of those viewers will be with us now watching this and enjoying the coverage as we look at, you can see that's that lone car there, Vincent J, third position.
Indeed, yeah, no, he's pressing on really well. He was not too long ago involved in this battle, wasn't he? But as soon as he got clear, he's cleared off down the road and he's trying to hunt down the top three at the moment. I will say as well, it does look as though Yup in third place is chasing down Chris in second. So we're going to keep one eye onto that second place battle as well, because that's gone down by another sort of half a tenth, 6/10 of a second on the last lap alone. As who's gone off? It's the bright yellow car. Is that Neil Hunt who's gone off?
That's the PRS, isn't it?
Yes. Is it number 14? Who's headed off the circuit? Of course, we saw them having issues earlier on. I think we saw a big lock-up into the final corner not too long ago. And this time, they've gone straight on down at T1. Looks as though they've kept it going, though, kept the foot planted, and they're back onto the black stuff with a lot of places lost.
That was Colin Williams saying, if it ain't going to be the engine, it'll be me. And throwing, it's a shame. So he wasn't going to get an overall podium, but he was in line for 5th place, but that is now gone. But I think it just goes to show, if nothing else, how hard he was pressing. And again, we've got that from Harrison Morrow in the Royale, busy chasing the Van Diemen out front of him. And again, we saw on the previous laps the handling of the Royale. In some ways, I'd be interesting take on the drivers if we talk to some of the older car drivers, whether they feel that the handling is better on the older cars, and the aerodynamics became more of a premium as time went on. I guess that might sound logical to an engineer. But we look at that Royale on the twists and turns of Donington, able to keep up with a much, much newer car. 2:54 remaining of our opening race of our BRSCC autumn weekend, headlined by the Fun Cup Endurance Championship here at Donington Park. And again, the Royale is not finished, and that 75 car, Harrison Morrow, this is this is for 7th position. And David Porter, you can see, not getting too generous with his line going down through Hollywood, but really having to start to think about defending. There's plenty. This is the great thing about Formula Ford, is because the speed isn't as quick as the F4s that you've got now. The cars are smaller as well. They can use the track much better in terms of attacking. Have to work harder at defending in these cars.
Exactly that, and of course no real aero assistance in these either, like the new cars, so there's no dirty air or anything getting kicked up, so they can follow absolutely nose to tail for the entire race. And as we've seen with these two, it's just been nip and tuck. Every lap they've been going back and forth, haven't they? So treats us to some brilliant racing to enjoy at home. You can see there on the shot, just up over the crest there at the back part of the circuit, it's still a decent bit of moisture out there on circuit, so it makes it even more impressive that we're seeing so many drivers going for moves, because off of that line it is still clearly a little bit damp, as we see there. A thought about a move, a second thought about a move, and doesn't quite go for it that time. That does the 167 of George Townsend, and that's actually changed as we've been looking away. So Neil Hunt has got back through then on George Townsend on that last lap.
He has 1 minute 33 on the clock remaining. The lap time's here 1:27, and change around here. So Stones in P2, the Dutchman closing up as well as John departs, and we'll head down towards Parc Fermé to grab a word with their winners. Thank you very much indeed, John. So clock running down. Oh, and a late retirement. Off the circuit goes Trevor Morgan. That's the 88 Reynard. Now that would be a safety car. We might finish under safety car as a result of that. He's got his hand aloft, needs some assistance. There's no way he's going to get the Reynard out of the gravel. I won't say we'll red flag it, but the race leader coming onto the last lap now may well be grieved. There'll certainly be waved yellows down there. It's not going to cause an issue for that. I'll tell you what, he's probably grateful that we're not going to get a safety car now. Safety car won't get scrambled in time for this last tour, but it would have closed everybody up and given Christopher Stones a go at possibly trying to pass Tom Hawkins, who's on for that 5th win of the season, and he is well clear. Meanwhile, Stones coming under pressure from Blijleven, and Yup is trying to close in on him. He's probably got time to do it here in Formula Ford terms. They're 17 seconds down on the race leader. There's been a little bit of a squabble between these two. Vincent J in 4th behind them, but at the moment it looks like the Dutchman might be the driver to complete the podium. You can see the 49 car. It's got a slightly extended roll hoop for the driver. Back in the day, you wouldn't have had the cars would have been built to spec, and you probably wouldn't have had that much of a higher roll hoop, but now we do, to facilitate the taller drivers. Lovely bit of drift there from Christopher Stones. in that 49. Remember, he's the Class B Super Classic Championship leader. I think he may well sew up the championship here, but Yap is closing up on him here. So this is a great battle between these two Class B drivers. Yap 15th in the championship, hasn't done as many rounds as the checkered flag goes out, and it's Tom Hawkins who cements his place further at the top of the standings. As a little bit further back, the 49 car Christopher Stones is passed by the Dutchman on the last corner. Well, I said the Dutchman was close enough to be able to do it, and he timed it perfectly as Stones tries to come back at him as they go across the line. But it's Yapley Leven who comes through into P2 with Christopher Stones in third place. Vincent J across the line in fourth. Our fourth class winner is going to be George Townsend in the 167 Merlin Mark 17. And, well, what a race we have had there. Actually, I forgot about Colin Williams, haven't I, in Class C Championship leader, Colin Williams. In the PRS, they're the yellow car, centre screen, goes across the line, takes the class win. Grace Bates, the other runner in that class, is down in 14th. We haven't seen Grace on circuit in this one. But Grace also second in the Super Classic standing, so it's had a very good, consistent season, Grace Bates, and I think we'll come close to wrapping up P2 in the Super Classic Class C standings, particularly as I think there's only Colin and Grace racing in the category this weekend. So nice that we've got our top two in Class C on track and putting on a show for you. Here's the result. Tom Hawkins takes the outright win from Yap Even. Then it was Christopher Stones in third, Vincent J fourth from David Porter and Neil Hunt, George Townsend taking the next class in the Merlin. Eighth goes to Colin Williams from Harrison Morrow and Stuart Jones. Tim Fitzgerald 11th from Don Boyack and Cohen Beretta. Grace Bates in 14th. 15th goes to Trevor Morgan, had some issues earlier on. Fastest lap of the race going with our race leader, unsurprisingly, a 1 minute 15.944 for Tom Hawkins in his Swift SC95. Lots of different marks represented. We talked about the ages of the cars, and as I say, sort of 4 different eras covered really in the Super Classic pre-1999 championships. And also within that, as well as the eras, you've got all the marks represented as well. I don't think we had a chance to talk about the Swift mark, and that's actually the winning car, the only Swift in it, the SC95 car. Neil Hunt's Mondial. We've talked about Van Dien, we talked a lot about PRS, we talked too much about Reynard, we did about Royale, and Merlin as well. So all of those different marks very well represented in Super Classic. And PRSCC website, the place to go. I'd be surprised if there weren't some young drivers looking at this. It's a really good way of honing your skills, single-seater racing, and Formula Ford, like Formula V. We've got Matt Hyde racing in the Fun Cup a little bit later on, who's a champion in Formula V. Matt, one of the sensible drivers who decided to come and do some cost-effective and competitive single-seater racing to get his career underway, and I'm surprised that a lot more karters don't look at Formula Ford as a very good way of honing their racing skills in the single-seater environment. So a very good start to our day's action here at Donington Park. We've got one more race to bring you before we get into our lunch break and the build-up into the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. That's the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. We'll have a little bit of build-up for you after that. John's making his way down to... I've got to say, it's going to be a lottery whether the F4 cars get stopped at the top end of the pit lane or come down into Parc Fermé. I think for the Fiestas the plan is Parc Fermé, but it may be that they've made John walk all his way up to the main podium, which is under the circuit commentary box here. Just to let you know, our studio, commentary studio for the stream, is down at Redgate, so our voice of the victory lane, John, has got to make his way all the way up to literally the whole way along the pit lane to find the winners, and then get into a little bit of a scramble with the circuit commentators as well to grab an interview. I've got a feeling the Formula Fords have probably stopped up that end, but we'll see whether that was the case and get down to John in just a moment. While we're waiting for John, we'll have a quick look at the championship points. Now, the results have disappeared, which doesn't help me, but Tom Hawkins had a 83-point lead coming into this one. As we mentioned, 70 points available with the Super Classics, drop scores are a feature. Nightmare for a commentator, particularly when it's the last round of the championship, but probably less so when you got such a big gap over Neil Hunt and Ben Powney. It's probably why Ben's not here, I'm guessing, as on 188 points, saving the car for the Formula Ford Festival. But yeah, so Tom will have extended that, so it's really great that Tom is out here, defending champion with the number 1 on the car. Right, okay, John is with drivers. Let's find out who. So let's go down to John Ratcliffe in Parc Fermé.
Lovely. Cheers, Richard. Thank you very much. Down here in Parc Fermé. Yeah, we thought that the race winners would be coming down here. Sadly, we got that slightly wrong. We're up. They're up at the other end of the pit lane. So we're going to have a chat with some of the drivers down here, and we'll see who we can chat to. Let's have a go over here. I know we've got one of our class winners of Colin Williams. We'll see if any of the drivers are here. Hello, sir. Oh, is one of you Colin Williams?
No, this man here. Run that way. This is the one, honestly. It doesn't look about his spin. Oh, piss off.
Good to see the banter between the drivers. Yeah, no swearing, please. Thank you very much. Another class win. How did that race go for you from your perspective?
I know, why did he cock the bloody chicane up? He would have got a class win. For God's sake. Yes, I managed to pip him on the line there. So, which was quite gathering, because the throttle keeps sticking wide open, hence the exit at Redgate there. So and the exit in quali. So I don't know what's going on there, but all good fun. It gathers your attention.
Yeah, I was going to say it's less an idea when you're going towards a corner and suddenly the car wants to go faster, not slower.
It's going a lot quicker now. It shouldn't be. Yeah, can I get around this corner at this speed? No.
Well, there we go. That explains why you went off down at T1. Yeah. Did we, on like lap number 1 and lap number 2, I thought we saw some smoke coming out the back of your car. Did you notice that?
I was looking that way.
Probably for the best. I mean, it stopped, so that was good.
That's all that matters then. I did put, I may have put it a tad high when I was oiling up last night, you know. So long as that's the only time we see it this weekend, I don't mind.
Okay, good. Oh, good. Well, well done. Another class win. Cheers for chatting with me. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. We'll have a chat to a couple of other drivers. Hello. Hello, Grace. How are you doing today?
Good, thank you.
How was that race from your perspective? We saw you hound around the car. What are these cars like to drive? Because obviously you're one of the younger people in the championship. What drew you to driving these?
Well, my dad has always been around them, so I obviously grew up around them. And they've just always fascinated me. And I've driven saloon cars on and off testing, and then I got in one of these, and I've never gone back to a saloon car. They're amazing to drive. Yeah.
Okay, so a glowing review then from you.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, good. So encouraging everyone to come and drive them.
Definitely, come and drive one.
All right, cool. Thank you for chatting with me, Grace. Much appreciated. Right now, I think we're about ready to go for the next race. The ST240s are out on track in a moment's time.
Thanks very much, guys. Yeah, just had a little visit from one of the Fun Cup drivers, Ryan, and we'll talk about Ryan a little bit later on. He's with iLockers, so thank you to the drivers that take the trouble to come and seek us out and find out who we are, and anyone on the production team wants a pen. We've got some iLockers pens here as well. Better give one to my mate Freddie here, who's come down as well, and will be helping us out. I'm going to apologise now because I'm on air, Freddie, but we'll try and pair you up with a photographer so that he'll introduce you to the team, and they're doing a bit of work experience with us, a young aspiring young journalist with us today, having a look at what's going on. We now look forward though to the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship, and thank you by the way to John for grabbing those interviews. Nice to actually get a different perspective. We can get winners' interviews in race 2, which I think will be a sprint up to the other end of the pit lane, as we described. When you've got all these formulas, it's about shuffling paperwork during the course of the day, which is what I'm just about to do now. So, Super Classic paperwork away. AirTech Motorsport ST240 Championship paperwork is coming out of the folder as the cars go off on their green flag lap, and we will have a grid for you. It is the championship leader. The least complicated scenario is what you want, isn't it? And that's kind of what we got here with the championship leader on pole position. That is Jason sorry, not Jason O'Connell, it's Alistair Kellett. Jason O'Connell, on his outside, is the AM Class Championship leader. Row 2, George Foxlow with Zachary Lucas alongside him. Then it's Maggie Webster qualified well with Gary Miller next to her. Simon Horrobin and Graham Colfer completing our first 4 rows. Next up, we've got Sean Reynolds and one of the top amateurs, Luke Ward. David Nye, multi-champion, returning to the grids this year. Next up with Joseph Knight in 12th in the 87 car. Conor Blackbird and Morgan Kidd on row 7. Row 8, Harry Hayes and John Cooper in 16th on the grid. Behind them, we've got Marco Ricci in his number 15 car, and Marco with Daniel Robinson alongside. Just wait for the grid to catch up. There's confirmation of Marco and Daniel. James Pope and Christopher Blackburn on the 10th row of the grid, and the grid completed by 69 Matt Chambers. Now, the good news is we've got a terrific grid, as you can see. The bad news is we've got multiple classes again to look at. How does that occur, you may well ask, when you've got just a one-make championship, one type of car? Well, we've got pro drivers, which are the ones that, you know, maybe have got some experience of racing elsewhere, have been doing it for quite a while. The antidote to that is the AM class, which are the new drivers, and we've got one of the AM class drivers, in fact the AM class championship leader, Jason O'Connell, starting on the outside of the front row. Jason's really been punching above his weight over the course of the season as well, clearing the amateur championship. And then within each class you've got the master class as well for the older drivers. You'll forgive me for forgetting what the age limit is, but normally it's around about 35 or 40 depending on which championship you're in. So the older drivers in the master class, of which Alistair Kellett is one. So technically we've got 4 classes, but we're not going to go through 4 class podiums. We'll probably only have time to talk to top 3 overall, or maybe the 2 class winners. As it stands, it looks like we might get our 2 class winners on the overall podium anyway.
Indeed, it does. Indeed, it does. No, they've both been super, super impressive, haven't they? Both Alistair and Jason. Jason's been going from strength to strength throughout this season. It's been fantastic to see. Yeah, a bit of a shame that at the end of that one I wasn't quite able to speak to the top 3. A bit of confusion.
They were down the other end.
They were down the other end. So, but going forward, I'll make sure that we hotford it up there.
Do you know what? It's nice to get interviews with other people who maybe weren't expecting it, and it gives people a little bit of a flavour and perspective from other drivers. So nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, no, it was nice. It was nice. But yeah, super looking forward now to the ST240s. Last time I personally saw them out was at Anglesey, and the racing was just epic. And let's hope that continues into this one. But yeah, like we were saying, Jason O'Connell, amateur driver, not really acting like an amateur driver, is he? He's been on pace, setting so many fastest laps this year and having some fantastic results, starting this one on the front row alongside Alistair. But Alistair is a tough nut to crack, I think is a nice way to put it. He's so fast and he is relentless out there on circuit.
Alistair Kellett, a great personality and multiple champion in Fiestas. And one of the things I like about the way the BRSEC structure their championships is the fact that you can be a Masters driver and be at the top of the game. So many other championships have changed with having so many youngsters coming in and blitzing the field, and that hasn't happened in most of the BRSEC championships. The Masters have kept their feet, and whether that's I'm not quite sure what the secret of it is, but you know, long may it continue. And Alistair, first couple of rounds of the year, didn't get a win at Snet, which was a triple header, didn't get a win at Alton Park, which is a double header, but still led the championship, and that's how you win titles. And the Irishman, remember him last year sewing it all up at Silverstone on the international loop. No more time to talk about that because we are away. And are we going to see Jason O'Connell? He's going to squeeze him. They're going down. They're making sure O'Connell's trying to make sure that Kellett is going to be squeezed as tight as possible. We've got George Foxlow in the 144 in 3rd place. And
Gary Miller's going to go round.
Yeah, that's a fairly typical Redgate, isn't it, in any very, very competitive formula. Thankfully, they all do. I was going to say all make it through. No, they don't. Neil spoke too soon.
No, indeed. I thought that was Gary Miller for a second. No, it's not. It's the number 15 Marco there that's gone round. Yeah, it is indeed Marco who's gone round. Another driver joined him off the circuit there. It's all been a bit chaotic on this race start. That was impressive there for George Foxlow, trying to thread the needle down into T1, but that sort of kicked everything off. There was a little bit of contact. They held each other up, more contact from behind, and chaos down at T1. But a lot of drivers do make it through, and top 2 at least, as they were then. Kellett still leading O'Connell, but here comes George Foxlow. Good exit up the top part of the circuit. Not quite a run, though, to get it up and over the crest. I'll have to try it again down into the Fogarty S's. And look at this though, Alistair Kellett pressing on in the lead. We've got another driver off. That looks to be at the bottom of Craners. Yes, it is. The number 26 off there into the gravel.
Harry Hayes. I'll tell you, I jinx Harry Hayes. Every time I either interview him or mention him, he ends up having an off or an exclusion for something. He had a track limits exclusion. Croft got on the podium, we did the interview with him, and then it got taken away from him, which is a pity. But great character is Harry Hayes, and we're looking right the way down in the mix, and that 14 car is Simon Horrobin, one of the veterans of the championship, as the race leaders go down past the pit lane with George Foxlow in third place, the bright yellow and blue car. 777 Sean Reynolds having a look on the inside run here of Gary Miller, one of the top Irish drivers. Is that O'Connell?
I think it might be, the 89, as they head down the swinging corners down the hill through the cane of curves they go. It is, Zachary Lucas there in third place, having a big tank snapper at the bottom of the hill as they go into the yellow flag zone. They've got to be careful there, but it was indeed Jason O'Connell there losing it through T1. He's dropped down to, I think, 5th or 6th place then, as here comes the 777. Sean Reynolds trying to make a move up into the top 3. He'll be round the outside as they head there into the right-hander. Can he get it done? Not quite. Still getting hung round the outside. They're still side by side, up and over the crest and onto the back straight. Who's going to be the boldest driver? It will be the 777. Makes the move around the outside and takes third place.
Jason O'Connell, to give you the story, was looking, I think, for his first outright win. He's had plenty of class wins, but to plant the car on the front row of the grid, he took double pole at Anglesey. So he was looking, that was the story, maybe trying a little bit too hard. I don't know, we'll get the story from Jason later on in the weekend. Some more side-by-side action here with Joseph Knight dicing it out with Gary Miller now. So Gary further back, Joseph Knight, a returnee to the championship late on in the season, worked his way up through the juniors, and now it's George Foxlow who is chasing. George has had a number of wins, of course, in the 150 version of the Fiesta as well, doubling up in the 150 championship as well as the 240s. Did say to his dad, George been a bit of a lightweight this weekend, only racing in one formula. Whether he'd get a late deal to get out in Fun Cup or not, or the C1 Endurance tomorrow, remains to be seen. He wants to add another win to his collection. He's leading the BRSCC ST150 Championship, having graduated from the juniors. That's Luke Waugh in the number 11. Who has gone off, and we've really got a battle on for the lead here. So, as the last couple of seasons, Alistair Kellett must get fed up with these pesky youngsters, to paraphrase Scooby-Doo. As coming up on the inside now is Sean Reynolds, who read that superbly. Foxlow momentarily into the lead. Reynolds up into the lead now, and Kellett back into second.
Impressive stuff there. Look at that. I think Kellett's going to steal the race lead back. It was an aggressive move to the inside there from Sean Reynolds. Just squeezed Foxlow wide, and that allowed for Alistair Kellett to slip back up the inside. We're going 4 deep down into the last corner, and somehow I think it's ended up staying as it was before. Only changes Zachary Lucas back up through into third place. But what a battle that has been on lap number 3. We head on to lap 4, and again, that squabbling between the top drivers just brings more of them back into the fray. Here comes Gary Miller and John Cooper. Great to see John Cooper back in the championship again here at Donington. He's pressing on. He's trying to get 1, 2, maybe even 3 places. He's already got the fastest lap. He's making it 3 wide down the crater curves, and he's got all 3 of them.
Are you getting a tad excited there?
This is really great racing.
Fantastic Fiesta racing. A little bit of a moment for Zachary Lucas in 2, 3, 4. Change of number for Zach the last couple of seasons. On the inside goes Gary Miller. All the drivers that you're looking at, very capable of taking race and indeed therefore championship wins. But it's Alistair Kellett out front from George Foxlow. I mentioned the battle between master, experienced driver and youngsters coming through, which is great that we have that in Fiesta racing with many of the juniors coming through. Jenson Brickley was the driver who had the big battle with Alistair Kellett a couple of seasons ago. As we look at another youngster there, Joseph Knight getting stuck in. So Knight, up with the driver who was in the lead pack, has dropped away a little bit as Knight engages in battle with him. They've sorted themselves out for now. It's all beginning to calm down a little bit. We've still got 14 minutes on the clock with Alistair Kellett looking to bag another win. As here comes Joseph Knight, rides the curbs a little bit. Lucas gets a better run, a clearer run, more momentum out of the chicane. What's that for? That's for 6th or 7th position. Then it's Horrobin, Jason O'Connell down in 9th place, still the top AM driver, as Knight goes down the inside of Zach Lucas, gets the Fixer Tool car through on the inside, but as you call it, an up and under. I won't do the Eddie Waring impression this time. That doesn't go down very well.
I was so late on the brakes, wasn't it, from Joseph Knife, but too late on the brakes. Straight to corner exit. Back through goes Zachary Lucas. I can't believe he's still got 14 minutes of this race left to go. It's already been so exciting. As you've highlighted with Martin Boyson, look at that. Going for a bit of rallying there over the exit curve. Was that the 777 of Sean Reynolds potentially going wide? As we got a couple of drivers who slipped on by. As you see there, race control. Respect track limits, please. We have had drivers flirting with the track limits, I think is safe to say. And just race control coming over there, just being like, drivers, come on, let's calm this one down. We've still got 14 minutes left to go, and we all want to get to the end of this race. But John Cooper already siding through the order with the fastest lap, like I mentioned. We saw him take 3 drivers in one corner only a few moments ago, and he is chasing down the top 2.
You know, if you're writing the report for this, we've had the news, haven't we, this week that Motorsport News has been bought by MSV, which we hope is going to be great news. It's certainly better having a paper than not having a paper. You could fill a page and a half with the stories from the Fiesta Championship in terms of previews and excitement. And one of the big stories for us is that white car coming back to racing. John Cooper had a massive accident at Alton Park. We tend not to talk about accidents too graphically, but it was a nasty one, and we can talk about it because he's back racing, and I'm happy to do that. Has it put him off? Has he lost any speed or confidence? No, because look at that plain white car. I'm guessing that might be late to play because of the fact that it is plain white, pristine white car in 3rd place. And where's he come through, Cooper? Where was he on the grid? He was way down. He was 16th on the grid, John.
He was indeed. He's cut through. He's clearly no skill lost over those months out of the car, is it?
Or confidence.
That's indeed, or confidence either. I mean, that crash was a sizable one, to say the least. One of the ones where, when you're watching, you take a big in-breath, don't you, and go, oh my goodness, that was large. Fantastic to see him back, fighting within it. Fastest lap. He's pressing on towards the 2 leaders. He's cut through the field already. No talent lost, no confidence lost. Let's wait and see how this top 3 battle continues on. Well, immediately earlier, as we saw Foxlow get onto the back of Kellett, he didn't wait around at all. He went straight for the move, didn't he? That caused all that chaos a couple of laps ago, with 5, 6, 7 drivers getting involved in the battle for the lead. And now I think we're settling into more of genuine pace here throughout this one as the top 3 scamper off. But again, John Cooper closes the gap to the back of George Foxlow, and Foxlow now in that difficult position. He's used about 200% of his brain capacity. He's looking forward to Kellett. He's now looking behind to Cooper as well.
Yeah, there's a lot to have to deal with. It was very interesting to watch George's line going down past the pit lane. He was as wide as possible. There was no intention of getting defensive at that point. Now, whether he's gesticulated to the driver behind him that they need to crack on and try and reel in Kellett, as we get a potential here for another move. And up the inside goes Simon Horobin in the plain grey car. When you've got a plain car, as indeed the number 4 of Gary Miller is, that says to me, that's an invitation for somebody watching this stream to get involved and get your company name on the side. We wouldn't necessarily be talking about massive sums of money for promoting your business, and the key thing, obviously, being seen on the stream, but more importantly, come along to the days and enjoy some hospitality with the teams and enjoy the camaraderie in the paddock, which is an absolutely superb experience as they go down the straight again. Gary Miller we haven't even talked about the championship. He's 2nd in the championship, Gary Miller, 5.33 points, playing Kellett on 6.54. So Miller needs to be further up, and he's going to make a little dent into the progress by going up into 4th place ahead of Sean Reynolds. Then doing the same is going to be Simon Horobin. So Miller pulls a few points back on Alistair Kellett. This is the last triple header of the 2025 season for the Airtex. Got a double header at the festival at Brands Hatch, which we look forward to, and you have to attend that round. You have to take part. The rules say that you cannot drop the round unless you take part in it. So you can drop it if you take part in it, but it means that the entry should be there, and we won't actually know who will be the champion until we get to Brands Hatch in October.
Good, yeah, that's how it should be. Continue on the championship and force the drivers to come to that final round, because it could always be an issue, isn't it? If someone gets too far clear, they might just go, I'd rather just sit it out and try and avoid any penalties or whatnot. We have got one driver there into the pits. That's Luke Waugh, if I'm not mistaken, isn't it? Yeah, with some issues on the rear left. Looks to be relatively terminal, sadly, for Luke, so I don't think we'll be seeing him out over the next 10 minutes, but luckily for them, he's got a few more races to come this weekend, so hopefully we'll see a bit more positivity for him over the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, Luke Waugh, I don't think he's going to be able to close in, certainly not now. Jason O'Connell for the AM class title, but he is P2 in the AMs, which is a good performance from the former Clio and Ginetta BTCC support racer. But it means that Maggie Webster will be closing in on 2nd position in the AM class. Maggie's a way down, which is a shame. She qualified really well, Maggie Webster, with 5th place. Maggie in the, let me see, where we go, 188 car, qualifying wise. Yeah, it was pretty much, that was equal to her best, which was Anglesey qualifying Maggie Webster. So, handy little peddler is Maggie, obviously brother of Albert, who races in the JCW Minis, or did race. I'm not sure whether they managed to get their budget sorted out to rejoin us at Silverstone in 2 weeks' time. I hope so. It'd be great to see the Webster family there, but they race hard, play hard, work hard as well at what they're doing. Bouncy moment there for Horrobin. Now remember that we've got, out of the 3 drivers on our potential podium at the moment, Alistair Kellis is a master, one of the older drivers. Second position, George Foxlow is one of the youngsters, and then John Cooper, our returnee in the plain white car, is one of the masters as well, as is Simon Horrobins. Again, the great thing now about this championship, Miller coming under pressure from Horrobin. Now, Alistair Kellett, it's the 2 Irishmen, 1 and 2 at the moment in the championship, and the second position championship car, the red car being passed here by Simon Horrobin. Alistair Kellett, he won't want to see his countryman being demoted by an Englishman, but he will be happy for the points.
Indeed he will. They're getting very close, aren't they, down to the final corner there. There was a tiny bit of contact as they went into the braking zone, but Horrobin able to hold the slide and does take 4th place away from Gary Miller. Yeah, Simon's had a good season, but he sort of really came to the fore last time out at Silverstone, bagging himself a P8, a P3, and his first victory of the season. It was impressive stuff from Simon Horrobin, and he's clearly brought that pace on here to Donington Park as he now looks to grab 4th place away. It's been re-stolen there down at T1 by Gary Miller. They go side by side down into the Craner curves once more, but Gary just about holding on to it. You can see the wobble over the curve there, couldn't you? My goodness, they're on the ragged edge and wide goes Gary Miller. He just about keeps it out of the kitty litter, but an open invitation there for Horrobin to take back 4th place.
Do you know, it amazes me, John, how these drivers, they get so close to the limit of, you know, literally throwing it away. And that was how close he was. He knew how far he could push the car, but he just couldn't quite hang on to it. But he didn't go off, which was the key thing. Great skill from Gary Miller, not losing the place, but hanging on to the car and battling hard with Simon Horrobin, who gets up into P4.
Indeed, yeah, great racing from them, but obviously these drivers slightly dropping back from the leading battle now. It's almost 6 seconds now between our top 3 in that battle, and we've just seen out of our window, Luke Wall has come back out onto the circuit, so that's lovely to see. Of course, he's going to be a number of laps down, but at least a good bit of testing to see if all the changes made after that incident have benefited the car, and hopefully we do see him back out for the full races later on this weekend. And here, I was just talking about that leading battle, we look back to it, and ever so slightly, 2 or 3 car lengths has been made then by Alistair Kellett. It does really show he can battle in and amongst it when it all does get a bit crazy. But as soon as you give him a bit of clean air and clean track in front of him to press on, he can just slowly and surely build a little gap, can't he?
Yeah, Kellogg's clear at the minute. Foxlow maybe not being able to work with John Cooper here to claw them back in. If they work together, would they get a tow around here in these? You're the driver.
I didn't race these.
No, I know, but you know.
Yeah, no, I think you still would. The tow is pretty strong here around Donington Park, so
what you've got to do, work together, close in, battle it out over the last lap and a half, 2 laps.
Exactly.
And go for it, but yeah, Kellogg's is away, isn't he?
He is. He's pressing on really, really well, and these two, I think, starting to realise with just over 5 minutes left to go that maybe it might be a battle for second, barring a big mistake here for Alistair Kellett. I do think that, yeah, there you go, they were coming up on the back marker. That is Luke Waugh, who's just come out of the pit lane, but he kindly moves over to the inside line, lets the 3 leaders through, so no time lost then. We'll see when they come through the final corner and through onto a new lap of this race. What is that gap looking like now? It was 0.8, and it's now 1 second, so continuing to eke that gap out is Alistair Kellett. He's just going to look to keep doing what he's doing. Look at this in the background though, bit further down the order. Fantastic battling here at the bottom end of the top 10. That's a good exit for the 664. Connor Blackburn stealing a couple of cheeky places, almost into the top 10. This is the battle from 7th place downwards then of Reynolds, Nye, Colfer, Knight, Blackburn and Pope. Looking at the inside line there was the 12 of David Nye. Has to back out of it, and that might give the opportunity to Joseph in behind, but not if he does that. Big wide moment, jumps over the exit curb, just about holds onto it. But this battle really hotting up with only a few minutes to go, Richard.
David Nye, I seem to remember, let's have a look. Yeah, champion in 2009. So going back quite a way. This championship going right the way back to 1997 when it moved away from being an official Ford Championship, which was supporting British touring cars back then, when half the field probably wasn't even born. Probably yourself wasn't even born at that point. But it's got a long history, and the club and the people that have, you know, been custodians of this championship over the years. And, you know, I'm talking, I don't know whether Kevin Shortish still watches it, but, you know, Kevin, if you are, our fondest regards to you. Kept the championship going for many, many years, developed it, took it through from the original Class A cars, the mid-90 Mark 3s. We've got the Class Bs coming in, the Mark 5s, then the STs, and now the Mark 7. So it's really been looked after, and we're kind of at the end of the road because Ford don't make the Fiesta anymore. So what will this be replaced with in years to come? I think there's a real conundrum for the BRSCC there.
Indeed, obviously the Fords have been fantastic and they create such good racing. I'm still so surprised that we don't have a Volkswagen Up Championship in the UK, because there's a great one out in Germany, I'm pretty sure it is. But I mean, that's personal enjoyance, because I also drive a VW Up. There's the 777 off there down at the first corner. Sean Reynolds was right involved in that squabble there at the bottom of the top 10, but he's gone
personal
wide.
car and shit, you are up yourself.
Thank you, mate. Yeah, much appreciated. I'll see myself out. Cheers, Richard.
So you've got to go for that. Oh, Conor Blackburn getting it sideways in the B&Co Golf livery. We've got some good classic liveries being displayed in various cars all through the paddock this weekend, and Conor needs to try and pull back a little bit here. Oh, that's a massive. That's going to be a red for sure. That is a big shame. And now, who was that is the question, and are they okay? But that I would imagine with 2 minutes 46 to go, red flag is going to be the way. It will be a red and checker with Alistair Kellett out front. It is a red flag. No messing around from our race officials here at Donington Park. And it's Alistair Kellett who will take the win from George Foxlow, with John Cooper in third. The result always, of course, goes back a lap, but no danger. It had settled down by that point. We had the cut and thrust of the early laps, which, had the red flag come out with the cut and thrust, we would have probably been trying to do some sums and work out who was where when we got back to the lap before. But on that one, Alistair Kellett, so that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th win of the season. For many other championships, that would probably be the title, wouldn't it? But this one's going to go all the way to Brands Hatch, even though he has a very good lead. I said Gary Miller was second in the championship, and I need to correct myself because we've got George Foxlow joint second. I think they're both on drop scores on 5.33, and Zach Lucas on 5.30. So very close second, third, and fourth, with Kellett still with the upper hand, and particularly with that win, which he'll be looking to extend into race 2. Race 3, I remind you, if you're not familiar with the BRSCC AirTech Motorsport ST40 Championship format, the third race is a partially reversed grid, so it'll be like the touring cars in that respect, and that means it's a little bit harder for the driver that's won race 2, and indeed if they've won race 1, harder for them to gain the hat-trick or continue their success out the front. I'm just looking through the results that we've had so far this season. I can't spot a hat-trick in there. Did we get one last year? I don't think we did. And let's have a quick look back at 2023. No, it doesn't look like we did. And so, another potential story there if we do get 3 race winners at any particular point. But Alistair Kellett, as we say, extending the championship lead. He will score 50 points for that one. Now my timing screen has gone. He got fastest lap as well. So it was pole, fastest lap. So 53 points for Alistair Kellett. George Foxlow now, with that one, consolidating P2 in the championship. So not getting closer to Kellett, but getting closer. Here is the race 2 result here at Donington Park. First race of the weekend for the ST240 Fiestas, with Alistair Kellett taking win and fastest lap from George Foxlow and John Cooper. Simon Horrobin is 4th from Gary Miller. Then it was Jason O'Connell and David Nye. Graham Colfer 11th from Joseph Knight. James Pope next up from Conor Blackburn and Sean Reynolds. Maggie Webster 13th and second in the amateur class. Chris Blackburn takes 14th in the 174 car. They were followed by Daniel Robinson in the 33, Morgan Kidd in 53. 17th was Matt Chambers, and they were followed by Zach Lucas, who we think was the car that had the off, waiting for news on Zach, and then Luke Waugh, who had the issues and pit stop, completing our finishers in 19th place. I just hear it was Chris Blackburn that had the off. We hope that Chris is well. As soon as we have news of that, we will bring it for you on the stream just to keep you updated. But good stuff from Alistair Kelly. John Ratcliffe is making his way down in pit lane. And again, we've got, well, now I can tell whether our the good folks here at Alpha Live can communicate to John that I can see on the screen, as indeed our Alpha production team will, that the race podium finishers are right at the top end of the pit lane rather than Parc Ferme. So it looks like we're not going to get our winners down in Parc Ferme, which makes it a little bit of a hike from our commentary box to have a word with the winner as the course car pops out onto circuit to clear things up. We are now, of course, heading in towards lunch break. It's a good job that we brought the start time ahead, wasn't it? Because lunch was originally scheduled for 12:10 today, and we're 12:04. We'll only bring you the pictures when we can. As you can see, the driver is out of the car, and okay. So Chris Blackburn is okay. He's the reason I was hesitating, I think Chris was an addition to programme today. Just having a quick look at my listing. Yeah, he was, I think, a late entry because he wasn't on the V1 or V2 entry list that we had. But been an ever-present all season. That will be, I think, his third retirement he had, a non-classified at Snet after a technical problem. But great to see he's okay. As ever, getting the very best of care from the circuit. Make sure that he's okay. He'll go to the medical centre, just have a quick check. Who knows, we might even see him out tomorrow. We have got another race a little bit later on in the day for the 240s, right at the end of the day, around about 6:30. So what I'd suggest is that you get your Uber app, get some food, settle in for a bit of early tea at 6:30 and join us for the Fiesta race around about 6 o'clock. That's after the second, we repeat the format really, it's after the second class Super Classic Formula 4 Championship race, which will get underway around about 5 to 6 is the allotted time. And before that, we've got the first race of the day for the BRSCC Fiesta Juniors, another championship which generates lots of stories and lots of interest. You may have heard the story about the Fiesta Juniors recently, that we've now got the touring car team involved with it. Obviously Goodyear is the sponsor of the scholarship which is upcoming. But enough of me wittering, let's hear from some drivers and go down and join John Ratcliffe.
Well then, down here at the end of the pit lane with some of our drivers here from the ST240s. Of course, never how we want to see a race coming to a close there with a red flag. Chris Blackburn there having quite the sizable incident down the bottom of the Craner curves. Hopefully he's all okay. Seemingly from our cameras, he looks fine, but that was quite a big one. So never how we want to see it end. But we'll see as a few more drivers pull in. We'll have a chat with them. I'll quickly head over to Mr. Alistair Kelly. Alistair, firstly, lovely to see you again. And another race win.
Another race win. Wasn't easy to start. Didn't seem to have much grip front or rear in the first couple of laps. George was all over me. And then, I don't know, Sean Reynolds, someone came from nowhere. He just blitzed past us all, and then I got back in the lead again, and then George behind me, and he seemed slow. I don't know if he's a problem or not, but then John Cooper from nowhere ended up in third, kept him busy, so that was great. So yeah, win, great. I hope Chris is alright. I see him sitting on the barrier down there, so he should be okay. Yeah.
No, we hope he's all okay. But yeah, really impressive race from you. Like you were saying, once you sort of got the heat in the tyres, you started to build a little gap and press on. You weren't hampered by the stress from the drivers closing in behind.
No, I was okay. Once I just seemed to no grip front or rear. It was just sliding over, and then it just kind of switched on, and that was okay then. Yeah, but Mr. Cooper, last time he drove a car, he was flying through the air in Holton. Now he's on the podium. Fair play to him.
Fair play. We'll go and have a chat with him in a second. But cheers, Alistair. Thanks for chatting with us. Well done on the race win. We'll try and grab Mr. George Foxlow. I'm going to grab George first, if that's all right, sir. Hello, George. Hello. How are you doing?
Not bad. Not bad.
Pretty good race. You were being pretty aggressive out there with a couple of cheeky moves.
Yeah. Well, at first I was, and then after like the second lap, it was just fairly sort of follow the leader. That was all.
You know, there was a good battle up now, sort of like up in sector number 2, a couple of dive bombs through and making some good places up, but yeah, just had to follow Alistair in the end.
Yeah, I did. The car started to get hot, so I thought it was best to just calm down and leave it.
And obviously John back in the championship, and suddenly he's hounding the rear of your car. That must have been a bit of a surprise when he started so far down the back.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, definitely so. So he got from 17th or so.
No, really impressive. Well done, mate. Cheers. Thanks for chatting with me. I'll have a chat with John. Firstly, sir, welcome back. You're straight on the podium.
Yeah, entertaining first race back, I think, with that one. Bad start. Had a problem in qualifying. Team worked hard to get it fixed before I went out. New car set up perfectly. Luke set it up for me and back to where we were. So hopefully carry on that way.
Good. Well, obviously, they're not the longest of races, but you cut through from, I think it was P16 to P3. Was there a particular place where you felt really confident, or was it sort of every corner was fair game?
No, I felt pretty good all over the track, to be fair. I caught a few people sideways at turn one, and I just managed to pick my way through, and I think I gained 4 or 5 places there, so and it helped.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, no, I enjoyed that. So.
Yeah, no, I was screaming and shouting when you were making that move up and under. I think there was sort of 3, like 1 or 2 on corner entry, then 3 on the corner exit. You've certainly not lost the confidence in these cars, have you?
No. I mean, cars are superb cars to drive, so you know where you are with them. So, but team have done a massive job to get it out there, and thank you.
Amazing. Well, John, as I say, welcome back. Great to have you back joining on the racing, and can't wait to see you back up for races later on.
Thank you.
Lovely. Cheers, John. Thank you very much. Lovely to chat with our top 3 then there in the ST240s. I think we're going to a brief lunch break now, but of course, given that the Fun Cup is after lunch break, I do believe that we'll have a grid walk with the lovely Mr. Jamie Peters-Ennis, so I'll hand over to him in a few moments' time.
4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into Red Gate Corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done, but also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well, so yeah, can't recommend it enough.
Hello everybody, a warm and very sunny welcome to Donington Park. We are at the business end of the season now for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. I apologise for using a cliche to introduce things. Business end, yeah, it probably is a little bit, but we've got plenty more cliches for you coming up over the course of the commentary and presentation of today's event. In addition to Fun Cup, you can see the cars in the background, probably hear them as well. They're out for qualifying. Really looking forward to what is becoming a really tight and as ever entertaining championship. It's a BRSCC meeting, the British Racing and Sports Car Club, providing the supporting fare for today, and we could get alliterative because everything begins with F. We've got Formula Ford, the super classic variety. We've got Fiesta Juniors, the 14 to 17-year-olds looking to make their way up maybe towards the likes of British touring cars. Got drivers going up to the top level of single-seater racing now, of course, from the Fiesta Juniors. And then finally we've got the Fiesta Seniors, the ST240s. To give you another cliche, I can tell you you've got the best seat in the house, so stay with us all day as John Ratcliffe and I bring you all the action from the Fun Cup Endurance Championship.
Welcome back everybody to Donington Park and our grid walk for round 8 of the 2025 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. And I've bumped into Demon Tweaks Jason Minshaw. Jace, P2 grid draw, happy?
Yeah, very. I thought they'd left the ball out the jar to start with because I was just sat there waiting, and then here we are.
Silverstone, it was a great start, middle, but then it all went a bit peak-tong at the end when you were running P5. What exactly happened?
Yeah, we were catching Uvio quite well, and then a car that was 30 or 40 laps down, had nothing to do with the race, took us clean out and we hit the barrier 13 minutes to go.
Nightmare, but you've proved the pace is there and you can fight at the sharp end.
Yeah, it's new to us, this championship, so it's... Everyone asked me, what do you think of Fun Cup? And I said, it's brilliantly fun, but really frustrating. I said, now we're sort of getting our heads around strategies on pit stops and all that, and we're starting to get further up the grid. So hopefully, fingers crossed, today will be good.
All right, well, good luck for the rest of the race. Thank you. That's Jason Minshaw from Demon Tweaks. Right, let's go and have a chat with our pole sitters, Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. They're just talking to the lovely Eileen. We'll just doorstep if that's okay. You've drawn pole, chaps.
Oh, you're speaking to the wrong person. I think you should be speaking.
I think, do you know what? Should we talk to Mrs. Hart? Come on, this is Chris Hart's mum, Charlie Hart's grandma. You've been around Fun Cup, #1 fan. You've been around Fun Cup a long, long time, and you still love it, don't you?
Love it, absolutely love it. We look forward to coming back to Fun Cup. Yeah, couldn't wait once Charlie was old enough to drive with Dad. Yeah, nothing like it.
Do you get nervous?
No, not really. I'm immune to it now after so many years. But yeah, excited.
And obviously we've got to try and keep these two under control as well.
Yeah, well that's a difficult task. It's, I can't keep my son under control, so I've no chance with this.
My dad's looking for you. He said he's waiting in the hotel. Oh, sorry, we're on camera.
Brilliant. Right, we'll leave that one. Right, thank you. Serious. Yeah, thank you. Right, serious mode now, chaps. Serious mode. Drawn pole. How much did you have to pay Vlad for that?
Oh, it's cost a fortune. It's doubled our budget this year.
Silverstone was you're a bit mystified at sort of the lack of pace. Did you actually get to the bottom of it?
I think different things on the car. There was a problem with the exhaust. We'll see how we go today.
Threat of rain potentially later on. Obviously, we've not run in the wet on these Hankooks. We had a little bit of running yesterday. What's the grip levels like?
Oh, I think they're brilliant in the wet. They're really progressive, and you can slide the car around way more than you could with the old GT tyres. So I think it'd be good if it rains. It'd be great.
Have you got the pace to win?
Maybe.
Bring it on. Right, enjoy it. Thank you. Right, let's speak to Mr. Hart. You going to behave yourself?
I'll behave, yeah.
Okay, good. How's it all been going?
Yeah, not too bad actually. I mean, I think Charlie's now just getting the hang of it. He's obviously super quick, but we've got to have the car for the end of the race. Done a few splitters yesterday. We've actually got the pit stops under about a minute now. No, we're down to about 12 seconds, which is good.
Yeah.
As you know with these things, it takes a while to get your eye in. Hopefully no crashes, no gremlins. We'll be at the sharp end this time.
Has it taken you a while to sort of get back into the swing of it? Because you had a little bit of time away doing other things. I mean, they're quirky little cars and they do take a bit of time to get dialed back in, don't they?
Yeah, and I've got older since.
Yeah, you're nearly a master.
How dare you? I'm nowhere near a master.
I know, I'm just being mean.
No, it's good. Yeah, no, all joking apart, I think the last thing I did before was obviously some of the GT stuff. I got in this, and yeah, it's like starting again. But we're pretty much there now, and pit stops are getting better, so we'll see how we go.
All right, well, good luck.
Cheers, mate.
Thank you. That's Chris Hart from Morphers 2 Rent. Right, let's see who else we can find. Let's make our way over to GCI, because they're making a welcome return, and we'll just have a chat with Craig and Ian. Hello. Nice to be at the pointier end of the grid, isn't it?
It is. It's quite a novelty for us. It always seems we're in the back half, so we're looking forward to hopefully having a good race.
And plan as usual, Ian, is just going to be plod around for 3.5 hours and then be there at the end.
And win, yes. Yeah. 4 hours. Craig goes in at the end, slots the victory. Taste the Prosecco at the end.
Absolutely. And of course, we, as we know, selected campaign this year. We've not really spoken about it. Of course, we made the switch over to the Hankooks. How have you found them?
Yeah, they're different. Like, they're definitely a bit more grip, a little bit faster. There's certain bits of the old tires I quite like. The stiff firewalls, sidewalls even.
Not at work, Craig.
Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, I was saying work, mate. But no, they're great. Like it's a really good tyre, and obviously with changeable conditions today, I'm sure it will perform well in all conditions.
And from your point of view, Ian?
Yeah, I think we're a bit quicker than we were last year here. So with the main difference being the tyres, so there's a bit more. I think it's just a bit. Once they get hot, they're good. No, they're good when they're hot. Once they're warm, they're good.
All right, fantastic. Well, good luck, guys. That's Craig Butterworth and Ian Wood from GCI. Right, let's pop over to the Mean Machine. I'm just going to have a word with Guido. He's just having a chat with some friends, if it's all right if I can interrupt. Welcome back. Nice to be back.
Yes, it's lovely to be back. It's been a long season playing polo. Now, nice to be behind the steering wheel, and the weather is dry. Let's hope it stays dry. Looking forward to it. It should be exciting. Fun Cup is what it is. Fun Cup, and it's fun.
And are we likely to see you back for Alton Park and maybe next year? Obviously, budget depending.
I'm definitely in for Alton Park. The race has already been paid for. And next year, possible, yeah, we have made, one day at a time, but I'm definitely out at Alton Park.
All right, fantastic. Well, that's Guido Basile from the 49 Mean Machine. Right, I think we're being told to get off the grid, so I'm going to have to be really quickly. Let me quickly go to the back of the grid. So we're going to have to do some running, Johnny, on telly, which is not ideal. So let's do a little bit of jogging, because I want to have a chat with our previous winners who got their first ever win in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, which is Vlad Vasiliev. Right, I'll be really quick, Esther, I promise. I'll be really quick. Right, so let's just quickly have a word with Vlad. Have I just run up here for no reason? Let's have a word with Eddie Farrow. You broke the monkey off your back, finally. Yep. I wanted to talk to Vlad, but he's done a runner.
Yeah, he's done a runner because he helped us push the car back up the pit lane. He needs to sit down for a minute.
And I've just run up here for no reason. I'm only joking. Great result at Silverstone. And now you've got 25 cars to pass.
That's all right, Ted's in the car. Yeah. It'll be fine. No, we just do what we normally do, Jamie. You know, we're here to win like everybody else is, and it come together for us at Silverstone. Nothing changed. We did what we do always. It just come together. Let's hope it comes together again today.
So potentially plan, maybe work with Pete and a few others and work your way through?
Yeah, we'll work with it, obviously with Julian's in our 212 car now because we had a problem with his engine. So obviously they're going to work together if they can and pull it down the road.
All right, fantastic. Right, I think it's time to wrap up before we get kicked off the grid. So that was a few of our drivers here competing in round 8 of the 2025 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Now I'll be handing over to my trusted colleagues of Richard John Neal and John Ratcliffe, who will take you through this epic 4-hour thriller.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back after a rather brief lunch break here at Donington Park. But we are about ready to kick off with the main event, at least here on Saturday, the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Great to hear from so many of the drivers and team members and family members and whatnot from all the different teams heading out there. And we do have a pretty bumper grid here today, 26 cars in total. And I think the key point, at least from the starting grid in this race, is one of the championship contenders, UVO Hoffman's Motorsport, starting on pole position. Now, of course, if you've not watched the Fun Cup Endurance Championship before, that's not because they put in a blinding lap in qualifying. All the grids are done randomly out of a hat. The only grid position that you know before that random draw is last place, because last place is always the team that won the previous round. And of course, what a race it was from Vape Club with EDF Motorsports last time out at Silverstone. An absolute barnstormer of a race, nearly won by an entire lap. If it wasn't for a late penalty, they would have won that race by an entire lap over the rest of the field. And like I say, that's why they start this one all the way down at the back of the grid. But Vlad Vasiliev and Ted Bradbury taking to the wheel during the race in this one. I'm sure we're going to see them coming through the field. For this one, though, a 4-hour endurance race. I know a couple of the rounds throughout the season will be a split between maybe a 1 and a 3, or Anglesey we saw a 3 and a 3. This one, just a flat-out 4 hours to enjoy. I'm very excited. Richard John Neal still alongside me here in the commentary box. Richard, I assume you're pretty excited as well.
Yeah, very much looking forward to it. And I've never seen a dull Fun Cup race.
No.
You know, we have conversations. Well, I was at an F4 event on Thursday, and the conversation inevitably got around to Fun Cup at some point, which is weird when you think of it, because you know, F4 is FIA sanctioned. It's part of the ladder that you need to get up into the top level of, you know, FIA F1, of course. But those people are aware of it and love it. It's really, really good. And yeah, you were saying about, you know, UVO Hoffman drawing pole position. Had it been time qualifying, they'd have been up the front anyway.
Oh yeah, of course they would have. They're always championship contenders. They've been doing this for many, many seasons now, and they have taken championship victory in previous seasons. They're always right up there near the sharp end. I think we can see there the driver putting the helmet on is indeed Fabulous Randaccio, so he'll be the first driver to head out there. Of course, then handing over to his teammate Farkini Diot. I always have to leave a big space there between the two names there. Farkini will be heading out later.
Why is that?
No particular reason, Richard. I think you know that one, so stop asking me silly questions. We get ready to go then. Like you were saying, though, always quick pedalers, they probably would be up there near the sharp end, which would lead me to believe they can keep out of trouble, create a nice gap early on here. They could be on for a pretty solid race.
Yeah, I think it will. Incidentally, I noticed that Farkini, whether there's any significance, and maybe JPE could let us know this if he's listening in, but on the entry list, he's just down as Farkini. He's dropped the Diot.
Interesting.
So I don't know if there's a story behind that, but V1 and V2 of the entry list, it was just down as Farkini. Is he? What are we on the grid? And Jamie's gone from a handwritten, hasn't he, on the grid to fully digital. So we've got a proper computer stint generated form in front of us, haven't we? So we know which driver's in which car.
Indeed. Yeah, we'll give you some more information.
He's down as Farkini on there as well. He's dropped the Diot, so it's Farkini.
Well, interesting. Maybe, I wonder if that's his own doing or someone just told him, well, you can't be doing this anymore, mate. But either way, no, we love the banter that's always brought with the Fun Cup. It was lovely to have a little walk up the pit lane earlier on and be chatting to some old friends, some old rivals from out on circuit back when I used to race in this a couple of years ago. And just lovely. It's always smiles in the paddock. Of course, everyone nervously excited, wanting to have a good race, but all with a big smile on their face and lots of banter being thrown around. I got told plenty of things by the Greenheath lads. Of Gary Bate having the again absolutely ribbed by the entire paddock. I won't go into further detail. I probably can't say it on the live stream, but lots of banter amongst the Fun Cup paddock, which is fantastic to see as always.
It always looks good. You know, the hospitality area is nice, isn't it? And you know, even if you get involved, if you don't get involved as a driver, get involved as a supporter. I don't know if they have official roles that need to be filled as well, but the supporting paddock's great. And the do you still have the beer barrels in the? They still have the beer in there. Jamie used to.
Yes. Yeah. No, they do. Yeah. After the racing, there's always a cheeky pint.
Haven't they got to clear out for C1s though? Because the C1s have got the pit lane tomorrow.
That is true. But we'll see how long they leave it. Because a lot of drivers will come down like an RV or motorhome or whatnot and come and stay over at the circuit. So maybe they'll just move the celebrations slightly further along in the paddock.
We'll put the challenge out now. We know that we've been looked after by Fun Cup Endurance, but if anyone from the C1 paddock is watching the stream at the moment. If you have a treat for the commentators, then bring it along tomorrow and we'll announce the winner of the commentators' treat prize over the course of the weekend.
That sounds as though we're giving them a prize, though. I don't think we have anything to give.
No, we're not. No, we're just, it's like have you seen Jack D doing his teapot review on his tour? He goes into the dressing rooms of the various bits that he, the venues that he goes in and rates the hospitality in the. Which is not fair on the ones where he's just started, because the ones that he's going to now then know that they've got to put tea and biscuits on and stuff like that. But anyway, we'll see what C1 come up with tomorrow. Particularly as the regular C1 guys along with us this weekend, it's down at Modified Fords. So I think we've got to squabble about who's going to do pit lane stuff and who's going to pretend to be Rob Lewis. I'm not going out in shorts and wearing a wig. Just to go there. Anyway, back to Fun Cup, which is of course the main point of the exercise here. Demon Tweaks alongside, and Iggle Piggle, Iggle Onk, it's time to race. The Ninky Nonk. He's on that car. He's back with us. You obviously know that one.
Yeah, of course. So they were storming last season in the Ninky Nonk. I believe at that point Ted Bradbury was behind the wheel of that car though. But now, of course, he's in the 246 of Vape Club with EDF Motorsport. So a couple of different drivers taking to the wheel of the Ninky Nonk. But great to see it back on the grid. I think that name really does just sum up the Fun Cup, doesn't it? Really.
It does. Yeah, and two quick drivers in there with Matt Hyde, who I was talking about in the tail end or after the Formula Ford race, saying that there's a young driver who raced single-seaters, albeit via Formula V, and was a Formula V champion, Matt Hyde, coming in, and racing with Neo Clark, who is one of our top karters coming in. Now, I don't recall seeing Neo's name. I don't know, Andy might know, whether he's raced it before. But I'm not sure if Neo is a brand new driver to Fun Cup or not. That's one, again, maybe one for Jamie to fill us in on. But he's a top karter. I think he was 5th at Kart Masters, which is the big karting event at PFI that's held annually and gives the the winner the chance to run the GP plate if you follow karting. But yeah, exciting driver coming into Fun Cup.
Yeah, no, Neo is super quick. I recognise his name from karting, but no, you are right. It is his first ever round in the Fun Cup Championship in the Ninky Nonk, so we'll see how he gets on. But we often do say that it is a really good championship for karters to move on from kart racing into car racing, because it does sort of handle quite similarly to a kart. Of course, you've got the rear wheel drive aspect of it, and it's also you're sat directly in the middle of the car, and it just handles a lot like a kart. You can really chuck it around and play with the throttle, and it's all about carrying the speed through the corners, because of course they don't have a huge amount of acceleration and the slipstream is massive. So you get a poor corner exit, suddenly you've got 4 or 5 drivers trying to nip up the inside round the outside. So we'll see how that continues on for this race, but plenty of good drivers on the grid. And honestly, just over the last few years, the grid just seems to get stronger and stronger in the Fun Cup, with more drivers being enticed in, understandably so, when we're treated to such great racing. I will just say, it looked as though every single team was ready on the grid, but we just briefly saw there the driver of the number 200, whether that's Johnny Molam or Gareth Williams, I'm not sure, hot-footing it up the front straight while everyone was waiting. Clearly, slightly missed the call there for the 200 of Red River Sport.
Yeah, I've missed the call to go off and get a comfort break, so I'm going to have to do that during the race, because this has been brought forward in case we have another incident in the race, the timetable going out of the window. So I hope you got your stream on in the background wherever you are, because if you're looking for a specific race, we might run early. Just got to keep the viewers on their toes, haven't we? Bit of a shame for the marshals who don't get a break either today, but I know the marshals would much rather have the time to deal with an incident properly as well.
Of course, no, understandable. A bit of a shame, but yeah, all the track action brought forward. Hopefully not too many incidents in this race, but I won't hold my breath on that one. I have got our first little update from Jamie Peters and us down in the pit lane. We were right about Neo in the 195 being his first race. There's also another driver having their first race in the Fun Cup today. That is in the 248, the iLockers team, Ali Smith. It is his first ever Fun Cup race as well. So we'll see how those two get on in their first couple of stints. I know there's a couple of drivers who are relatively recently involved as well. Will Smith, not the Will Smith that you're thinking of, another driver called Will Smith, who's out there. I'm trying to spot up the entries, which car he's in. There we go. Second Choice Racing, the number 157, Will Smith is in with Josh Phelps. I know it's only Will's second round, I think. It was out last time. But Will, again, another driver who's done loads of karting. Very, very quick peddler. We'll see how they get on there in the 157. And it is Will starting that car. Well, here we go then. Drivers pulling off of their grid slots. And soon enough, we'll be able to bring you the full grid here for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship here from Donington Park. UVO Hoppens Motorsport starting on pole position with the Demon Tweaks car, the 249, starting alongside them. The Ninky Nonk and PLR Racing are on row number 2 with Morpheus Motorsports, and Burt, the British Endurance Racing team, there on row number 3. Championship leaders, Team Olympian GRD line up on 7th place with GCI Racing, previous champions there alongside them on 8th place. Mean Machine and Demon Tweaks 2, the 207 there on row 5. They round out the top 10, followed by Team Pesky and Red River Sport on row 6. Then it's Rare Vinyl TLR and Axiometrics on row 7, followed by Signature RV and Fast Track on row number 8. Like I say, 26 cars on the grid for this one, and we'll continue counting through them. Green Heath and Sea Data on row number 9, rounding up the top 20 on row 10, a Second Choice Racing and Team Summers. Then it's iLockers Racing and Race Logic there on row 11, followed by Renham Racing and Team Pacific on row number 12. And finalising the grid is Sherrodise UK, previous race winners in this championship in 2025. And alongside them, the winners last time out, Vape Club with EDF Motorsports, joining them on the rearward row of the grid. 26 cars, and we do, for this race, have an onboard camera. This is with the Sea Data team, so I'm sure we'll jump on board with them at various places in the race, particularly if it gets pretty hairy for them.
Yep, that'll be good to see. Wonderful that the tech is moving on at such a pace. I was expecting to see a change of tactics from Team Olympian, because the preview that I read said that Simon Rudd might do the first stint. Did they try that last time out? But Chris Devell is actually taking the first stint.
They've tried that a couple of times, haven't they? I think it was mostly due to the fact that Chris was having real issues with his back and was struggling to double stint. So they had to play around with the running order a little bit, but sort of back to more usual ways now with Chris starting, Simon doing a couple of the middle stints, getting some good pace down, and then Riley in for that final stint for, if it all kicks off, to get right involved with the squabble. We know Riley can do that. Of course, Riley has been in this championship for a number of years now, hasn't he? Always battering up the front. There's been plenty of viral clips of Riley, particularly that one at Anglesey from last year where he dove onto the grass and still made the overtake. It was super, super impressive, but it looks as though we might be about ready to get this race started. UVO Hoffman's Motorsport on that front row, along with Demon Tweaks. We run around the final corner. Drivers will look to the lights. Of course, no getting fully on the gas until those lights go out. UVO will lead us up to it. And when do they go? Or are we? Yes, we are. There we go. Safety car does pull into the pit lane. Watch those lights on the right-hand side of your screen. Do they go out now? There they go. Right, we're racing then in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, and it is a good start from UVO Hoffman's Motorsport. As look at that, Charlie Hart and Chris Hart looking to make that move up into the top three. Straight down the inside goes the Ninky Nonk, already applying the pressure as Demon Tweaks. Trying to hang it around the outside then. We're going to be too wide going down the Crater curves on the first time of asking. Axiometrics getting shoved off wide there, out of track limits, but UVO doing their best to hold on to this race lead, but it's not going to happen. Will it be? Back up the inside for UVO. Aggressive stuff on this first lap. But the Ninky Nonk holds the inside line and takes the lead early on.
Where else would you hear a line like that? and the start we've just seen, you would not believe that it is the start of a 4-hour race. But getting out front is going to be absolutely key. If they can hold it on there, it's a good young partnership, and it's Matt Hyde that leads it at the moment. So Matt Hyde, good start from him. UVO Hoffman's pole position, as long as they're at the front, as long as they're on the lead lap and in the lead group, that'll be good enough for them, because when we get into the driver stops as well, the artistry for me about Fun Cup is just the driver changes as well.
Exactly that, yeah. You can be on really good pace out on circuit, maybe getting half a second per lap, but in the pit stop you can easily lose 5-10 seconds. But here's a move for the lead at the end of lap number 1. Charlie Hart goes straight down the inside, takes the lead away immediately. Of course, both of these teams part of the Morpheus outfit, but switching around at the end of lap number 1. So as we bring that first lap to a close then, it is the 110 of Morpheus leading the way ahead of the Ninky Nonk, then UVO Hoffman's Motorsport, Demon Tweaks, PLR, GCI, Olympian GRD, Burt, Demon Tweaks 2 and Team Pesky rounding out the top 10. There's a big bit of smoke there coming off one of the teams in the background. I think that's the iLockers Racing 248 potentially, with a bit of wing rubbing on their tyre.
Chris Devell holding his own in 7th position. The black fronts, light blue and white car centre shot at the moment. So decent start from Chris Devell, and the reigning champions looking to defend their championship lead, but coming under pressure here.
Indeed, yes. That was Burt down the inside, wasn't it? Here you can see that smoke from the iLockers teams. That's on that rear right tyre. It doesn't look like it's getting knocked off, because sometimes you can see it'll end up making contact, and that heat created will cause it to fly off of the back of the car. Not happening at the moment for iLockers. They've got to be careful. If that keeps rubbing for a number of laps, that tyre might just go bang. So maybe it might be ideal to just come in, get it changed, lose the amount of time you lose, and just try and get back into the race before you have a serious issue. And of course, a tyre instantly delaminating often can cause other issues as well.
Yeah, could well do. Mark Armstrong starting that car. We've got some talking to do about the company involved in that a little bit later on, but the race lead battle going on. UVO Hoffman's back, coming down into the Fogarty S's, and the pack, I tell you what, no prisoners being taken at the moment. Christabel going back past the Burt car, so the Team Olympian GRD machine back up into 7th position. Devell holding his own at the moment, and these cars always make a fantastic sight. If you've not seen it before, I urge you to come and watch, or stay with us and watch, and also get involved, maybe have a look on track. You were pointing one out there.
Oh, that was Vape Club. They're already cutting through the pack. They're already up into the sort of team positions there in 17th place. They made the move on Axiometrics, but I was pointing furiously because they were trying to make it 4 wide there into the braking zone. Aggressive opening stuff there from your previous race winners. They're cracking on down towards the bottom of Craner Curves once again. Red River Sport getting all sorts of slidey there as Greenheath slip on by. 200 just about holding on to it, but that was uncharacteristic there. Big slide there right into the braking zone. Let's hope there's not more issues with the 200, and just a little mistake there on this second lap of proceedings.
Ted Bradbury in the 246 car is going to fly around the outside here, and you know, they don't need to. I think when you watch the likes of Vape Club with EDF coming through from the back of the field, it's less paced than when we see the Team Olympian GRD team do it. And there's nothing wrong with either tactic, but there's something to be said to get up on the lead pack as quick as possible.
Yeah, no, it's always impressive to watch, isn't it? One driver scything through the order, because of course these cars are all relatively the same. You can make some setup changes, but at the end of the day, all very, very similar. So mainly due to driver talent pressing on through the field, and sadly there it looks like it's going to be another position lost for the 200 of Red River Sport as they're making it 3 wide down the front straight. That's actually a Metrics trying to go around the outside of both of them. Squeezes the 557 of Signature RV. Somehow they all managed to not make contact with each other as there's Greenheath down the inside, but a little bit too late on the brakes. Burt are going to go back up and under, and through follows Ted Bradbury in the Vape Club car.
Yeah, that shows how much progress Ted Bradbury's, but unsurprisingly, very quick in Mazdas. Which team is it? It's the Ali Bray. Ali Bray, they're running the Ninky Nonk, aren't they? Is that what I read? AB Motorsport running that?
It's the Morpheus.
Oh,
Morpheus are
okay.
running the Ninky Nonk, yeah.
So
And
which
I do
one
believe
Ali's running someone this weekend, isn't he? I saw an AB Motorsport thing in some of the blurb. I'm fairly sure. Again, Jamie will be listening and will put me right, I'm sure.
Jamie can tell us all the information
But so it's going about, Ali Bray with his history in the Mazda Championship, his first set of car racing, cut his teeth car racing there, and Ali Bray, who is unbeaten in the Kent Models Mazda MX-5 Championship with the BRSCC this year, I think on spannering duties this weekend. I need to get out and find them. It's probably too late now because they'll be packing up and going home after the race. And we'll still be commentating.
Indeed we will. Yeah, move down the inside there at the final corner. A little bit of a switch around then. So Ninky Nonk actually ended up losing second position to UVO Hoffmans. I think it was an initial attack from the Ninky Nonk that then ended up losing them a position at the end of the straight. You can't get over that. I keep saying that, can you?
It's not a line you expect to hear. I think my first utterance was Alton Park last year, and it's one of those things that, because it's so ridiculous, it sticks in your mind where you first heard it. You're commentating on a thing called the Ninky Nonk at Alton Park. It doesn't really... I would just love to hear the likes of Ian Titchmarsh say it.
Yeah, well, I don't mind making a fool of myself, but it's a great name. It's a great name. I love to have it involved, and like we were saying earlier, it really does just sum up the Fun Cup paddock. It is fantastic.
It's from the Night Garden, isn't it?
In the Night Garden.
So did you grow up with that?
No, I'm too old for that, actually.
Are you really?
Yeah, no, that wasn't on when I was a kid. I was just starting. Whoa, that's a big issue there in the pit lane. That's Sherrod UK. Fire extinguisher out then. Big issue in the pit lane for Sherrod. Wow, that's really, really gone bang, hasn't it? They're the 251. It's very rare that we see a car being that upset. Driver seems to be out all okay as the door is swung open, but I think pit lane's going to be closed at least for a little while as they try and sort out that car. My goodness, that's a big explosion there for the 251.
First stops will happen round about, you're looking at 40-minute segments effectively for the racing, and some drivers may come in before, some after that. We're obviously quite a way away from that. You can see actually the smoke drifting a little bit onto the track there, which is worrying for the marshals. But the marshals are worth their weight in gold. They really are. Look at the crews on the scene there, dealing with that as efficiently as possible. The first thank you of the weekend to all our marshalling community, for wherever you are, not just the ones dealing with the incident in Pit Lane. Look at this though. Where do you get shots like that after nearly 10 minutes of racing? And this is a 4-hour race.
This is just ridiculous, isn't it?
Absolute madness.
Amazing that, we've got so many fantastic marshals out there dealing with that issue in the pit lane, but whilst keeping green flag conditions out on circuit, and we're still treated to battles like this. This is the Demon Tweets car at the start on the front row. They're going a little bit wide there into the bottom of Craner Curves, and really wide for the drivers in behind. That was a close call for Team Pesky, as there goes Vape Club round the outside of the Demon Tweets car. I think that'll be firing their way almost into the top 5 now. So GCI have got through into 5th. That is Vape Club through into 6th place then, continuing to chop and change. And right in the middle of that is Olympian GRD. I have a feel that Simon and Riley might be biting their nails a little bit watching watching their car right in the middle of this squabble.
Yeah, as long as it's there, that's the main thing. And up at the sharp end, which is very, very good for them, as Ted Bradbury can't quite extend the lead at the moment over the UVO Hoffmans car. This battle comes down towards us again, and we're going to see more progress from and look at the inset of how that's a big clearing up operation. Now it's being sorted.
Yeah, that is serious. I don't recall the last time seeing a car go bang like that. That is crazy. Usually these cars are pretty bulletproof, but only a few laps into this one, and already Sherrod UK very much out of this race. Honestly, probably one positive to take away is that there's only one 4-hour at this one. It's not an event where there's a 1 and a 3 or a 3 and a 3, so only missed out on the one round here at Donny, but still.
That you've, I
know. I'm trying to look at the silver linings for them at least. But of course, you've come all this way. You've done all that testing and qualifying early this morning. And what are we in? It was about 4 or 5 laps in, wasn't it? And already gone out of the race.
Silver Clown has a liner and every bin has a liner as well, doesn't it? I mean, that's, anyway, back to Chris Dovell, about to put a move on Jason Minshaw in the 249 Demon Tweaks car. Has he got it done? He's on the outside run here, and they climb uphill, but oh, that was a slide, and not for Dovell, gets squeezed to the outside, off of the dirt, and look how spanked he was there.
Exactly that. Yeah, you make one little mistake in a group like this and suddenly you've lost 5-6 positions. That was aggressive from Team Pesky. You saw them trying to get on the power a little bit early there, where they still had lots of steering lock on. The rear of the car said not a chance. Started to come round on them. Great catch, and they still got both those positions down into the final couple of corners we go then.
That's Andrew Dyer, isn't it, in Team? I just had a look.
It is.
In Team. I knew Andrew was in it as well, as Alex Foden, one of the drivers from City Car Cup.
It's not surprising that he's flying along, is it? We know how quick he is in the City Car Cup.
I'm going to give a little shout out for what great training ground City Car Cup is as well for any form, and there you've seen it.
Exactly that. Well, he's having to show his defensive masterclass now into T1 as round the outside is trying the 169 of the Rare Vinyl car, and they're still going to be on the outside as they get towards the exit. Rare Vinyl TLR, that's headed up by Rob Croydon this weekend, and Rob's trying it round the outside down the Craner curves. He should just about get that. Will they try and keep the nose in for Team Pesky? Yes, they will. Down into the right hander they go, and they will hold on to the place. How often do you see side by side down the front straight all the way to the bottom of Craners? You do in Fun Cup.
So, okay, in the night garden, going off piste again. You're too.
I'm too old.
Too old to know that one.
For you.
Scooby-Doo.
Oh yes.
See, Team Pesky, if it wasn't for them pesky kids, that's the line, isn't it? You know that one, no?
Yes, of course.
They've got to have a Scooby-Doo on the car, but at the moment, Team Pesky don't have a Scooby-Doo.
No, I think they should get that on. Sadly for Greenheath, they now have got a bit of contact off into the gravel, goes the Demon Tweaks car. I think that might have been with Greenheath. They were very close there on circuit, but that's going to be a long road back onto the circuit for Demon Tweaks. Starting on the front row, they've dropped down the order slightly, and now more issues for them. As I was going to mention there, smoke coming off the back of Greenheath. That's more bodywork with contact onto the rear right tyre. We already saw the iLockers team have to come in to get that sorted, and we might see the same here for the 14 of Greenheath. There you go, straight in.
Pitch closing in, makes up the place by default. Chris Dovell in behind in the Team Olympian GRD car, so clawing his way back up the order as best he can, but really spanked by that moment, that wide moment. The Demon Tweaks car doing the same thing. Was it one or maybe 2 laps later, the Demon Tweaks car going off? It was maybe 2 laps later as they're passing quickly. The gap between the race leaders, which we're not seeing at the moment, Morpheus and UVA Hoffman, staying stable at 3/10. So the top two very equal. Lovely move there from the 207, the Demon Tweaks 2 car. Mark Burton, Tom Patty Roy at the controls there. Lovely slide down the inside to make up a position.
Indeed. Yeah, it's been great racing so far. Greenheath are straight out of the pit lane, which is good to see. Quite a bit of time lost, but they're still on the lead lap, still very much within this race. There's PLR up the inside of Olympian GRD, and a big wobble into the gravel there. A brief glance with the kitty litter for the 257. They managed to make it back on circuit. We look back to the leaders, though, and it is a change at the front. UVA Hoffman's Motorsport down the inside, and I think the Ninky Donks followed them through. Yes, they have. So in one corner, Morpheus down from first into third, but it's all kicking off in this race. I was just going to chat about the 14 of Greenheath. I had a chat with Gary and Paul in the pits earlier on, and they just had such bad luck this season. They were hoping for a more positive day today, but already in the first 10-15 minutes of this race, luck hasn't gone their way.
So you look at their results this year, they've never been that far away from the top 10, 12th, 10th, 13th, 4th, right, day 2 at Anglesey, 11th, 5th and 12th, so very consistent, but just like to be consistently higher.
Exactly, yeah. Well, when they're always on pace, and when they get some good luck, they can be easily up there in the top 5. There's always just something that ends up not going their way during the race. They end up dropping to the back of the top 10 or just out of the top 10, and that's always hindered them somewhat. I was really hoping for their sake that it'll be a bit more positive today. Sadly, not starting off like it, but we've got a 4-hour endurance race ahead of us, so plenty of time to try and gain some of that time back. Thing I was just going to highlight as well, these three working together quite well using the slipstream, but they are chopping and changing a little bit. Vape Club with EDF Motorsports, Ted Bradbury started in last place. He's only 7.8 seconds off of this leading battle now. If they continue to squabble like they have been doing over the last couple of laps, it's only going to be 5-10 minutes until Ted's going to be right on the back of this battle.
Do the teams talk to each other about, what are we going to do? They'll have an idea from the grid about who is going to be at the sharp end in the early stages and who they work with. Do some teams work with each other, or do they just say, no, we're going to go out? How important is it to be leading at this stage?
Not really very, to be honest. It could all change at the drop of a hat. It all really comes down to the strategy with those pit stops, when those safety cars come out and whatnot, and if the weather changes. Look at the clouds there over the Craner curves. They're definitely starting to get a bit darker. We thought there might be a little bit of rain at some point in this race, and we'll see whether that shuffles up the order as well. I can imagine with sort of inter-team, like with the Morpheus crew here, there might have been a bit of a natter beforehand, just if this happens, let's do this. But of course, it's so difficult to try and plan what will happen in the race. You just got to give each other racing room, give each other that respect, and work together as best as you can, because, as we say, it's a long race to get through, and one little mistake and it can all go wrong for you. So just pressing on, doing as they're doing now. They're all sort of following in the tow at the moment, and on that last lap anyway, extended the gap by 2/10. So that just shows that they can follow in the slipstream. They can keep away from Ted Bradbury, but if the elbows start to come out, Ted's going to join them.
Yeah, I don't think it will take too long for him to be up there, but 4th position, great for them at the moment. Charlie Hart, the form, was he in? It was Ginetta Junior last year, wasn't he? He came in at Donington Park last year after he finished his junior campaign, made his senior debut with us in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, and racing with his dad. Is Millie Hart related? Is Millie part of the family as well? One that races in BMWs?
Don't actually know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I can't remember. I'm sure I've asked that before, but I can't remember the answer. The answer to is Charlie Hart going to make a move is yes, he does. He goes first and from 3rd place and wants to assume the lead, so he will take over. So it's White leading the 2 black cars at the moment. Yuvia Hoffman with Fabulous Randaccio.
Look at that cloud.
In P2. That is a very dark cloud, isn't it? It's like my brother in the distance. He has a black cloud following him around. And he's back. He was back in the country on Thursday. Sorry, Graham, if you're watching.
Is he here at Donington Park?
No, he doesn't come racing. He doesn't come racing. But by the look of that, yeah.
Yeah, wow. Okay, well, we might see a bit of precipitation soon then. I do want to say as well that you were correct. So the Nicky Nonk was being run by Morpheus at the end of last season, but for today's racing, it is AB running the 195. Yeah, so you were right.
I knew I'd read it somewhere. I couldn't, you end up before a meeting just trying to soak up as much as you can about what comes through. So I'm surprised we haven't seen Ali Bray out there. Maybe he's just focusing on his Mazdas and doesn't want to jeopardise a complete winning season in the Mazda. They've got one more Mazda MX-5 event to come, which I think is Silverstone in October. Is it the second of the closes for BRSCC? It's not being streamed, unfortunately. We couldn't get the budget together to do it, but that's a pity. So you'll have to listen on TSL.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but yeah, always some good commentary on TSL to guide you through the action either way. We have seen quite a number of black and white flags coming through already. I can only assume that that's all for track limits. We're only about 15 minutes into this race, and I think we've seen 3 or 4 coming through at the top of your screens already. Good move down the inside there into the Fogacy S's for Axiometrics. That's up into 8th place now ahead of Team Pesky, and this group behind, still a good 7 of them, all following nose to tail. And you can see there, that's our camera car there, the 214C data already with a bit of front wing damage. It's so easy to damage that front splitter. Honestly, you think about making contact with someone and it just destroys itself. And it really does make a difference in these cars. You wouldn't think about it so much, but harming your front splitter does really cause your car to understeer. And then, of course, you're overheating the front tyres with that understeer. And it's just a constant cycle of worse and worse grip.
If the parts get damaged, I mean, you'll know this as a former driver, so if the parts are damaged, are you allowed to repair them yourself and get them back on, or do you have to go to the guys that run it to buy the spares? Is it a spares business as well?
So during the race, you'll have obviously the splitter that's on the car, and you will have a spare splitter ready to go. But really, that takes so long to change over, and there's no minimum pit stop time. So unless it is absolutely destroyed, just use gaffer tape. That's all we do during the race. Gaffer tape it up as best as we can.
But you need a pristine one for the next round.
Exactly that, yeah, exactly that. So we'd have to then chuck that one away, and then we'd put our spare one onto the car for the next race and buy another one off the JPR.
Interesting, I've never heard anybody moaning about the cost of spares in Fun Cup. You do in every other championship. I've never heard a complaint in this.
No, indeed.
Genuinely.
Well, it's always advertised as, especially for the track time that you get, a really cost-effective championship. Yeah. So no, yeah, the guys at JPR do a fantastic job to get more people involved and make it enticing to races from other series. As I was mentioning earlier, we've had so many more fantastic drivers joining the championship. We've got 2 drivers off. That's the 257 and the 212 who have come together. The 212 is, they're dropping down the order so quickly. The Race Logic 212 and the 257 of Team Pacific there coming together at the final corner. Less than ideal. Hopefully no damage for them, or as we were just mentioning, they might have to go and get a few spares.
They may well do checkbooks out or chip and pin out these days.
No checkbooks anymore, mate.
Cash? Do we do cash?
I feel like Cash is a bit shady now, isn't it? That's how I see it. Anyway, look at this. Onboard camera, though, for Seed Data. They're getting involved with some squabbles right in behind at the number 1 of Olympian. And like you were gesturing there, maybe a bit of precipitation starting to come down.
Yeah, you called it, didn't you, with the clouds coming in. We've had some very, very weird localised weather. It was here a couple of weeks ago with the British Touring Car Championship paddock. And we had some bizarre races. We had, like, a huge amount of rain, one point of the circuit, and the rest was bone dry, and then the rain moved away. And it's been that kind of summer, hasn't it?
Donington can be so odd. Of course, when we were here last year, the race got red flagged in the end because of thunder and lightning storms. It was ridiculous, and I was in the car during that rainstorm. I was having a great time because I'm used to driving slicks in the wet in karts, so I was just flying the car around, having a good time, gaining some places. But it was rather hairy at points, and the visibility rather lacking in these cars. The windscreen wipers do their best, but any more than a little bit of light rain, and you can't really see much when you're in the spray.
They're just for show, really, aren't they?
And I always say the statistic as well. These cars are pretty bulletproof. The only thing that we had consistently fail was the windscreen wiper motor.
Right. Don't say pretty with the car that went on fire in the pit lane.
Okay, yeah, no, true.
Too.
True.
But no, they are. You very rarely see, a depleted field finishing. It's always a healthy field finishes. Healthy number-wise, anyway.
Exactly that. Exactly. So, well, if we do see a bit of rain, they'll be hoping that windscreen wiper motor holds up for the cars that are out there, so they continue to pick their way through the traffic. We keep our eyes here on the 169 of Rare Vinyl TLR. This is the battle for 7th place with Axiometrics and Team Pesky. Not far off are Burt, the British Endurance Racing team. They're rounding out the top 10. Stop-go penalty already, though, for the 157 and the 246. That's big for 4th and 5th place. Vape Club with EDF Motorsports and Second Choice Racing, both getting a stop-go. We know how aggressive both Ted Bradbury and Will Smith drive out there, both coming from karts, both being very aggressive. Well, 20 minutes in, they've already both got a stop-go for track limits.
Clerk of the course, Julian Floyd, exercising his official muscles there, and well, that's interesting, isn't it? So, yeah, bags more work to do. Now, what's the stop? What do we reckon? Stop go? How many seconds?
What is it going to be down the pit? Maybe sort of like 30 seconds, will it be?
I think you're right.
An average sort of thing. There you go, 10-second stop-go penalty, as if they were hearing us there. So it's 10 seconds stopped and down the pit. So you probably guess about 30 seconds added. So maybe, what is that? Just less than half a lap, isn't it? 1/3 of a lap sort of thing. So yeah, time that you can gain back, but obviously with only 20 minutes in, that's going to be 3 warnings that's caused this. So they've got to really start to give a bit more leeway in terms of the track limits. It's so easy here at Donington Park to flirt with the track limits, particularly on the exits when you go off onto that green stuff. That's when you get your picture taken, because of course there are cameras here at Donington Park as well, which makes it a lot easier for the stewards. But obviously that means that the racers out there can't quite be so aggressive on the track limits and have to reel it in just a little bit.
Again, as a commentator, you don't know. I think at the touring car meeting we've been keep very well briefed as the 103 car goes a little bit wider, the Axiometrics car, and with John Perrott at the wheel, we were kept abreast of which sensors were and weren't working in terms of track limits. I tended to keep away from it from my commentary because I think the ITV viewers had it rammed down their throats on touring cars all day by Tim, so you only want to hear it so many times. So I don't know which cameras are working today and which ones aren't, so whether we're relying on the photographs that you mentioned, the sensors will take a picture of the car proving that they're doing the track limits from time to time, and that many times. But if the camera's not there, we're reliant on a judge of fact, which I absolutely hate, because a judge of fact can be, how can you tell as a judge of fact when you've got 27 cars hacking through the corner on lap 1? How can you tell which car made the transgression?
No, it's almost impossible, isn't it? So, it's much better when there's things in place, like you say, those sensors helping out with the guys behind the scenes, making sure everything's fair and safe across the rest of the field. I will say, something's happened to the Ninky Nonk. They've fallen 4.2 seconds off of this leading battle. Stop giggling when I say Ninky Nonk.
Time for bed.
Indeed. Well, we just heard it on our ears. It was picking their way through the traffic, I think, for the Ninky Nonk. Didn't quite go as well as it did for Morpheus and Uvio. So they both broken free by about 4 seconds now, and now only about 3 seconds further back from the 195 to the 246 of Vape Club with EDF Motorsport. But of course, the 246 and 157 still needing to serve those stop-go penalties.
How can 2 City Car Cup drivers not get through traffic? That's unbelievable. They'll thank me for that.
I love listening to this on back, Richard.
They are good guys. And again, that championship, like Fun Cup, has bucked the trends over numbers. You know, economically, the numbers have been extremely strong on Fun Cup this year. And the City Car Cup, you know, we've had reserves at some rounds for City Car Cup, which is incredible. You know, well done to everyone involved in the championship as we take a ride on board.
Indeed we do, yeah. See Data on board with them down into the Fogarty S's, and we'll join him on board for a lap here of the Donington Park National Circuit. You can see Olympian getting aggressive there in front of them as they're trying to make moves, flirting with the track limits. I think a little bit more than flirting there, but I'm not going to call them out. We'll let the stewards deal with that one. But here we go then, down into the first corner. Will it be a thought of a move here from Seed Data as they fly their way down into T1? Not quite this time, and Demon Tweaks there still holding the inside line as we head down through Red Gate. They'll head through into Hollywood and then into the Craner Curves, and you're still using that slipstream all the way down the hill here. It's pretty much flat out unless you start getting some slight slippery conditions, and then lifting through that left part can also be rather hairy. You've got to be careful and not being too careful. Down at the bottom of the hill through Old Hairpin they go, and almost contact there between Signature RV and your championship leaders, the one of Olympian. Round the outside goes Demon Tweaks too, and we're going to follow them round the outside as we head up to the top of the hill. Into McLean's we go, out of Swant's Curve, and door firmly closed there by Signature RV. They carry the speed super nicely there through the right-hander, and up and over the top of Coppice we are about to go. So some almost overtaking moves there from the Seed Data car, but not able to quite get it done as they head down the back straight now. We see your picture-in-picture. There's the 246 of Vape Club with EDF Motorsport serving that 10-second stop-go penalty. We'd already had second choice racing, the 157 in a lap or so ago to do their stop. They've dropped back to 11th place. We'll see where Vape Club come out. There we go then, through the Fogarty S's at the end of Starkey Straight, and that is a lap of Donington Park National. What a circuit it is here in the Midlands. But look at those clouds down at the first corner. We're still not really seeing any precipitation just yet, but surely it's got to come in only a few moments' time. Fantastic to have for the onboard camera there. A big thank you to See Data for letting us have that on board to enjoy, and of course a big shout out as always to the Alpha Live Productions crew for putting on a fantastic show for you all to enjoy at home. And I can also hear the rumbling of jet engines above me. No, don't worry, someone's not attached a jet engine to a Fun Cup car. Of course, we're right by East Midlands Airport, so lots of planes going up and overhead. As I say that, we're three wide going down the back straight. Axiometrics with the inside line. Rare Vinyl in the middle. And of course, Team Pesky on that outside line. Who's going to be the last of the late breakers here into the final corner? They're still three wide in the braking zone. Axiometrics over that inside line, and they do take the places. Lovely manoeuvre there from Axiometrics. I was just mentioning there with the jet engines from the planes heading over us, that can often cause the track to become rather slippery just from, of course, the burn off of their fuel, of the jet engine fuel, can then drop onto the circuit, and then especially when it rains, it gets rather slippery here at Donington Park. Another 10-second stop-go penalty has just come through there at the top of your screen. This time it is for the 252, and that is Team Pesky involved in this battle. That blue and white car on the outside line heading down into Old Hairpin. Well, they're going to have to come in now to serve their track limit penalty. 10-second stop and go. And this again just shows you want to be pressing the car on as much as possible, and of course using all the circuit that you can use. But if you go over the outside of the circuit onto the green stuff on the exit of the corners, you're going to be getting yourself a warning. 3 of those racked up, you get yourself a 10-second stop-go penalty, and like Richard and I were chatting about, that ends up being about 30 seconds or so once you come into the pits. Stop, get it done, leave the pits once again. So you might make up lap on lap, maybe a few tenths of a second, flirting with those track limits, but then you end up losing 30 when you get that penalty. So really, it's about going as fast as you can within those track limits. You've got to follow the rules. Well, here comes one of the drivers who's already served their 10-second stop-go penalty. Ted Bradbury diving up the inside, down into the final couple of corners, gets the move done, gets a handful of places as well. Fantastic overtaking from Vape Club with EDF Motorsports.
Yeah, good stuff, and yeah, a few places, you know, get the penalty out of the way. It's done earlier on, and you can kind of get a handle on where you are in terms of, you know, being at the front end. So I don't think there's ever too much danger of Ted Bradbury being further down the field, to be perfectly honest. We're getting near to that first pit window, and I can't remember. I generally split the race down into 40-minute chunks, so by looking at the clock, we're very nearly, well, we're half an hour in. So does the pit lane open, is it after 40 minutes, do we get that? Or are we going to start to see some changes within the next few minutes or not? Yeah, just talking about in terms of the... Oh, thank you very much for getting refreshments here.
Thank you, Johnny.
Alpha Live winning the challenge of looking after the commentators at the moment.
They always do. They always do. They're lovely lads. They're lovely lads. But yeah, much appreciated. Cheeky mini roll. It's going to power us through another 3.5 hours.
So, yeah, I was going to pit windows. And you'll know this. What are the timings on a 4 hour? It's every 40 minutes, isn't it? Or but basically, you've got to look for pit lane open. As a
exactly. Yeah. Watch out for that pit lane open board, and then that green board will be out throughout the pit lane open period. Then at the end of it, at the end of 10 minutes, they'll change it over to the red board. You can see that once, but you must come in on that lap if you've not come in during that pit stop period. So you can see the pit lane closed board once. If you go around again and see it for a second time, you've got yourself a big penalty. So you've got to come in during that 10-minute window. And like we were saying earlier on, there's no minimum pit stop time. So it is really as quick as you can do it, and you'll tell in the pit stops which teams have done this a number of times for a number of years and which teams are just starting out, because it really is an art to get one driver out, one driver in, and get setting off again. I think fastest time we've ever sort of seen on a live stream is in and around 10 seconds from stopping, driver out, driver in, go, which is just ridiculous when you think about it.
I think the key word you hit on there is art, and it is an art form watching them. And you can really appreciate how good the best teams are at doing it, and they're the teams that win. You know, there is no easy way into this championship. You've got to be good at all the discipline in terms of racing, the strategy, the order which you get your drivers out, and the changes.
Indeed. There's so much to it in a 4-hour endurance race here in the Fun Cup. Not only being fast out on circuit, like you say, but doing every single part of it correctly. And if one team member messes something up, it's going to lose you crucial, valuable seconds. And there's plenty of times that we've seen races won or lost by only a handful of seconds. So it really does count when we come to the end of the race. Right then, it still seems like these two, Juvo Hoffman's Motorsport and the Morpheus 110, continuing to extend that gap ever so slightly over the 195 of the Ninky Nonk. And of course, given that penalty for Vape Club with EDF Motorsports, they drop down the order and they're already back up to 5th place. Ridiculous. But they are still 30 seconds off the leader now, 26 seconds off for GCI just ahead of them. So quite the significant gap back from the top 3 to the rest of the field now, as we have Team Pesky into the pits. That is to serve their 10-second stop-go penalty.
Yep, so that's going to drop them down the order a little bit. Always interesting to see. Say, Andrew, funny enough, I had my first conversation with Alex Foden here at Donington. I think it was a couple of years ago. It was the day that the BRSCC took the decision to run the Fiesta Scholarship, believe it or not. It's funny how these things are, but I moved from talking to Alex Foden and saw Paul McCurlin walking down towards me, the BRSCC COO, and he said, we're going to do it, we're going to run the Fiesta Scholarship, and it's been a big success, isn't it, that we've had so far. One of our first winners, Daniela Sutton, racing in the Fiestas, but we've got a challenge on for the lead here now, because Charlie Hart looks poised to maybe make a dive down into Redgate, or is he? No, call me a liar, he doesn't.
No, he thinks better of it, doesn't he? Of course, like you're mentioning, Fiesta Juniors, we'll see them out later on after this Fun Cup race is done and dusted. And yeah, great to you mentioned about Daniela. It's great to have her here again at Donington Park. Of course, she had that wild ride at Silverstone, rolling the car. As we got another off here. That's up at the top section of the circuit, and that is Demon Tweaks 2. And it looks as though they've come to a halt. There must be something down there. The 200 going for a big slide as well. Now, is that either rain or has something been dropped there up at the back end of the circuit? The leaders are coming up to that point. Greenheath are off as well then. What is happening up at the top of the circuit? And here come the leaders right into that section. There's surely going to be yellow flags or slippery surface flags out as they come up to it. Is this going to catch out either UVO or Morpheus? See double yellow flags, and there goes Morpheus off the road. There's clearly something down up there, and it's chaos at the top. Both leaders are off into the gravel.
I love the way UVO picked the moment after the camera was off of them to go off, and now through goes the Ninky Nonk.
Yeah, there we go. Full course yellow's just come out as well. Safety car is out on circuit just as the lead changes. So that just shows able to pick their way through that difficult corner. Clearly something down there up the top section of the circuit. And the Ninky Nonk, after being 5.5 seconds down, steal back the lead.
You never, ever know with racing in general, and particularly with Fun Cup endurance racing. This is why, if you're looking at it, I don't know what... Some of these bits get snipped up, and you've got Chris Hartley and his team doing the...
We've still got drivers going off.
We have, yeah. They're going to be hitting it for the first time. That shot tells me it's weather, but I don't know. I can't see.
I don't think it is.
There's nothing on the camera lens, is there? So it's something... Maybe the track will need treating. or dealing with. But yeah, caught a lot of people out. And when it catches drivers out like Fabulous Randaccio out and Charlie Hart, you know that it's a problem.
Oh yeah, definitely. These are very, very experienced drivers, very accomplished drivers, not only in the Fun Cup, but across all sorts of disciplines of motorsport, and catching so many of them out up there. Did a very good job to get it back onto the black stuff, but a big change at the front there. Ninky Nonk back into the lead. Yuria Hoppens Motorsport in second, Morpheus there in third. Has it stayed about the same, I think, further down? Yes, it may be reshuffled ever so slightly, but I think pretty much everyone ended up going off, so it hasn't actually shuffled up the order too much because none of them could keep it on the circuit. Well, we are hearing through our ears from our producer Kieran that there is a bit of precipitation out there on circuit, so I'll wait with bated breath to see what that was caused by, but usually the drivers would see a bit of pitter-patter on the windscreen and maybe come off the throttle a little bit. Surprising that the experienced drivers like that were caught out like that just from rain. I still think that potentially there's something else down there, but of course I'll wait to hear further information about that. We're being told in our ears that there's sort of rain on half of the circuit, but not rain on the other, just like you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, it was like that a couple of weeks ago. I think in the touring car there was a great shot, if you call it a great shot, of all the touring cars on the gravel.
Yeah,
and I just said it looked like rallycross, because they were on the loose bit of the and that's going to become an iconic shot, I think, over the course of the years. But yeah, localised rain, and that would make sense, because if you're driving it, you're not expecting it. When you're out there driving, if you think about it when you're on the road, it starts in small bits. You don't generally drive into it absolutely hammering down, although we are getting more of that. I'm not going to get onto the climate change thing because I'm just not. But yeah, but that's what's happened, I think, here, and we have had some, I guess you call them tropical storms. It's just something we're going through at the moment, isn't it? Look at that shot there.
Yeah. Wow, you can see the rain coming down, can't you, from that big black cloud? My goodness.
My late dad used to call it stair rods. Stair rods straight.
Oh, gotcha.
That's what he used to, bless him.
No, it is hammering it down. But yeah, like you were saying, often you'd think it would sort of slowly come in and slowly get heavier, but it just seems to be a wall of heavy rain that suddenly joins the circuit. So maybe I was wrong about that one. Maybe it was just rain, but if you hear any more information, I'll be sure to let you know. But either way, at the moment, we are currently race neutralised here under the safety car as the drivers continue on round, and we wait for further direction as to when we will go back to green flag running. Of course, you don't see any drivers diving into the pit lane, one, because we're not into the official pit window just yet for drivers' changes. That's in about 3.5 minutes time, which, if we're still on the safety car, could be very interesting. But what I was going to mention there is about the tyres. So running Hankook tyres for the first time in 2025, but they're still grooved tyres. So it doesn't matter whether it's dry or the wettest circuit you've ever seen, they're on exactly the same set of tyres.
I think that's how racing should be.
I agree.
Legends cars do that, but then they have treaded tyres, and then what they do is they shave them.
Yeah.
So that they've got
any advantage.
You just think, well, for goodness sake, I think it should ban it. But you can have worn, and then you got the drivers having the worn tyres and the brand new wet treaded tyre. It's just but yeah, one tyre's great. Look at that. Yeah, it's lovely. It's a lovely day. Welcome to Donington Park. It's a lovely day, but now it isn't.
My goodness. So we say about a tale of two halves in racing. That's a tale of two skies, isn't it? My goodness. Very differing conditions on different parts of the circuit. We jump back on board with seed data. It still doesn't really look like there's a huge amount of rainfall on their windscreen anyway. So
that's what was catching us out a bit, wasn't it? Because there was nothing on the camera. I mean, the crew are doing a great job keeping the camera lenses clean right the way around the track. But you normally see a little bit, and you start to get that build. But yeah, so this has been two weekends on the bounce for me at Donington, where we've been hammered into rain-wise. But this will carry on. We're very nearly at pit window open, so as you say, we could be in for some interesting times. Did Pesky Racing get their 10-second penalty done before the safety car?
Yes, they did. Yeah, we saw them come in.
Now, was that good or bad for them? I've got to think about where they were, and so they might have. We're hearing that the rain is turn 1 through Craners and down at the old hairpin.
Well, we're pretty much at turn 1, and I can't see too much from our vantage point, but we've got to trust them out there. They're the ones out there braving the elements, so clearly down through section number 1.
So if they went out, the field were... So if they came in for the penalty before the safety car, the cars that they were going to get passed by were strung out, but when they came out, everyone was closer up, so it's probably hit them a little bit.
Yeah, it might have happened to them a little bit. I think they managed to get it done just before all that chaos ensued, so it shouldn't be too difficult as... well, at least the brolly isn't up, so it's clearly not raining down there, but some interesting battling going on. I mean, they were under safety car conditions, so there's not too much interest out on circuit, so having to make their own fun. There we go. It's finally
fluid,
confirmed. It was fluid down. I thought it had to have been, and that was my suspicion. I just didn't want to say it like an idiot. The Demon Tweaks 2 car, when they went off, they didn't try to carry on and rejoin. They just parked it to a halt.
Yeah.
So clearly they knew there was an issue. They've dropped oil down on the entrance to the corner, and that has caught pretty much the entire field out.
It caught a lot of people out, didn't it? And again, thanks to the marshals for getting down there and putting down the treatment. We used to call it cement dust back in the day, and then we get another thing. We got told off for calling it's not cement dust. Oh, for goodness sake. It's treatment. Powder treatment. It's raining there.
Yeah, probably up over there. So I don't know who we can trust at the moment, to be honest. It's all a bit chaotic down here at Donington Park. It does look like it's getting rather breezy out there.
Leaf blower.
Well, it's definitely getting breezy there with the leaf blower. Here we go then. So the rain is definitely coming over now.
It's on the move, isn't
yeah,
it?
we can definitely see it out the comms box now. It is definitely getting a bit moist out there. Rain in the pit lane, and you can see everyone from the pit wall diving across.
Good time to throw down to Jamie Peters.
Honestly, it might just be. It might just be. Well, as we say that, it might be a great time to have a look down in the pit lane because we've ticked down on the 3 hours and 20 minutes, which to my knowledge means pit window is going to be open. Drivers... I'm trying to remember whether you do need to drive past the open board before you can come in. Well, we'll see if drivers dive in straight away this time or whether they do have to go round for another lap. But look at that shot. That's just amazing. The wall of clouds coming in.
What would be the Team Ratters Racing strategy now? Chucking down with rain, what would you do? Would you come in now under the safety car, or what would you do?
Park up the car because I'm terrified.
What? Honest John.
No. We can hear the rain outside. Look at the rain on the start-finish straight now. It is so heavy, so heavy out there. Wow, this is going to be interesting stuff. But no, honestly, at this point in the race, when it starts like this, it's just keeping it on the circuit, keeping yourself out of trouble, keep yourself in the fight for when it then dries up later on. So look at the rain on the camera as well. This is unbelievable. I said last time we had to red flag the race because of the rain was crazy. Hopefully that didn't happen again. Well, it's happening again, ladies and gentlemen. No red flag just yet, thank goodness. But look at that rain.
I think we'll keep going unless lightning becomes an issue, which is, again, back in the day we never used to stop, but it is right to for safety of drivers and everyone concerned.
Look at turn one.
Yeah.
That's a completely different corner now, isn't it? Look at the amount of standing water down there.
You can imagine Alan Gow watching this, and it wouldn't be great if we could just turn the taps on when we wanted, to just liven up and make sure the championship goes to race 3 at Brands, that kind of thing, with touring cars. You never ever know what you're going to get. You look at the weather. I look at weather apps as well. My missus said, if you're going to be doing pit lane, husband, she said, take spare clothing for Sunday because that's going to be the wet day. And she's got the better weather app than me, so that was clearly wrong.
Yeah, it was definitely wrong, wasn't it? Yeah, there we go. I just asked Kieran to hold on that shot just to spot that pit lane open board, and it is open. So drivers have all come around to see it once. No one's dived in, so that does verify. You have to drive past it once before you can come in. Next time around, though, if the safety car is going to continue on for another lap, I imagine we're going to see the entire field coming in here for a pit stop in a very wet pit lane. This could be really interesting. However, of course, if the safety car comes in, I think we might see most drivers continuing on here. Again, all the strategy has been thrown up in the air. Let's see what the teams decide to do.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting, isn't it? So Ninkinok leading, and the leaf blowers carry on doing their job, or cement dust blowers, or treatment dust blowers. Cracking job by the marshals, again, who, a few weeks ago would have been out there absolutely sweltering in conditions because we had the heat wave, and now get soaking wet. No opportunity over the next 3.5 hours to go and dry out, and they've got to facilitate another 3 races for us at the end of the day as well. So we can't thank them enough for what they're doing, keeping our drivers safe, giving us as best racing surface as they possibly can. Super job.
Yeah, they do a fantastic job as always. Yeah, massive thank you to them. I was just having a little giggle to myself because Jamie always gives me fantastic updates about the different cars. The update I just got 2 minutes ago was raining in all caps. Thank you for that one.
Thanks,
for that one, Jamie.
Yeah, I was going to say we still haven't thrown to him. He's been conspicuous by his absence.
He has.
And
Where is he?
I know he's going to dive in the garage anyway, isn't he?
I'm sure we'll hear from him soon enough. It's always great to have Jamie Peterson is involved in these live streams. He always brings us great insights, and lovely to hear from the teams throughout the race. And this is going to be crucial here. Do we see the lights go off on the safety cars? They come down the back straight, or will they stay on? It looks like they're staying on for the moment. So watch that pit lane, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is going to get rather spicy here as we look into the first pit window here in this 4-hour Fun Cup endurance race. Around the last couple of corners come our leaders, still the Nicky Nonga ahead of UVO Hofflands, Motorsport and Morpheus. Will it still be that way around though as we come to the end of the lap? Here we see it then, drivers peeling into the pit lane, and it is still hammering it down in the pit lane. Drivers have got to be so careful. Luckily, this is one of the larger pit lanes on the calendar, but we've got to be careful to keep out of drivers' way, as you immediately see drivers not quite sure where they're going, trying to pick out the right team and then do a pit stop as quickly as they can. It's always fast and frenetic on Fun Cup pit stops, but when it's raining like this, they're all closed up behind the safety car like this. It doesn't get more sketchy than stops like these. Says he stalled it. Yes, he has. Yeah, the 195 stalled it. That's the Ninky Nonk from the lead of the race. Let's jump on board for Seed Data's pit stop.
So we come down into pit lane. You can see the conditions, and it's not just the marshals, is it? It's the crews that have to be prepared for this as well. Stop is done. Splash and dash as well.
Interesting. They're going to pop some fuel in. I'm not sure if that's... Hey, it's a strategy. We'll see whether it works. I don't think we would have done that simply for track position, because anyone that doesn't fuel is going to get out ahead of you, and then you've lost all of that track position that you worked so hard for in that first part of the stint. I say that though, it was a splash and dash for Seed Data. They're already back at the end, so just a little bit added on board. Maybe that's playing into a bit more of a longer term strategy for Seed Data, but how has that shuffled up the field as they all pile back out of the pit lane? Wow, amazing. Always to watch the Fun Cup pit stops, but that one, as I say, particularly sketchy, even for Fun Cup standards. That was awesome. Right then, drivers back in, still safety car lights on, so we're still not quite sure when we're going to go back to full green flag conditions, but I can definitely tell you that when we do, it's going to be rather wet out on the circuit, to say the least there. Doesn't look as though that cloud cover is moving too much. That was the most briefest picture-in-picture of Jamie Peterson is trying to keep dry there in the pit lane. Hopefully we'll be able to throw down to him in a few moments' time and see if we can hear from any of the drivers who have just hopped out from that first stint of the race. As drivers continuing to peel round then on these safety car laps. Just as I say that then, as if by magic, Jamie Peterson is ready in the pit lane to chat to some of our drivers.
Thanks, John. Yeah, I'm down with Fabulous now, who you've managed to dive out of the rain, but it all got a bit exciting over at Coppice.
Yeah, a little bit of oil down, so both Charlie and I were first to get there and first to go in the gravel, I think. But we both made it out the other end. I think we got little bits of splitters hanging off, but if it's the same for everybody, then that's all right, isn't it?
Great first stint for you. I mean, you, Charlie, and Matt were all sort of working together to try and get away, and that's what you did. You managed to break the toe.
Yeah, I mean, I was chuckling my helmet. I was thinking, God, when Charlie's on side, he's a great ally, and he's a terrible adversary, just like his dad when he's on the wrong side.
But I mean, it's great to see the young guys coming up. Sorry, I got a bit of delay in my ears. Apologies. It's great to see seeing them come up through the ranks and giving you guys a run for your money.
Oh yeah, I think it's more than a run for our money. I mean, they're so fast, and it's great to see. And you know what? They're just all of the lads we've got here are just such nice, grounded lads. Super fast. They got bright careers in front of them, and they come into Fun Cup and just blend in and have a great time with us.
All right, fantastic. Cheers, mate. Thanks.
Lovely to hear from Fabulous there down in the pit lane. Interesting to see his perspective there of heading off into the gravel with that bit of oil down. But certainly an exciting start of the race for the UVO Hofflands Motorsport team. However, there we go. We can see the official order after those first pit stops. Despite that stall in the pit lane, the Ninky Nonk get back out in the lead. But look who's jumped up to second place. Your championship leaders, Olympian GRD. That just proves why they're a championship leader, jumping up into P2.
And Simon Rudd at the wheel now, so yeah, that's very, very interesting indeed. Mean Machine in, Guido Bazile handing over to Steve Harris, or Snooker Harris as he's known on the... Do we know why?
Not a clue.
Cannon into other cars or anything.
Let's hope not. Let's hope not.
Guido had, I think last year, Guido had his first pole drawn at...
he did, yes.
At Croft.
He did. He was rather the cork in the bottle on that race start, and drivers having to weave around left, right and centre, but Guido still fought his way through and doing a valiant effort in that car. I do think he is in a different car, because he used to be in one that was branded with... it was Azerbaijan something. I can't quite remember what it was, but it was a white and gold sort of livery, that car. They're in a totally different car for this one, though, now, aren't they, Guido and his fellow drivers? Yeah, in the 49 of the Mean Machine, in a totally different red and black, very stylish paint job there for the 49.
Another cartoon reference, isn't it, Mean Machine?
Yeah, it's... Scooby-Doo again, isn't it?
Wacky Races.
Oh, is it Wacky Races? What am I thinking? Oh, I'm thinking the Mystery Machine. Right.
Yeah. We could have a mystery machine out there as well, shouldn't we? Really?
Indeed. Well, there's always lots of fun names. Always lots of fun names in the Fun Cup, and great drivers involved as well. Well, we're being told that the rain has stopped. Well, drivers still have their windscreen wipers on at the moment, but seemingly it's starting to clear here at Donington Park. So hopefully we'll be back to green flag racing conditions in only a few moments' time, as the first pit window is about to close. It was open from 20 to 10, and now we're just going to try and work out when the next one is going to open. I think it'll be at 2 hours 40 to 2 hours 30, if my maths is correct. So drivers about to start their next stint. The lights are still on as they go around the final corner. The 195 dropping back in a bit of weaving. I'll wait with bated breath, but I do think they're going to carry on through another lap here under safety car conditions. They come up and across the line once more. And there you go. Pit window closed, confirmed on the top of your screen. And yeah, safety car still out. We continue on for more slightly slower laps than we'd like, but hopefully they'll be back to full racing speed in only a few moments.
We look forward to that. Let's see how the next stint is going to sort out. So the Ninky Nonk, well, this is interesting, isn't it? Because we've got a first-time driver racing in very tricky conditions. Neo Clark, the karting hot shoe, coming in. Now, is this be interesting to know, Jamie, when he's done his stint, whether this has put Neo under a fair bit of pressure going out in the lead in his first run, particularly when you look behind, because he's got Olympian GRD, the reigning champions, championship leaders right behind him, with Simon Rudd at the wheel. Simon, of course, a multidisciplinary champion driver in car racing, coming into Fun Cup a couple of seasons ago, bringing GRD with him and doing a cracking job. So Neo could be under a bit of pressure here. I'm sure he'll enjoy it. Whatever happens, he will learn from. And then the Vape Club EDF car, which was driven by Ted Bradbury, now with Vlad Vasiliev at control, so another front-running car with him. But time for more news from Jamie Peters-Ennis down in pit road.
Thanks, Rich. I've just bumped into Gareth Williams. He's just hopped out of the Red River Sport car. Thankfully, you missed most of the rain, but a great first stint. You brought the car in P12.
Yeah, it was good. I'm glad I did the first stint once I saw the rain coming down. It was tough. Last year, I think I just got overtaken, kept up as good as I could. This year, I'm doing some overtaking myself, so I'm learning a lot, getting a bit faster. Yeah, it was tough, but I actually enjoyed it.
Yeah, I mean, that was the other thing I wanted to ask you, is obviously you came into this around 18 months ago now, and not having done anything, and to come in one of the toughest endurance championships out there, you've had to learn very, very quickly, haven't you?
I have. I got to thank Johnny Molan for that. He's always got encouragement, but there's always something I'm getting wrong, and he can tell me about it. My big problem is going into corners too fast. So he just reminds me, slow in, fast out. So should be simple, shouldn't it?
Well, good luck for the rest of the race. And as we go green flag, it's back to Richard John Neal and John Ratcliffe.
Thanks very much, JPE. Look at that timing. I'll tell you what, he's been watching Michael Portello intros, isn't he? I was wondering how Neo was going to cope with it, and I think discretion the better part of valour, because it's Simon Rudd that goes into the lead. Ted Bradbury looking around the outside as they go into Hollywood for the first time on the resumption of racing. Can't quite get it, and he stays down in third place for the moment, but he's got plenty of time to get or to stay with the front. Look how twitchy those cars are. This is exploration, isn't it? Getting up to racing speed for the first time on these conditions after that lengthy safety car.
Exactly that, yeah. First time out in the cars in racing conditions for all of these drivers after that first pit stops. And I think for the first time this weekend, out in wet conditions here at Donington Park, of course, at least this year, the people who were here last year have had plenty of opportunities to drive here in the wet. As again, a big wobble there for Simon, but he holds it really nicely. Already 2 top 10-second stop-go penalties coming through, the 98 and the 246. That's another one for Vape Club with EDF Motorsport. That's big again. They're already up into 3rd place after dropping back after that first one. And they've already got themselves another.
That's really hard, isn't it, for Vlad Vasiliev? Because he was, hang on, that wasn't me.
No,
it wasn't me. Can they carry? Can they carry that forward? Do they have to do it now? Do they have to do it within a certain?
Yeah, I do think so.
Vlad
I think
gets spanked for Ted Bradbury's exuberance.
Exactly that, yeah. I remember at Alton Park, I think in our first year of doing it, that one was got by our team on the previous stint, and then I had to come in and serve it. I had to come in and serve it, yeah.
And they bought you a beer afterwards. Who was it? Name and shame.
I actually don't remember if it was my dad or my brother, so I'm going to be really kind and not call either of them out. We're still racing though down to the first couple of corners, and a change for the lead then at the 110, siding down the inside. That'll be Chris Hart behind the wheel now of the 110, and through he goes on Olympian GRD. Look at the slide on the exit there for Vlad Vasiliev. He just touched that white line on the outside. Rear steps out, but he holds onto it ahead of the Ninky Nonk and Uvia Hoffman's Motorsport, not far off either. And then a couple seconds back to the chasing pack. It was headed up. Oh no, but he's still headed up by Axiometrics. There's a back marker just ahead of them. That's the iLockers Racing team, who of course had those issues earlier on with a bit of the bodywork rubbing on the tyre. Look at the spray coming off of these cars now. Windscreen wipers still on. I think, as we were reliably told in our ears a few moments ago, that the rain has stopped, but windscreen wipers still on to get rid of all that spray coming off of the Hankook tyres, as there's a cheeky change for position. Opportunistic for Uvia Hoffman's Motorsport up the inside of the Ninky Nonk.
It's going to take a little while for the track to dry. Whether there's any more rain forecast in the rest of the day, I don't know. But if you were writing a script for this, I was attending a launch in the week, a motor racing launch, and talking about how, as a journalist, what you're looking for is the main rivals to be racing against each other on track, and there aren't too many championships where you get that all the time. As Uvia Hoffman snips down on the inside, passes Vape Club EDF car driven by Vlad Vasiliev, makes up a place now up into 3rd, so 4th position, beg your pardon. Going back to the point, you're looking for the top 2 protagonists, usually the main arch rivals, to be racing each other, and sometimes you get a different element coming in, like Neo Clark coming in here. If you're writing a script, the one we've got now, with so many great drivers in the top 5 all battling it out, this is ideal.
This is, we were saying, weren't we, while Jamie was chatting, that this has all the ingredients to be an absolute belter of a Fun Cup race. It's already been fantastic across the first hour, where we've still got 3 more hours left to come, ladies and gentlemen, as drivers fly down the Craner curves once again, flirting with the limits of adhesion down there, but all keeping on the black stuff for now. To answer your question you said earlier, is there any more rain forecast? Well, my phone on the Met Office says heavy rain, 80% chance at 2, then light rain, 90% chance at 3, 80% chance at 4, and 60% chance at 5. So I'd like to think probably there is going to be a bit more precipitation.
It sounds like it, doesn't it? So we'll see whether we get... And bear in mind that the safety car wasn't for the rain, it was for the fluid that had gone down on track. So, it probably just as well, timing-wise, that we had that as we watch Simon Rudd. How is it for I'm just looking at championship points. It's very close, isn't it, in terms of championship points at the moment. 447 for Olympian GRD, 438 for Uvia Hoffman. So we've got a double header coming up at Alton, which I'm guessing you will be covering.
I will indeed. Yeah, looking forward to bring the championship to a close. Just one point just before we talk about the championship, just there, as side by side into the final corner, there's PLR making a move. We saw there as well with the Vape Club car, a bit of the front left of the splitter just wobbling around in the wind a little bit. They'll be hoping that clears itself off rather than slipping under the tyre, and suddenly they'll have very little grip on that front left as Simon Rudd continuing to hound the rear end of Chris Hart. Not able to find a way through this time though. Yes, championship wise, all still very close. 447 points for Team Olympian GRD, 438 for Uvia Hoffman's Motorsport, 427 for Vape Club with EDF Motorsports, and 424 for Axiometrics. Really close at the sharp end, and really that championship battle has hotted up because of a slight bit of off form really for Team Olympian. Of course, they started off the year with just ridiculous form. A win at Brands Hatch, a win at Alton, and a double win at Anglesey, and then slightly the wheels fell off the wagon a little bit. It was a P4 at Croft, then a P19 at the second race at Croft, and then a P2 at Silverstone. So back to ways of being at the sharp end, but still not quite a victory. They'll be looking to change that here at Donington Park. Currently still in P2, but still handing the back of that 110 Morpheus.
Seconds and thirds will probably do them to the end of the year, won't it? You can get over concerned about winning races, and a win is always good, but it's about consistent finishing in terms of these championships, and they can get to the end of the year knowing they've had that fantastic run they had in the early stages and maybe not be too concerned. But then tell that to Simon, tell that to Chris.
Well, like
and
you
Riley
say,
as well, they're just going to want to win all the time. So,
like you say, consistency up in the podium will work out as long as it's not UVO or the other two cars who are ahead of them in the lead.
Simon Rudd, well, does he want the lead? He does. He's looking at the outside. How much longer will there be an outside line here? This is the question if the track does dry out. Lovely move by Simon Rudd. And now we've got Farkini coming into the mix as well. Where has Farkini come from? He was a good few lengths back. A couple of laps. Maybe that was because the leaders were dicing with each other. So Farkini looking to get up into P2 and shadow. And then, of course, we will have the top two cars in the championship running first and second. On track, Simon Rudd gets very sideways. That was a VW Beetle going sideways, reminiscent for me of John Button, Jensen's dad in the rallycross days.
Yeah, my goodness, he was nearly perpendicular to the circuit, wasn't he, there at one point? Somehow he catches it, and somehow he stays in the lead of this race. A little bit wide there, up through McLean's, but again keeps it just about ahead of Chris Hart. I just want to mention as well, our camera car, the 214C Data, just got themselves a stop-go penalty, and Vape Club with EDF Motorsports have just come into the pits to serve their penalty as well. So we'll see them dropping down the order, I think, when they come through to end this lap. Well, we're hearing in our ears again more rainfall we're being told about from our fantastic camera operators out there. Again, these are days where I'm pretty happy to be in the comms box, Richard. I don't know about yourself.
Yeah, tomorrow there's going to be a bun fight. Who doesn't want to do the 4-hour C1 race in the wet? How'd you fancy doing a 4-hour C1 race on your own in here?
Yeah, I could crack on. That's fine. I'm in the dry. I'm pretty happy. We'll play rock, paper, scissors later.
How's your other half, Lucy, at commentating for the pit lane? Is
she has actually done interviews for British Kart Champs before, so maybe we'll chuck her down there.
Well, she's got experience. That could be an option.
Oh, she does have does charge a big fee, so I'm not sure.
She's F1 personnel, isn't she now?
Yeah. Drivers continuing on though to the bottom of the trainers.
Don't mention the word budget when the BRS is here in town.
Right, we're going to leave that point there. We're going to get ourselves in trouble, Richard.
They know I'm only joking.
Right then, continuing on up the hill, still as they were, but like you mentioned, it's been a great couple of laps for UVO Hoffman's Motorsport, somehow closing in, and look at this, back to the battle pack, headed up by our camera car of Seed Data, with Demon Tweaks only just ahead of them, being overtaken though, into the bottom of the hill of Old Hairpin, aggressive down the inside from Red River Sport. They did a good job to get that one stopped, and closely followed as well by Second Choice Racing there, the 157. I love their paint job with all of the novice crosses across the front.
Is that making the car? Who's the novice in the car?
I don't actually know. I'm not sure if I know there's a couple of newer drivers in there, but I think it's more just taking the nick out of them a little bit than anything.
It's fair, isn't it? Josh Phelps running in that one. Is he on stint now? Josh, he is actually. Brother of Isaac, who raced in the Fiesta Ginetta Junior Championship. I think it's up in GB something. 3, 4, I don't lose track of me GBs.
Me too. Yeah, but no, I do recognise the name now that you mention it. So clearly a family that loves their racing and clearly pretty good at it as well. The hot shots there in the 157 there with Will Smith as well. Yeah, William cracking on really well. He was in that first stint, has handled over the car seemingly with no damage and in a pretty good position. So you can't hope for much more from what I think is his second race, I'm pretty sure ever, or at least this season for William Smith. We continue on then. What are we on to? Lap number 38 of this race now as time continues to tick down. It's all straight off, just as I was talking about though. The 157 misses their braking point ever so slightly there at the first corner, but that just shows you miss it by only a couple of metres and suddenly you lock up those brakes, you've got no steering, you go straight off.
They are a little mistake, but rectified well. And I always make the point in motorsport commentaries about if you make a mistake, how you deal with it. They deal with it well. Here we come. Stop, go.
Indeed. Yeah, well, he sent straight off. We saw some other drivers getting held for 10 seconds, so maybe that's a different type of penalty. Of course, we can only see what you see on the top of your screen and over on TSL timing as well. So there are stop-goes, there are 10-second stop-goes, clearly for different offences. We're just not quite sure what for.
So we're very We're very nearly just over our first hour into our 4 hours. It's gone very quickly, that first hour, considering as well we were on the safety car for a fair amount of it. And Olympian GRD leading, gap 0.3 of a second over Morpheus in second position. Uvio Hoffman still in third, and Farkini dropped away just a little bit for the moment. Maybe he's going to just have a look at what's going on with Chris Hart and Simon Rudd out front. Chris Hart doing the chasing at the moment as they clear Red Gate down through Hollywood into the Craner Curves. This is one of the parts of British motor racing that you've got to experience, isn't it, in car?
There are just no other corners like the Craner Curves, are there? They're just unreal to drive, particularly in the wet. It gets so sketchy, especially as you go over that left crest. The front wheels come off the ground, suddenly it all gets a bit slidey, and you just got to catch it before you then head into the heavy braking zone of the old hairpin. I will say, got two more good bits of information from Jamie. One is that it is raining in the pit lane once again. The second is that Josh Phelps, who sadly we just saw go straight on at the first corner, is the tallest ever Fun Cup driver at 6'8". 6'8". I'm 5'11", and it's difficult to fold myself in and out of a Fun Cup car, let alone on 6'8". That's ridiculous, Josh.
Chris Hart into the lead. That is a great stat. That's Andy McEwen stat, that is, isn't it?
Yeah, thank you, Jamie.
Who's the second tallest driver? That's what we want to know. That would be an Andy McEwen stat, actually. So Chris Hart now in the lead, but Simon Rudd on a drier part of the track, as you can see, because we've got shadows now from the sun at that part of the track, and lots of mud on the runoff just before they come into the chicane there, showing how muddy it has been there. And then onto the wet part of the circuit. It's very clear, isn't it, that the track with the sunshine breaking through, drying some parts of the track a little bit quicker than others as Simon Rudd makes the move here on the outside. Is it a move to pass, or is it about racing line and maybe go for the cutback on the inside as they go down to Hollywood? Can't quite get that cutback. He was maybe just maximising it and thinking about having a go perhaps down into the old hairpin. He's going to be mindful of that black and gold classic Lotus livery of the 225 Uvio Hoffman's car right behind him. Nicky Nog's still there in fourth place, which is good from Neo Clark. Good solid stint from Neo. He's a little way down, but fourth position, he'll be happy with that, I would imagine.
He's doing a really, really great job at his first stint. This is very impressive. He couldn't ask for a more tricky first stint if he tried, and he's absolutely smashed it out of the park. 8 seconds now off of this leading trio, but still keeping within about a second or so ahead of GCI Racing, which of course, as we mentioned earlier, GCI are champions previously in the championship. That was back in 2022 that GCI Racing took the overall championship. So in your first stint, to be keeping it a second or so clear of previous champions, I think is pretty good.
It is very good indeed. Strong pairing in that car, and we can't write any of them off at the moment. Just have a quick look down. Oh, my laptop's gone to sleep. It's probably my commentary done that, to be perfectly honest. I was going to have a look and see where Ted Bradbury is, or where Vlad Vasiliev is, 15th position at the moment.
That was, of course, after their second stop penalty, wasn't it?
Yeah. So plenty of work to do for them. It's now a trio for the lead, because Farkini has decided he wants to get stuck in, and he's going to have a look at the outside run here on Chris Hart, as back into the lead goes Olympian GRD. It was Morpheus that led them across the line, but Simon Rudd back in front. And this is exactly how you expect Fun Cup to go. It's not how many of the races have gone that I've been involved with this year, but wonderful to see the three of them all very close indeed. Now the safety car will bring the Nicky Nog back into it, potentially a little bit later on. GCI Racing still there in fifth place. Team Pacific next up from PLR, Axiometrics, Race Logic, Rare Vinyl, TLR wrapping up our top 10. And Simon Rudd really at the moment doing all that he can do. The only thing he would probably prefer is to be able to shake off Chris Hart in that 110 car and try and pull away. He's looking for a little bit of extra grip on the outside, and not really finding it there.
You saw that particularly down into the first corner, where it's relatively dry in the braking zone, but then as soon as they try and hook up the steering into the right-hander, they just hit that little bit of a wet patch, and you see the car just want to twitch out on them, and then carrying that speed through is oh so difficult. But like you were saying then, through sector number 3, it seems to be pretty much fully dry now. Then in other areas of the circuit, it is still almost fully wet. So a really, really difficult lap to drive here, and it will be really difficult on the tyre temps as well, because of course they'll be starting to get some heat in them in that third sector. Then they'll get back into the wet zone, it'll drop again, and they'll have even less grip when they come back into the dry zone.
Yeah, plenty for these drivers to have to deal with, and Chris Hart is going to see Uvia Hoffman's car. It's key for them to be up there at the moment. They won't, I guess, expend too much energy trying to flick and pass at this stage because they probably need to save that for later on. What is going to be interesting is the fuel strategy between the cars and whether this will get extinguished at our next break, which will be with 2 hours 40 roughly. The next driver changes expected. Close between the top three. Very often you do see the pit stop changing the complexion of the race from our top six. We'll try and keep a handle on how things change as we go through the mix, but Simon Rudd doing a very good job. And of course we've got Riley Phillips to come in stint 3, I think, if I've read the... Oh, he's doing stint 4, Chris Devell next.
Okay, cool. That does make sense. Okay, so he's going in for the second half of the races, Riley, then split by Simon Rudd. So they'll be looking for a late charge in this one with their slightly faster drivers. Chris is a fast pedaler himself, don't get me wrong. But Riley and Simon really, really hot in a Fun Cup car. So they'll be hoping, especially if there's more issues with weather, more safety cars and whatnot, they're poised to take another race win. Look at do you see that change in shot from the first part of the circuit down to there?
You think
there
it was
no
a different
spray, and then there's loads of spray.
You'd think it was a different meeting, wouldn't you?
You would.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. It's crazy to have to drive this lap. And again, my respect goes out to the driver of the 195 on his first ever stint. This is probably the most challenging stint you'll ever see in a Fun Cup Endurance Championship race, and he's doing a smashing job. Has just lost out 4th place on the last lap though to GCI Racing. Understandably so though. He's keeping on good pace, and as long as he can keep it, I was going to say on the leading lap, he's going to easily keep it on the leading lap, and he's probably going to keep it well within sort of 20 seconds before they hand back over to his teammate. It's going to be a smashing first stint from that 195. And still up there easily in the top 5.
Yeah, there's going to be a huge amount learned from this, which is the absolute key, isn't it, to getting that first meeting under your belt. Good way of doing it as well. I'm guessing this is Neo's first car race as well. I looked on social media, loads of karting stuff, but no car racing things. So it kind of looked like he'd been out of karting for a bit as well. Maybe achieved as much as he wanted to do on there. Another change in the offing here.
That is our camera car, isn't it? 214 data down the inside of the fast track team. Now, is that for position? Yes, it was. That was for 18th place, that little overtake there. As seed data, we've already seen them come into the pits or a stop-go penalty, haven't we? So they're just trying to make their way back through the field as best as possible. We did see down into the first corner as we were looking back to the 157. Second Choice Racing now in 16th place, of course, having that off-track excursion down at T1. That has broken the splitter ever so slightly, and it is rubbing on one of the front tyres. So again, we've already seen a couple of teams have to come in outside of the pit stop window just to rip a piece of bodywork off so that it's not destroying the tyre through the rest of the stint, and maybe we might see that happening for the drivers in 16th place of Second Choice.
I'm guessing you don't have to nominate tyres for this. You don't have to go on a... because some championships now get terribly serious, don't they, about, you know, we've got to nominate which tyres you're using and from meeting to meeting, and it's that relaxed.
No, it's relaxed. You can do what you want, but everyone knows you want a fresh set for every single race, basically. But you obviously wouldn't pit to change your tyres. It would take far too long. So yeah, you just use one. Well, how we used to do it anyway was we would use the set from the previous race during practice, then you'd scrub in the new tyres in qualifying to then use in the race, and then that race set would then be used in practice the next one, and so on and so forth.
Brand new one, if you were unfortunate to get a function, you did have to effect a change. Brand new one.
Yeah, brand new one straight onto the tyre that you've lost out on. But again, that would just then become part of that set.
Yeah. Things calming down a little bit at the moment, as they do in these races. Might be not.
You say calming down, we're 1 hour and 15 minutes into the race and the top three are split by 1.3 seconds, Richard, so I don't know what you think about calming down.
Well, compared to what we've had, yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous. That just shows how exciting the Fun Cup always is. We're closing in towards that second pit window, though. If my maths was correct, which it usually isn't, it should be in about 7.5 minutes' time, which again will hopefully reshuffle up the order. We saw a couple of teams taking a very quick splash and dash in that first stop under safety car conditions. I imagine probably we'll see a few more teams taking at least one full churn in this second pit stop of the race. We're keeping our eye here on the 212 and the 257, continuing to battle here down towards the first corner. and this is for 6th place. So Race Logic on the last lap were able to get past Team Pacific. And of course, you've got to remember, these were the two, before that first safety car period, that were facing the wrong direction at the final corner after making contact. So somehow, they've done it perfectly since then, and they're up into 6th and 7th.
Yeah, good pit stop strategy. A bit of safety car helped them out as well, no doubt. By the way, your maths was right. We are about 7 minutes away from it as well. Yeah, it was just
for once, yes.
Double check. I'd written it down, and I thought, I'm doubting it now, and I double checked it. It looks all right. So.
Okay, good. Yeah, because usually it'll be 30 minutes from the end of one pit window to the start of the next one, because it's a 40-minute stint. Effectively, that's always how I try and work it out in my head. But like I say, maths not exactly my strong suit. There's the 200. They're hammering up to the top section of the circuit, followed by Rare Vinyl TLRs. We've got another driver off. That's the 97 off down at the bottom of Craners. They're there on the green stuff though, so they should be able to pretty easily get that one going again. And they are going to do just that. Front splitter is destroyed. I'm not sure if that's from that incident or a previous one, but either way, 97 able to get it back onto the circuit and continue on with the race. That is Renham Racing. They were in 22nd, and yeah, they were 38 seconds ahead of the Mean Machine in 23rd, so I think Renham should still stay in 22nd despite that spin.
That was Pierre Renon. Now, I don't know. I'm going to guess at father and son, because Pierre is in the Masters, Andre not. It could be that they're brothers and separated by a couple of years. Will you give me thumbs up to father
I do believe
and son?
so. I do believe it's father and son, yeah.
Good assumption. Should never assume. I remember having a commentary. Brian Jones, the late great Brian Jones, was commentating on Legends cars, and there was Rob and Chris Fountain racing in the Legends cars. They'd make good Fun Cup drivers, actually. I have to try and send them a message to have a look. But Brian, bless him, was commentating one day. He went, and in the lead, it's Chris Fountain from Rob Fountain. He said father and son, I think, but called Team Twin. The clue was in the team name.
That's where common sense needs to prevail, doesn't it, that one?
Brian was an absolute legend. What a gentleman he was. Super guy. I don't know whether you ever got to hear Brian Jones commentating.
No, I don't think so.
As a youngster, but lovely man, lovely commentator. Yeah, that was one of my memories of Brian. The other one was when he was here. He was mainly commentator at Brands and the voice of Brands Hatch and former Ford Festival and things like that. But came to Donington when he was given the job of being the official commentator for British touring cars. And the first thing he did here at Donington was the cars go down into Paddock Hill Bend instead of Redgate.
That was just muscle memory, wasn't it?
It was 100%. But
off again.
A great Renault again.
Off again at the same corner, and they are well and truly beached this time. This might be another safety car as we get towards the pit window.
It's time for a safety car and pit window, as you say. It's
oh my goodness. We were saying it as the ingredients for a great race. Well, 97 have just given us an extra ingredient to add to a beautiful meal that is being concocted here in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. We're battling for the lead anyway. Up round the outside goes the 110 Morpheus, battling with the number 1 of Olympian GRD, and smoke was coming off somewhere. Was it smoke? Was it just spray? I think it was just spray actually heading up to that top section of the circuit. Changed for the lead again, we think, just before we're potentially going to see a safety car coming out.
Yeah, now do they normally give Chris a slightly shorter stint, so we maybe expect Simon to stay out longer? That car's
there we go, safety car.
Yep, definitely beached, isn't it?
Yeah, I think there was no question about that, was there? Especially going in sideways like that. Well, I mean, he came in pretty hot into the gravel there. He was lucky it didn't tip over. But yeah, well and truly beached heading into the gravel sideways there. Safety car out for the second time in this race. And we're only an hour and 15 minutes in. So potential for a few more later on, particularly if we see more rainfall. Remember, it was only about 10 minutes or so ago we thought it was raining again. That didn't seem to affect things too much. But as I mentioned, the Met Office will lead us to believe that there's going to be more rainfall during this race, but we'll wait and see if it's quite as heavy as the rainfall earlier on. As from car spotting to plane spotting here, I was talking about when you were outside relieving yourself that we're right near East Midlands Airport, and that just shows us some of the planes taking off from the airport. And I mentioned as well that with the jet engines going ahead, it can often drop particles that make it even more slippery out on the circuit.
I do hope the car racing hasn't woken up any of the planes. I hate to think of noise disturbance for the airport next to the racetrack. You know, we do worry about upsetting our neighbours at the airport, don't we?
It does seem rather silly, but again, you're going to get us in trouble, Richard. Please stop.
Oh no, I don't know who with, but you know, the Civil Aviation Authority maybe. But you know, how can you have a noise curfew at a track next to an airport, for goodness sake? Absolutely unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah.
Say it every time I hear. Make no apology for that. It's ridiculous. And you can't test on a touring car weekend. You have to test on a Thursday because they're not allowed 3 days consecutive motor racing sound. Oh, yeah, absolute bonkers. Crazy. We've had, had a lot of Supertramp records, so you won't know Supertramp. They were a 70s, 80s band.
Oh, I know the name. I know the name.
But we very sadly, for all the music lovers, and I know rare vinyl racing isn't record, but...
I actually looked up, and I think it was.
Is it records?
I think it is records. I'm going to double check now, but I'm pretty sure it was.
Good man. But yeah, it just made me think of records. And we very sadly lost the Supertramp founder, Rick Davies, this week, which was, I don't, you know, a lot of people are passing on from the great days of music, but what an
rare
absolute...
vinyl records and CDs.
It is really fantastic. Yeah, Rick, absolutely amazing musician. I was talking about my brother earlier on. He got me into Supertramp's band. I got into by osmosis. My brother played it non-stop, and when he moved out, I thought there's something missing from my, and it was that music that I missed from. But we've had Crazy, which was one of their records, and It's Raining Again with Roger Hodgson and Rick Davies, who sadly passed away this week. Sorry, going off on a total tangent, but there's got to be some Supertramp rare vinyl out there.
We love your tangents, Richard, don't worry. Thoroughly enjoying it. But yeah, a number of the song names coming to fruition here at Donington Park, aren't they? My goodness.
Yeah.
My goodness. Right then, 45 seconds until that board will come out. So drivers will come through. They're not going to see it this time, but next time around they will. Well, there you go then. Fair play to the marshals here at Donington Park. They've got that 97 out of the gravel. That is unbelievable. The Renault Racing are back out. They're going to rejoin the back of the safety car queue. But with them out of the gravel trap, potentially we might see the green flag at the same time as the pit lane open board, which again will allow for a little bit more strategy in terms of how this second pit stop window plays out. Let's just wait and see, though. Let's just wait and see.
Yeah, so for some of the so for the drivers, it's kind of begun and ended this stint with a safety car. So Neo Clark will be looking forward to a straightforward session, we hope. But as you say, with the Met Office forecast, we don't quite know whether we're going to get a dry to dry stint over the course of this race. And once we completed the end of the next stint, we're at the halfway point of the race.
Indeed.
Set from seed data. It looks okay, doesn't it, on there?
Yeah, it looks nice and bright blue skies. And we can see ahead, look, and it's nice and bright and blue skies. And then behind them, it's still rather dark and menacing. So we'll see how this continues to play out in this race then. But yeah, all 4 seasons in a single day here at Donington Park, as we are an autumn race weekend, but it doesn't feel like it, does it, as we head on towards the winter months here in the United Kingdom. It always throws up some crazy weather conditions, which helps with the crazy races in the Fun Cup. Fun Cup doesn't really need weather assistance, though. The races are always crazy. This just really adds to it, doesn't it?
It really does. It really does. And mate, where has this season gone? You know, I can't believe we've only got the one race date left with the double header, a one-day double header. Helicopter going off. We can see. Is that Dr. Palmer? Is it heading off? We haven't not seeing it on screen. For those of you watching on the live stream, where John and I are looking out the window, seeing a helicopter disappearing.
We've got a great vantage point, to be fair, here. We're right looking at the braking zone, aren't we, into T1?
It's pretty handy, isn't it?
Especially for the race start, the race starts and the race restart. It's really handy to see what's going on. Let's wait and see if this is going to be a race restart. Still yellow flags into the final corner. There is said helicopter. I do think that is Jonathan Palmer. Is he coming in to say hello, or is he leaving? Either way, we'll find out later on. We're back to green flag racing here in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, as I do believe the pit window opens as well. Yes, you can see the ball. Well spotted there, Richard, as we head on down to turn 1 once again. Good start for the 110 and the number 1, but Uvio are under a bit of pressure here from GCI. They do have a little bit of front end damage, and who's that chasing him behind? That's the lapped car, isn't it, of the Mean Machine there, the 49. Then a bit of a gap back to another big battle pack headed up by the Ninky Nonk.
Still funny.
Oh, you're never not going to find that amusing, are you?
No, we're not. So we're going to see a plethora of cars coming into pit lane, I would imagine, on the next lap. But Morpheus, the leaders from Olympian GRD, if you're looking at the screen and wondering, the purple splodge is indicative of a Masters driver, one of the older drivers in the championship. If you're top 3 overall, then doesn't count as a Masters win because you're on Podium outright, as the Uwe Hoffmann car getting a little bit of pressure here from GCI. This is for 3rd place at the moment. The Renault car has just completed a reconnaissance visit, I guess, to have a look at the car in pit lane just to make sure that all is well, but they've rejoined on circuit, having lost a few tours, stuck in the gravel after a couple of moments.
I will say as well, I don't think they had driven past that pit lane open board, so that wouldn't have counted as one of their official pit stops. Yeah, they will have to come in again during this pit stop window as Cuddles about the pit lane. That's Ted Bradbury on the back of one of his engineers or pit stop men there, just enjoying themselves in the pit lane. It doesn't look like they're doing a driver change anytime soon, does it? He's having too much fun out there as a battle for the lead's on once again. This is Simon Rudd going down the inside and once more taking the lead of this race. Lovely waited on the brakes move there for Olympian GRD. The battle pack in behind is ridiculous. If the camera ops can hear me, drop back to that one. That was crazy going down to T1. We've got 4 or 5 drivers battling there in the bottom part of the top 10, all still headed up by the Ninky Nonk, but we watch these 2 leaders down Craner curves they go and through into Old Hairpin. GCI have made the move in the background as well. They're up to 3rd place past UVO Hoffman's Motorsport, and then it is the Ninky Nonk still just about ahead of the 212 of Race Logic. Bit of a wobble there for Team Pacific as they lead basically the rest of the field at the moment. PLR, Rare Vinyl TLR and Red River Sport all close in behind them. You were mentioning though about drivers peeling into the pits pretty soon. Well, there's Team Summers and a couple of others. I think actually quite a lot of the top teams will now just leave it until the end of the pit window to try and build those gaps before making those pit stops.
Well, you've got a faster driver and it kind of makes sense to just leave them out a little bit longer, maybe eke out a little bit of the car at the time and try and build a bit of a gap. The top 2 have built a gap over 3rd and 4th. GCI now in 3rd, as you mentioned, John. I was concerned before the safety car that the UVO Hoffman's car was losing ground, and it's lost further ground, isn't it, now, because it's down in 4th. It's really lost touch with the leaders.
It's odd, yeah. It seems as though as it's drying up, they just can't quite keep on the same pace with the cars around them. When they're in wet conditions, they're absolutely flying. But as soon as it's gone dry again, not quite able to stay on the same pace. We're battling for the lead as Team Summers come out of the pits. This time it's Olympian GRD on the inside. Trying the up and under there was Chris Hart, but it's not going to work. Has to sit in behind once more. Battles continue on then, and we'll continue to watch how this one plays out.
We will. Chris Hart partnering with his son Charlie in this one. They haven't done all the rounds this year, but have been on it when they have been here, which is always good to see. Is that Bike Club EDF? It is. It is a 246 car. So that will be Ted Bradbury going in for stint 3, just double checking the paperwork to make sure that Vlad wasn't doing a double stint. So it is Ted Bradbury going in. Not the quickest of stops, I have to say, by the look of it here for 246.
Not the quickest, but I think there was a fuel churn, wasn't there, in? So no, it is a double stint. We just saw Ted there standing by the car. So either they've changed it if it's not on the sheet. 2 and 3, Vlad Vasiliev. So he is double stinting.
I misread it.
2 and 3. Then it is 4 for Ted, 5 for Vlad, 6 for Ted. So yeah, double stint for this one for Vlad. He's going to be a tired boy after this second stint in a row. I think he'll be pretty happy that there was a bit of a couple of safety cars in that first stint to at least give him a break.
Ted was getting that.
That's what I thought. I thought he got his kit on pretty quickly. No, fair play. Well, drivers speeding up the pit lane. Then as they carry on through this second stint, while drivers heading out the pit lane, obviously starting their 3rd stint of the race, but we keep our eye on the 2 leaders, staying as they are for now. Anyway, here's the fast track car, followed by Team Pesky, and then the Mean Machine. Whereabouts Team Pesky now in 14th place? So actually, they've just been overtaken by Fast Track then. That is a change for 14th place. Fast Track getting on through, but of course, we're shuffling all amongst the shop in terms of the timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen, because drivers and teams making pit stops at different times during this pit window. Only 3.5 minutes left of this pit window, though. And look at that. Just as we were chatting about UVO maybe not quite having the pace in the dry, they're back through on GCI.
Yeah, pitbull went out. Commentators are telling you to hurry up. Out it goes, and he does. Gets back up into P3 and pulling away here for GCI. So that's 4th place. Race Logic in 5th, Ninky Nonk down in 6th at the moment. So Neo is going to get a non-safety car handover. We're hoping for a non-safety car pickup next time and a normal stop, if we can maybe term it that way. It's the Mean Machine in the inset in the pit lane, just doing the driver change. Jamie will be keeping up with fuel stops as well over the course of the... is it a group? A WhatsApp group you're on, by the way, or is it a... message, or is he messaging you?
No, I was chatting with Jamie Peters-Ennis and then also chatting with the family as well, because it's always good to hear their insights.
Oh no, I meant, is Jamie, is there a group where Jamie's
No, Jamie's just talking straight to me. Straight to me. Don't worry, you're not being left out of the group.
No, I
just
wondered whether my attention should have been somewhere in it. It wasn't.
No, not at all. Not at all. I'm just trying to hear, because obviously my brother was used to do our strategy, so I want to hear like what's he thinking in this situation as to what we would be doing. But yeah, interesting to see as well. I wanted to make the point. It's just been ruined now because drivers got a bit slower. But I was going to say that after an hour and a half, top 10 was split by 10 seconds, which is ridiculous. It's now just up to 12, but that's still a crazy number after an hour and a half of racing. 12 seconds separating the top 10.
Yeah, they're all doing a fine job at the moment. Drying line beginning to happen, so overtaking might be a little bit more of a premium. Car's still very, very twitchy, as you can see. What did we say? 2, 4, 6 was that percentage of 16th, so a double Ted stint. At the end will be interesting, won't it? It will. You couldn't write this, could you? You couldn't make it up.
Oh, we got Team Summers off onto the grass there. That looks like the inside of the back straight potentially. Wait and see as they rejoin exactly where they are on circuit. I can't quite work that one out. Oh, it's Craners. Thank you very much to the ears. Yeah, now that you say it, it makes so much sense, but I couldn't quite pick that one out. So down Craners, still clearly a little bit slippery there as the Team Summers car finds the grass. I would just say the one input from my father, you know, we were talking about that penalty I had to serve at Alton. He goes, that was David's fault, not me.
That was your brother, was it?
Yeah, it's my brother. Yeah, classic. That is classic, Dad.
Is that older brother or younger brother?
Older brother, yeah, older brother. Older brother. No, he was.
Older brothers are fully.
No, he's a good chap. He's a good chap. He's a good chap, and he was always the fastest in the team as well. So he was always the benchmark that my dad and I
that's because he kept doing track limits. That's why.
Exactly. You tell him, Richard. You tell him. That came from Richard, not me, David. Just so you know. As well, big off. That's Team Pesky round the wrong way at the bottom of Craners. So still clearly difficult to find grip down there. He was side by side with the car as they got to the exit there. Is he going to get stuck? Now, hopefully, because of the rainfall, it's going to make it easier to get out, and it does look as though Team Pesky will just about be able to drag that car out. The issue is getting it back out on circuit, not in front of another driver.
Yeah, John, you're right. That's a difficult rejoin, isn't it, there? You know, with those conditions, he wants to get it out of the gravel and make it move and not cause a safety car, but equally, the most important thing, isn't it, is getting back out at a safe moment.
Indeed, a sketchy one. Now, again, we had similar here last year, courtesy of my father, when oil was dropped down at the bottom of Craners. Drivers went off left, right and centre, and exactly that. My dad had to rejoin pretty much identically to Team Pesky there, and the onboard camera, honestly, was terrifying, watching cars coming through at that speed, and especially there for Team Pesky, with it being slightly wet down there as well. Scary one to rejoin, but he did it absolutely perfectly. Time lost, position lost, but crucially, Pesky still in the race after that off-track excursion.
Alex Foden coming back on. That's assuming they haven't had the stop. Actually, need to check that out. So Team Pesky have done. Oh, they've done 3 stops. So maybe it was Andrew Dyer back in the car. Didn't we see Andrew in TTs as well? He's definitely done City Car Cup and a star in that. I'm pretty sure Andrew did some Audi TT racing.
Maybe at one point. I don't think I remember him being in the TT racing. It was Croft, wasn't it, when we were both there? He wasn't in that, was he?
No, he hasn't done it of late. I'll have to look at my records.
You'll have to. Yeah, get back to those records.
Like Andy McEwen diving back into the archives here.
Here we go. Then we got a lot of the top runners finally diving into the pit lane. I think this will be now last time of asking, really. We're down to 2:28, so drivers will definitely be seeing that pit lane inboard. We got transponder not working for the 248 of eye lockers. They'll have to fix that on their next pit stop. And let's see then, yeah, indeed, thank you for that in my ear. There is definitely a dry line forming there up to the top section of the track. That was, of course, where we saw the rain initially start to come in, and that's the first place that seems to be drying at the moment, of course, apart from Sector 3. That's pretty much bone dry, but when will we see more rainfall? As there you go, drivers diving into pit lane. I thought that was the 110, but I could have sworn it already said that they are into the pits. No, that's not the 110. That's another driver heading into pit lane. 110 already completed their stop. Olympian GRD we were still waiting for. There is the 110 of Morpheus as they continue to press on round. Let's see how this shuffles up the order, though, once pit stops are all said and done. So Morpheus heading up through in towards sector number 3, and Olympian GRD have just dived into pit lane. Now, of course, we haven't quite seen who's taking what in terms of churns on this second stop, but where will Olympian GRD re-emerge? We're seeing the 110 heading down the back straight, and I'm watching outside the window to see when the number 1 reappears onto the circuit.
Just to confirm, Andrew Dyer did do. He did Audi TT last year, partial campaign, best of 2 seconds, all park.
Wow, impressive.
So
clearly a fast peddler in lots of different machinery.
Yeah, the Audis has been a little bit of a puzzle to me because it started off with about 30 cars, and I think the driver base has changed a little bit, but still a great championship if anyone's interested in joining a great BRSCC Formula.
These two have switched. UVO have jumped. Olympian in the pit stops, and look, 110 just about cuts them off at the first corner.
That is classic Fun Cup, John. For me, just seeing UVO, who I think are the absolute masters of the pit stops, I really do in the times that I've seen it. And you can put your stopwatches on it, but you can get the feel from watching it.
Indeed.
And yeah, that they've just proved that because they were a little way behind, and they've caught Olympian GRD. They've gone past them. Yeah, incredible stuff. Great racing, great Fun Cup action, and just shows how important a good pit stop is. And I'll tell you what, putting away here from Chris Devell, the driver who went out for the first session, he's doing this one and lost a little bit of ground, so it's fabulous back in the car now, isn't it?
It is indeed. Yeah, those two would just be continuing to switch throughout the race in the 225. Yeah, none of them double stinting in this one. Fabulous starting the race, and Farchini finishing the race there in the UVO car. But yeah, I think we can imagine that Chris, as we say, he is a very quick driver, but he might just fall ever so slightly off the back of the 110 and the 225 now as you press on through this third stint of the race. His real goal for the team is just to keep it on the circuit, keep pressing on round, keep them in a good position, ready for Riley and Simon to jump back in later on and see whether that can play into their hands for strategy later on in this race. They come up to the line to start lap number 58 of this race. GCI Racing, they've jumped up to the front, and we've seen them in the pits. Yep. GCI Racing are into the lead of this race by 9 seconds. Now, surely that's got to be something to do with strategy here. Maybe taking no fuel, or maybe just taking one when the others took 2 turns. We'll wait and see how that plays out throughout the race. But at least here in stint number 3, it's now the 111 of GCI who lead the way. Morpheus in second place in the 110. Givio Hoffman's Motorsport in third. Olympian GRD in fourth. Red River Sport in fifth. Greenheath back up to 6th place after those earlier issues. A big shout out to team number 14. They're followed by Rare Vinyl TLR in 7th. C Data in 8th. Race Logic in 9th. And Vape Club with EDF Motorsports in 10th place. Just less than 30 seconds now separating the top 10. That just shows how much it extends the field during those pit stops in terms of different strategies. It was only just over 10 when they all started to pit. After the pit stops are done, it's just less than 30. Wow. Here we continue on then, down the back straight, down Starkey Straight towards the Fogarty S's. There is your race leader, the 111 of GCI Racing, heading through onto another lap. Now this will be interesting to see as well. After the first full lap of racing at legitimate race pace, what that gap is looking like. It was just less than 8.9 seconds when they headed across the timing beam last time. It's now 8.2 seconds, and it's changed for second place. UVO Hoffman's Motorsport getting past the 110. They're side by side down into the first corner. Can't quite catch that on your feed at the moment. We'll update you as it changes. And yes, back through has gone Morpheus. Great battle between those two for second place. Well, they'd worked together briefly on the previous lap. They closed that gap by a few tenths. They've not been working together so much here into the first part of this lap, and that gap might extend yet again.
It could well do, but I think you hit the nail on the head, John, in terms of strategy. It was probably, I think, maybe some fuel having gone in to 110 and 225, but maybe not our race leader. I'm not taking anything away from our race leader who's come up from 4th after the first set of stops, but interesting to see the game plan, to see how the strategy and the overall race pans out and changes. The complexion changes from hour to hour in these races, and GCI may well lose it if they do have to take some fuel on board in the next one. But yeah, all the time these two are squabbling, as you say, it does allow the leader a chance to maybe stretch their legs. We've got Charlie Hart at the controls now. What I meant to do, and I didn't do, was take a note of the times of Charlie versus Chris Hart and see who was the quicker. I'm guessing, as the youngster, he's probably the quicker of the two. Not quite sure by how much though.
Indeed, indeed. Well, we'll wait and see when their fastest laps are set. I will say, to be fair, fastest lap still held in this race by Second Choice Racing. That was on that first stint when briefly we had a totally dry circuit, a 121.781 fastest lap so far. And that was, of course, with a full tank of fuel as well. So if it dries up throughout the race, maybe as the fuel depletes, we'll see some faster times, but any more precipitation, and no one's going to beat that fastest lap. However, of course, in Fun Cup, I don't believe, at least last time I checked, there's no point for fastest lap. It's simply bragging rights for second choice, but still very impressive in a field like this with this many fantastic drivers to have the fastest lap. Very, very impressive for the 157.
Personally, I'm against points for fastest lap. Should be about the racing, and if it comes to count back or something like that, maybe that's okay. You know, we tend to go to race wins or seconds or thirds.
That's what it should be, I think, yeah.
And, you know, it's about racing rather than, you know, it's about going wheel to wheel rather than about setting a quick lap. So for me, fastest lap points not necessary, but some chance. The worst one for it was Mini back in the day when we did a stream for Mini, and the top 6 drivers, the top 6 fastest drivers in the race got fastest lap points. So it's 6 points for fastest lap in the race, 5 points for second fastest lap in the race, and then we had drop scores, and I was commentating on a live stream on the last round of the year. Absolute nightmare as we get Fabulous goes back into P2. You cannot work those out as you're going on a cut and thrust mini race, but yeah.
No, it's impossible, isn't it? It's impossible to try and keep track of, as is this race. I will just say, Jamie's just corrected both of us over the message. Firstly, Chris Hart is double stinting, so it's still Chris in the car at the moment. Okay. And secondly, there's 2 points for the fastest lap in each race, so I was totally wrong. Apologies about that, ladies and gentlemen. I've never even been able to think about a fastest lap, so I've never had to bother with it before. But there we go then. 2 points for the fastest lap. So currently, that's still going the way of the 157 of second choice racing. But yeah, like we say then, Chris Hart still in the car here, doing a double stint, battling fantastically well with the 225 of UVO Hoffman's Motorsport, and that is in fact Fabulous Randazzo back in the car after his stint 1 back in for stint 3.
Probably just realised that, you know, you learn from meeting to me. I've now learned that, assuming we get time on next time we do Fun Cup, is to go through and just make a little highlight of if any leading runners are doing double stints on the sheet, because Jamie very kindly gives us the sheets, and it's impossible to check with every driver that comes in whether they are double stinty or not, but that's a good thing for me to look out for in future ones. So thanks, Jamie, for setting the record straight on that one. So we continue to watch this great scrap for second position, and Fabulous Randazzo now tees himself up. He's got the position about right as they come down into the chicane once again, and he's going to go through, completes the move for second place. Nice racing there with Chris Hart down across the line to complete another lap. That is lap number 61 complete for the UVO Hoffmans and Morpheus Motorsport car. Fourth position is Red River Sport, but now we've got Hart coming back on the inside run. This is again super Fun Cup endurance racing here at Donington Park as it starts to get slightly darker outside again. The fear of rain coming down perhaps as we edge towards the second half 4-hour race here. The anti-penultimate race of the season, the penultimate event of the year. A bit of damage on the front of the black and gold 225 UVO Hoffman's Lotus car. He's been involved in some close action, and they've been trading this second position over the course of this third driving stint in this wonderful race. You won't see or take part in better racing. If you want to get involved, have a look at the BRSEC site. Fun Cup, very easy to find by Googling. They've got all the championship points on their own fabulous website as well. And come along, have a taste today in the winter, and join the fun next year.
Indeed. Well, we're talking about Fabulous website as we watch Fabulous Randazzo trying to make another move here. Side by side again, down Starkey's straight. Does he have a good enough exit to keep alongside? Yes, he does. He has a great exit and gets in front even before they get to the braking zone. Impressive stuff. These two absolutely nip and tuck, aren't they here? Fabulous and Chris here through this third stint of the race. Yeah, just poke my head out of our door. Definitely some dark clouds, and they're definitely moving this way. So potential for more rainfall. We'll keep you updated on that. As once again, back down the inside goes Chris Hart. These two continuing to swap positions. As I will say, it does look as though, even though they're quote-unquote battling, they're actually working together quite well, using each other's slipstream, and the gap to GCI is slowly but surely falling, now down to 6.8 seconds.
What was it originally?
8.8, I want to say.
Oh, okay, yeah. But would it have been quicker had they not been splicing each other?
No, to be fair, they're not rubbing against each other, are they? They're not showing each other the wing. They're mainly just passing on the straights, getting back in front. then passing again down the straight, getting back in front, so using the slipstream really well. I think an unofficial truce happening here between the 110 and the 225, really working together well to try and get back to the front with GCI, because of course there's no car-to-car communication, but there is communication between the drivers and the team members back in the pit, so there might have been just a bit of chatter of, right, they've cleared off at the front here, let's try and chase them down, see if you can work together with the drivers around you.
Other teams we need to look out for: Olympian GRD with Christopher back at the wheel in the number 1 car in 9th place, so yeah, relatively handy. Won't want to lose a lap, of course, not really at the moment much danger of that. The 246 car down in 13th, and I wouldn't be surprised to see all of those cars up in the top 5 when we get into our last segment of the race. Let's see what Fabulous Randaccio is going to do now. Again, take it nice and wide, just runs over the pit lane exit.
Jamie Peters-Enners raining hard in full caps in the pit lane. We said there might be a bit more rainfall. Seems like it's come already.
It's weird, isn't it, looking out, because it looks to me as if it's raining down towards turn 1. It doesn't look that bad where we are at the moment here, which is in between pit lane and the first one, but that dry line's going to disappear again, isn't it? So yeah, what a fascinating race we are getting, and it comes with what you said with the app. This is going to be on and off, isn't it, all the time?
It is indeed, yeah. You can start to see rainfall on the camera there as they head up through sector number 2. Yeah, we talked about that dry line. It's still holding on for now anyway, but drivers are going to have to, whoa, look at the rainfall now. Just as we said earlier, it doesn't just slowly onset, does it? It's just a wall of heavy rainfall that suddenly joins us here at Donington Park. And again, those lines going to quickly change, and this is so challenging for the drivers out there. You come round on one lap and you take a corner one way, and suddenly you come around the next time, there's so much less grip. You're having to do it completely differently. You see there Chris Hart flashing his lights there to the Team Summers car, hoping that they move out of the way, but not quite doing so into the final couple of corners. We jump on board once again with Seed Data. That rain definitely falling there up at the top section, and this could prove rather interesting as time continues to tick down almost a half race distance.
Yeah, a lovely time to jump to the onboard there and just see the difficulties in visibility. And of course, you're going to be getting spray from the car behind. It's not going to be an issue now for UVA Hoffman car that goes back into second position, and we're going to get another swap as they go down the Craners.
Oh my goodness, down the Craners, suddenly there's rain falling. This is bold from the two drivers battling over second place. I don't know if that was out of choice or simply a good exit speed there for the 110, but 225 give up the position once more. Back down to third place they go. This is proving to be a fantastic race here in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Would you mind checking your notes again? What time are we starting that next pit window? When are we expecting this to all crescendo once again?
Well, the 40-minute chunks take us down to 2 hours, so we've got 15 minutes.
Cool, okay, so still a little bit of time then before we see that out. It's not going to be crazy rain, more safety cars, more pit stops under safety car. Well, I say that, I'm not going to hold my breath on that one.
You heard that from John, we're not going to get a safety car.
Yeah, as I said it, I thought that was really stupid. Why did you say that, John? We heard a commentator's curse? Well, we'll wait and see what happens. And they're chasing down the iLockers team now as they use their slipstream, heading down into the Fogarty S's once more. Pulling over to the inside line are our second and third place drivers. Through the final couple of corners they go. They're able to get through relatively simply there in the braking zone, press on round. Well, that gap now to the leaders was down to 5.2 seconds. They're going to come across the line again. Let's see what it is then as they head on to lap number 66. It's 4.6 seconds. Despite the chopping and changing here between second and third, they are decently quickly now closing that gap. It's nearly half the gap it was when they came out of pit lane.
Just checking my notes on the iLockers car. That's the guy that came to talk to us in the lunch break, Ryan Laney Smith's company. I think it's only his third meeting. I think Jamie interviewed him at one of the last rounds, but the iLockers, for those of you interested in this sort of thing, and I'm going to pass it on because Ryan was good enough to come and chat to us about it. You know the kind of thing where do you ever go and pick up an Amazon parcel anywhere?
Yes.
So that kind of thing, intelligent thing where you can pop in a code and the locker will open up.
Yeah.
And his company are responsible for those. So I'm guessing Royal Mail getting in on the act on that as well. But significantly, you'll notice on that car when we see it, it's the car that these two have just passed. They got the Beta Tools livery on as well. So iLockers are working with Beta Tools, which do these great big tool cabinets. And you can have now tool cabinet. So if you were, and the example he gave me was a great one. He said you don't want a plane grounded because you can't find the right tool or the right part. So what they do is we're going to change for second position again. Nearly said lead, but in second position again, fabulous going back through. So the iLocker for Beta Tools, massive tool boxes and parts boxes. If you were looking for a 10mm spanner to repair your jumbo jet, you type it in and the right locker opens and that's where the tool is. I never realised that that's where that technology was going. Absolutely fascinating to hear. And they've given us some merch as well, so big thanks to iLockers for doing that.
Yeah, big thank you to them. Impressive technology like you speak of. And yeah, an amazing new tool, not in a business I'm involved in, but certainly very helpful for people who are. So great to hear from them.
I was going to say as well, it's lovely to see when we see the car, just in the background going through shot, they're Beta Tools. Lovely to see them back on the motor racing cars as well. Back in my day, racing in Formula One with the March team. Probably 761, which tells us it was 1976 with Vittorio Brambilla. It was the year James Hunt won the championship and had a very distinctive orange March car, but really strong branding back then, and good to see it back in motor racing.
Yeah, great to see it. A little bit before my time. I want to
a lot before your time. Lots before your time.
Well, 76. What is that? 23 years before I was born. So yeah.
Well, I was only 12. I was only 12.
Uvio off. Uvio off the circuit. Rain is falling now very heavily. Look at that. Up at the top section of the circuit, second place, falling off the road. The 110 keeping it on the black stuff though, just about. Well done to Chris Hart.
Yeah, well done,
for
Chris.
keeping it onto the road there. Uvio though, fabulous Randaccio. I mean, we know he's not a slow peddler. He's done this championship many times, and that's even caught him out there, the rain up at the top section. Wow, it is really starting to bucket it down here once again at Donington Park. And again, that gap closes between now first and second place, GCI and Morpheus. There they are. There's GCI, only one corner ahead now as we continue to tick on down towards the next pit stop window. This is going to be very exciting. We jump back on board with C Data. I wanted to mention as well the iLockers team that we were just chatting about. They've been involved in this championship throughout this season, but this is the first round that they are called iLockers Racing. Before that, they've been called Team Disruptive. So they were disrupting a lot. They've had some really good results so far this season. Started off, they weren't at Brands Hatch. They started off with a P20 at Alton, and then they've been great since then. P6 and 7 at Anglesey, P6 and 12 at Croft, and then a P9 at Silverstone. Doing decently well in this one, a little bit further down than they'd hope, but maybe it will come back into play later on in this race. Right then, sounds as though Jamie Peter-Zenis has some news for us down in pit lane.
Yeah, thanks, John. I'm with Chris Weatherall now. The rain is coming in again. Busy old stints for you so far, but first of all, we've got to send Greg our best wishes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sorry, Greg's not here. Yeah, he's got a hernia, which he's had an operation for Thursday, and it seemed to do something wrong last night. So yeah, he went to hospital. So yeah, we wish him all the best. So get well soon, mate. And I don't know whether he's going to be out for Alton, but we'll worry about that tomorrow. Right now, though, yeah, we're just looking after ourselves here and wish him all the best.
So at the minute, it's scheduled for you and John to do the rest of the race, but you may have roped a couple of other people or on standby.
Yeah. Greg's our master, so yeah, with him not being in the car, it means that yeah, we need a different master in there, and we have two other masters that have agreed to help out with us. So we're just waiting to see what happens. A lot of it depends on what people are doing and when people are available, and we might not even do it. So we'll just wait and see where we go from here.
And summarise the race for you so far. It's going all right. You're inside the top 10, but the rain is playing havoc with everyone, isn't it?
Yeah, to be fair, John's the best driver out the team at this moment in time. I'm certainly not. You know, John gets it up into the top 10, and I managed to take it outside the top 10. I was just down chatting with Neil Plimmer, and I was just saying, I mean, it's a case of hanging on there for dear life in the wet. I mean, we're loving the new tyres, I've got to say. There's so much feel in them. But there's just every single corner, every single lap is different. And when I was out there, unbelievable, you know. The back half of the corner from Coppice all the way through is dry, and then you get to turn 1 and it's wet. Going down through Craners, it is wet. I went backwards through there, found a new line, and then it's dry the other part. I mean, and here we get more rain coming in. So yeah, it's definitely a challenging set of conditions.
Well, enjoy your next stint.
I'll try my best to. Thanks, Jamie.
Thanks a lot, Chris. Back to the box.
Thanks, Jamie, and Chris Wetherill. The weather has been ill, hasn't it, in this, to be perfectly honest, to make a dreadful link. But yeah, and now we've got a change of leadership. It was on its way. The safety car isn't on its way. Remember, Chris said that we're not John said we're not going to have a safety car. But we do have a new leader. And it's the 110 car, the Morpheus Motorsport car, goes into the position. GCI now down to P2, still running very strongly. Where is UVA Hoffman's? The answer is 8 seconds down in third place, but remarkable surviving by Fabulous of that. A lesser driver would have gone into the tyres or got stuck in the gravel, but he made it through and maintains third position ahead of Red River Sport. Rare Vinyl TLR next up in 5th, and Greenheath completing our top 6 at the moment with the Ninky Nonk in 7th.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. Great to hear from Chris Wetherill. He's such a lovely bloke and a really good racer out there on circuit. Finding a new line though through Craners going backwards is never ideal, but they've kept it in. They're still there in 8th place, doing a great job. I stuck my head out the door right again. It's only getting harder, this rainfall. You can see it on the cameras. I will say, an interesting point. You can see how fast there that the GCI windscreen wipers are going. We only ever had one setting in terms of on or off of the windscreen wipers. The 110 windscreen wipers are going like the clappers. They must have some extra setting where they can go normal amount of windscreen wiper or maximum setting, because they are absolutely flying across the windscreen, which will really help for visibility. So clearly they made a little change there, which I didn't know was a possibility, but it's really helping them. Let's see, look at the windscreen wipers there on the two cars.
They're flying, aren't they?
110's absolutely flying. So wow, okay, that'll be helping with visibility and helping with overall ability to race fast there for the 110. So fair play, it's working, and a great change made there as they now, as you mentioned, lead the race.
Yeah, good stuff then from the Hearts, who head towards the halfway distance on this very, very fascinating event here at Donington Park. Will they be glad to get this one out of the way? What's the weather going to be like for the remainder of the day? We've got another Fiesta race, we've got another Formula Ford race, and we've got the juniors as well to have to deal with the conditions. The Junior Championship, which is again another one which is changing complexion round by round, to be perfectly honest. But the Hearts have done a super job out front, but we're going to start getting a little bit more serious on the impact of fuel stops in the next couple of minutes, I think, because I'm guessing as we get to the halfway point, people will be a little bit more prone to putting some fuel in.
Yeah, definitely. We're definitely going to see some fuel going in to some cars in this next stop. Of course, we think a couple of them might have double churned in that second stop, so maybe they'll be skipping one on this one. But again, loads of strategies at play in this race, and lots to be worked out for the next 2 hours of endurance racing. We're closing in towards that next pit stop, then just less than 6 minutes until that pit lane, pit window open board will go out, and then we'll be in to the second half of the race already. I'm always amazed at how quickly these races go. They always went pretty quickly when you were in the car, but in the comms box they seem to go even faster.
They do, it's because you're in the dry.
It is. Yeah. I'm nice and relaxed in here. A 40-minute stint in a Fun Cup car. Relaxed is definitely not the word to use, particularly when the weather conditions are like this.
Are the family here, or are they watching at home?
No, all watching at home, enjoying the live stream coverage, which is so awesome to have throughout the entire season of the Fun Cup. It's so great that the JPR, the guys behind the scenes at Fun Cup, are able to make that happen for the entirety of the season to keep everyone up to date. And it is always a championship that people do enjoy watching. And I think, to be fair, watching from home is probably the better idea for today. Being trackside for this one, you're going to get rather soggy.
I think, with live stream, it's lovely knowing that you've got those dates. You know when the dates are because you follow it anyway, but knowing that everyone is going to be streamed is a nice thing, and that actually brings fans in, because people will say, yep, I can watch it. If I'm not going to watch it live, I'll catch up on it a little bit later on, and people might fast forward through a safety car or something like that if they feel the need to do that. But having every round covered, everybody knows where they are. All the sponsors know that they're going to get a shout out at some point. It's definitely the way forward.
Exactly that. You have the opportunity to watch the entire coverage if you want to, but equally, if you're a bit strapped for time, you can just skip through, get a general gist of how the race was going, and keep up to date with the series, which is absolutely fantastic. A big thank you to Alpha Live for the fantastic coverage as always, and a massive thank you to the camera ops there. One, making those beautiful shots, and two, braving the conditions at the moment out there. It's never nice being out on a camera point when it's raining like this, but the guys doing a fantastic job. Again, we see the 157 off into the gravel. It was the first corner last time we saw them in the gravel. This time it's at the bottom of Craners through the old hairpin, but they managed to scamper over the kitty litter and rejoin the circuit.
They do. 3 minutes to pit window, and some drivers will be maybe relieved to have a little bit of a break. Chris Weatherall saying how tricky it is out there, how well the new tyres are doing in these conditions, but just how they're literally having to hang on to every corner in the wet. And I say the driver's doing a super job of that at the moment. Morpheus leading, GCI second, UVO Hoffman's third, Red River Sport 200 car in fourth place ahead of Rare Vinyl, Greenheath still in sixth, Axiometric seventh from the Ninky Nonk, Seed Data in ninth, top 10 completed by PLR Racing.
Indeed, yeah. I got a little bit confused by the timing tower there. I thought that UVO had fallen into the clutches of Red River Sport, but no, those gaps are between the cars around them, not in terms of just compared to the leader. That's the difference between each car. So, yeah, 1.8 between Morpheus and GCI. A further 8 seconds back to UVO, further 7.3 there back to Red River Sport. So gaps just opening up ever so slightly at the sharp end of the field, but you look how close it is from 5th place downwards. Only a tenth in it between 5th and 6th, then a further 7 seconds back, a couple of tenths and 11 seconds back, then a couple of tenths. So there's still loads of little battle packs going on throughout the order here as we head towards half race distance, but the conditions out there don't seem to be brightening up at all, do they? It only seems to be getting worse.
I don't think it's going to go away, is it, this weather? I think we're stuck with it for the afternoon, and tomorrow much the same with the C1s. We've got to come up with a plan for that as well at some point, but that's only a 3-hour race, so not as bad.
Okay.
A little bit more racing. We've got the Northern Saloon Sports Car Championship joining us tomorrow as well, so if you are about and want to watch some great racing, then please join us then.
Saw the 169 there, taking as much curb as they could there through the last couple of corners, but then getting all squirrely on the exit as they tried to apply the power again. And I will say, comparatively to last year anyway, we used to have these huge blocks there at the final corner that would stop you from cutting it. I believe those have been taken away for this year, so drivers can really send it through those last couple of corners and carry loads of speed through, because of course last year you had to avoid those. If you hit them, well, even once, sometimes it would absolutely buckle the suspension and destroy your race. But you'll see here as Seed Data fly on through, no blocks there on the inside, so drivers can really try and straight line that corner, carry as much speed as possible. Here we go then onto another lap of Donington Park, courtesy of our Seed Data team, and they're close in behind there of the Vape Club with EDF Motorsport car. I do believe it is PLR Racing just ahead of them. Yes, so these three only separated by about a second and a half. You can see the different racing lines there. Vape Club deciding for a wide line through the first corner. Seed Data going a little bit closer to the inside apex curb, but both seemingly working pretty well.
Oh, they are, yeah. This is a good race now, and thoughts will start to turn to the next set of driver changes and stops. The energy levels in the cars will be maintained, but yeah, Seed Data giving us a really rain easing we're hearing now from camera ops out on the circuit. It's going to come back again a little bit later. It's light as you look down towards Redgate from the main straight. It's fairly lighter, but yeah, I don't think conditions are going to be too much better before the end of the day. Probably makes the decisions. I mean, this is a timed race anyway, so not really going to have any impact on the overall timing of the day. We are on a curfew here, so we don't wake the planes up later on, but you can see the decision of the race organisers to bring the start of this race forward, because any delay, if we'd have had lightning, we'd have had a stoppage. So that's the kind of thing that they were trying to alleviate by starting earlier, and incidents that we might have in the support races later on too.
Indeed, yeah, we did have a couple of incidents so far in this one, haven't we? Well, we just hit the 2-hour mark. Pit window open board is out then. We'll see drivers start to trickle in over the next 10 minutes to get those next stops done and dusted. And we move on to stint 4 of 6 in this 4-hour Fun Cup endurance race here from Donington Park on the national layout. I've only ever actually driven the national layout, because it seemingly usually is for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. It's always on the national. I don't know if you've ever driven around either the national or the international, Richard, as to whether there's one that you prefer, either from a driving or commentary perspective.
So actually, this is one track that I've never walked or driven. From a commentary perspective, it's just going to put everyone off. I prefer the GP, just because it provides a couple of extra overtaking opportunities, i.e. going down into the Melbourne hairpin or into Goddard's when you're coming back onto the main straight. And that was really backed up with the racing we saw a couple of weeks ago with touring cars. Support formally just seemed to be able to do it. A lot of the time, though, John, it depends on what you're watching. And we saw Formula Ford, that they were built back in the day when cars were of a speed that they and a size that they could race each other with room and not worry too much about the speeds if they were going to crash. That's why they don't have the halos and everything else on them. They don't need it for the speeds that they do. And on the national circuit, again, something like
157 off again.
Again, a little bit of deja vu. For this specification car, this specification has been kept so tight over the years, it has not changed enough to make this a formula that doesn't overtake. So national circuit for Fun Cup, absolutely fine.
Yeah, cool.
We've seen some great passing. So
Yeah, no, we have. No, overtaking, never an issue in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, is it? There's always lots of nip and tuck. Right then, early pit stop then here. This will be Chris Devell, won't it? Coming in from his second stint in the race. Ready to hand over to Riley Phillips. Riley's first time in the car so far in this race, and we'll see what he can do. I think they pitted from sort of the bottom end of the top 10, I think they're in, when they pulled into pit lane. And where will they re-emerge? It looks as though Vape Club with EDF Motorsports also in the pits. Yeah, there they are, rejoining the circuit right behind them. That's after that double stint from Vlad Vasiliev, so it will be Ted Bradbury. He's done with piggybacks even. He's going to jump into the car and crack on with another stint.
Yeah, I'm rubbing my hands together, literally and metaphorically, actually, I suppose you could say here. Seeing the fact that we've got Riley Phillips and Ted Bradbury coming out together, and this is great. You don't know what you're going to get and when you're going to get it, but now we've got the potential to watch something exciting. So there is Riley Phillips, one of the reigning championship trio of drivers there in car number 1. Exciting driver to watch. Equally as exciting is Ted Bradbury, who is now going to set about his task as the 158 car has a visit into the Gravats Team Summers car at the end of stint 3. Gary Summers in the mix, and I was about to make a very flippant comment about Ted Bradbury, saying that he was going to try and rack up another stop go for Vlad Vasiliev later on in the race.
I'm sure he'll do his best not to, but in these conditions it's so easily done. There's Greenheath into the pits. They're having a good race after earlier issues, so we saw that maybe the luck wasn't following them into this race, but seemingly having a better one so far through stint 2 and stint 3. It looks as though it is Gary hopping in the car stint 4. Yes, it is. You can see Paul Turner there stood at the front of the car, ready to give the thumbs up for when he can leave the pit stop. They did get at least one fuel churn on board there for the number 14. It seems like Axiometrics not too far behind them as they leave the pits as well. But yeah, like we were saying, so interested to see between Ted Bradbury and Riley Phillips who's going to be the faster man here in stint number 4. I think main point to talk about really is, of course, this is Riley's first stint in the entire race, whereas Ted obviously started the race earlier on, so at least he has a little bit of experience in this race so far. Of course, Riley has plenty of experience under his belt from previous seasons and this season as well. So let's see who takes to the circuit and finds that pace immediately, and who takes a little bit more time to get up to speed. There's the 257 into the pits. Team Pacific, Sam Gibson now jumping in the car for them to start stint number 4.
1 hour 55 remaining on the clock here at Donington Park, and all going well so far. The pit stops carry on, so Morpheus Racing out front. We will keep an eye on where Riley Phillips and Chris Devell are in terms of making a little bit of progress. We'll get a better handle once all of the third stops are completed for the teams. Morpheus just making the most of being out front at the moment. There is the 249 car, the Demon Tweaks machine. Stint 3 being driven by Jack Minshaw. We know it's always a Minshaw at the wheel. It was Jason that started it. Guy doing stint 2. We didn't talk about Guy too much. Stint 4 will be back to Jason, so they'll go through the trio in order once again as our championship leading car, 15th position at the moment. The Vape Club with EDF Motorsport car still behind them, so it is Riley Phillips, inset of the Summers Winston car coming in, the Team Summers 158 car, and Graham Winston about to get in and have his stint. Love the purple and white, really good mixture of colours on that car, very well presented, still looking pristine as well despite the conditions that have been thrown at it so far, as the Demon Tweaks car comes down into Redgate, once again being chased by Team Pesky, doing reasonably well. Again, when you look down, you see, I always keep a note of the top 6, not a full lap chart because that would be impossible to do over the course of the 4 hours, but in terms of stop to stop, who's wearing the top 6, and you kind of look down and you think, yeah, top 6, we expect all of those cars to be in there, and then you go down towards the lower reaches of the top 10, top 12, and you look at that and I think, yeah, all of those cars are capable of getting podiums and so on and so forth, and then you go a little bit further down, like some Team Pesky 17, who again were on the pace early doors for being top 5, top 6, maybe a little bit further up as well, and have had their issues, but running well. And this is again, a very favourable feature of Fun Cup racing, that wherever you are, there are great people to race against, and quality right the way down the field. And Team Pesky at the moment trying to close a little bit of a gap on the race leaders, Morpheus Motorsport, who are going to, well, initially look around the outside of the Demon Tweaks car, but that gets a little bit of a wobbly on, and eventually it's the inside run that is taken up by the leading 110 car to complete the move, put a lap on the 249 machine, and come down now into the Roberts chicane, back onto the Tom Wheatcross Street, across the grid lines, tick off another lap, takes us on now to lap 80 of the race. Do you know the record number of laps we've ever had at Donington for Fun Cup?
I don't.
Neither do I.
Okay.
You thought I was going to...
I thought you were teeing yourself up there, yeah. Well, I just saw I got dragged away there by Chris McCarthy, of course, Formula 2 and Formula 3 commentator. Yeah. He's working for Chris Hartley Media this weekend, doing all the social media and whatnot for the Fun Cup. So love to see Chris down here at Donington Park. He dragged me away, stuck the camera in front of my face and went, right then, start the race. Sorry, Chris. It's been an insane race. They're trying to fit it into 60 seconds. Cheers, mate. Appreciate that getting chucked onto me. I did the best job I could, but there was way too much to talk about. So sorry if I missed any of the key action throughout this one. But continuing on through this pit stop window then, just over 2 minutes left to go. 97 of Redham Racing, they're having their pit stop done. A new driver hopping in there for the 97. Of course, we see them have a couple of off-track excursions. And it's still amazing that the marshals were able to get them out of the gravel trap down at the bottom of Craners earlier on in the race, but they did. They're carrying on with this race, still in there and fighting strong there in 23rd place.
They are, and enjoying the race, and hopefully they'll finish on more positive. I'm sure they will. That's again a key thing for carrying on, isn't it? So Morpheus from GCI, Uvio Hoffman's again lost that 11 seconds at the moment, but they'll be looking at the gap as we go into the last stint. A little moment there for Team Summers. Graham Winston having a little gyration. He's now into his last stint. Of course, it is wet, but the level of wetness will alter around the track from different parts. Team Pesky closing in on Demon Twigs. This is actually a battle for the, let me see, 16th place battle going on here. And we'll come back to that, because in the meantime, we can take the opportunity once again to pop down into the pit lane and catch up with Jamie Peters-Ennis.
Thanks, Rich. I'm down with Paul Turner from Team Greeheath. You elected to double fuel on that last stop, and you hauled the car up into P6 when you came in.
Yeah, that's it. No, the car feels really, really good, and I'm guessing in these conditions, a little bit extra weight isn't going to compromise us too much. But the car is bang on. It really is for all conditions. We've had pretty much everything so far: dry, wet, really wet, and the car's well balanced.
Bit of a bumpy start. You picked up a little bit of damage, but you came immediately straight in. Thankfully, it was just the wheel arch folding onto the wheel. Quick fix, and you're back out there and didn't lose a lot of time.
No, that's it. We had it at Silverstone and we kept going, and unfortunately it blew out our rear tyre. So this time it was like, right, let's get in, let's get the rear corner. It was an accident. It was one of those things, and yeah, so we got straight back out and straight on it.
And you're saying obviously the balance of the car is great. I mean, these conditions, it's tough for everyone out there, isn't it?
Oh, it's phenomenal. I've had a fantastic battle with Rob Croydon and Johnny Molan. Who says that Fun Cuppers can't race sensibly in the wet? It was brilliant, really good fun. Excellent skill level by all drivers. We all stayed out of each other's way. We made it difficult, but yeah, it was great fun. That's what it's all about.
All right, well, good luck for the rest of the race.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks a lot. That's Paul Turner from Team Greeheath. Right, let's pop down to eye lockers, because I want to have a chat with Ali Smith, because he's just enjoying his first ever Fun Cup race. Just see which garage they're in. It's just down here. So it's just make my way down here now. He's just going through everything at the moment. Ali, quick word, mate, if that's all right. He's just getting himself all sorted. Welcome to the party. I suppose the only similarity to what you usually drive, the rear-wheel drive, and it stops there.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that was some rain that came down. I'll give you that. Our window wiper stops as well. So yeah, I tried to follow some other cars, but I was getting way too much spray. So I tried backing off, and then half the corners I was just drifting. And then also my radio stopped working, so I couldn't even tell the team to tell the other driver to stay off the curbs.
So you're sort of trying to learn the car. I know it's a circuit you've raced at, but conditions that are pretty much horrendous. You've got no wipers, no radio, nothing. So you're driving blind, aren't you?
Pretty much. Christian Rose literally just came up to me and went, "I do not know how you kept it on the track." And I went, "To be honest, mate, I don't know how I kept it on the track. I was trying to follow UVO and Charlie Hart, and UVO went off, and I was just trying to bring the car home, to be honest."
And at the minute, we understand it's just a one-off, but looking at the suit, you got yourself all kitted out in all the right gear. We're looking at 2026, aren't we?
Hopefully, yeah. I'm trying to get the sponsors together and try and get the budget, and then hopefully we can come play next year.
All right. Well, welcome to the party, mate.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Back to the box.
Thanks, Jamie. A couple of really interesting points there. Ali Smith, we just heard from. He's going to be going back out for his final stint in the last stint 6. So he's going to be watching this section very closely indeed. But really interesting point from Paul Turner, John, about double fueling on that one. Because it's that wet out there, it's not going to be too much of a disadvantage having that weight. So it's another element, isn't it, that they have to consider, not just what's going on track, but what could go on if you pile it in. And they could be very well placed, given that, having got that stop out of the way.
Indeed, yeah. Even so, the extra weight might actually be beneficial to finding more grip out there. So, interesting how that all switches up the strategy. And again, door open there for the 212. That'd be less than ideal. If they can't get that closed, they might be called into the pit lane as they're trying their best to get it closed. But clearly, a bit of a broken mechanism there on the left door of the 212. Like I said, if it continues to flap open, they might get called in by race control. We'll wait and see what plays out through there in that one. But yeah, I was just going to say how switched on not only the drivers, of course, all the team members have to be throughout a race like this, where it's constantly changing weather conditions, safety cars getting thrown in left, right and centre, of how quickly you've got to be able to work out how the changes affect your strategy and thus moving it around to work out the best as we head on through the rest of the race then. Just over an hour and 45 minutes left to go then. And after this next round of pit stop, we've just had a couple of extra ones. Oh dear, is that an issue for refuelling for seed data? Nope, the fuel is definitely going in. You can see it there going down the fuel tank as he pops it in. Pretty much 3/4 of a tank it seemed there for the 214. But of course, rules state, while the fuel is going in, no one can be touching the car anywhere else. So drivers have to hop out. Then the fuel can start going in. And as soon as the fuel churn comes off at the top of the car, that's when the next driver can hop straight in. And straight back out of the pits there come our camera car of seed data. We'll wait and see, though. I think that's the last couple of pit stops. So off down at T1. That's the 249. Demon Tweaks keep the throttle in. They get it back on the black stuff just about, kicking a few stones over that corner exit. But they made it back onto the black stuff, so that's good. So as not second round of pit stops, we're on to the 4th stint. So 3rd round of pit stops completed. We'll see how that shuffles up the order. At the moment, anyway, looks as though the 110 of Morpheus still in the lead of this race, followed by the 225 of UVO Hoffman's Motorsport. GCI Racing now in 3rd, with the 200 of Red River Sport in 4th place. Olympian GRD, the number 1, in 5th, with the 195 of the Ninky Nonk in 6th place. Then followed by the 246 of Bait Club with EDF Motorsports. 8th place for Axiometrics in the 103. The 14 of Greenheath now in 9th, closely followed by the 169 of Rare Vinyl TLR. Top 10 now separated by just less than 45 seconds. They're currently lapping in and around the 1 minute 30s, 31s, 32s for a lot of the drivers out there at the moment. So we should still see a decent amount of the field here, all still on the leading lap. We're all the way through to 13th place at the moment on the leading lap. We wait and see whether Seed Data or Race Logic come across the line before we see the 110 of Morpheus coming across the line once more. No, Morpheus will come across the line. So it's the top 12 who are on the leading lap. The 214, I'm being told, has just had a spin. That is Seed Data. Thank you very much for that, Kieran. So our camera car having a little spin out there on circuit. New driver on board after that fuel stop, and just taking a little bit of time to get used to these new track conditions for the Seed Data team. Who is it I can name and shame? It's Mike Devlin who's in the car for that one for stint 4. Just having a bit of a rotation out there, but seems as though they kept themselves going. There they are. There is Mike heading down to the bottom of Craners. He's got it back going again, but I think maybe losing 1 or 2 positions. It was, only 1 position lost, down from 14th to 15th with that little spin.
Riley Phillips, the man getting the upper hand over Ted Bradbury at the moment, just keeping an eye on those. Ted getting Riley Phillips getting back up into the top 6. Remember that Chris Devell took over the car in 4th position going into stint 3, coming into stint 4, only 1 net place loss, so 5th position for Riley, but climbed up the last couple of laps. And then we've got the Ninky Nonk with Neo Clark back at the wheel in 6th place, 7th position at the moment, Ted Bradbury. So going to be 2 young guns there. Again, a battle that you'd want to see, isn't it? Ted Bradbury and Neo Clark, how they would get on, particularly but once Neo's got a little bit more experience in Fun Cup as well. It'll be a thrilling battle to see those 2 working together. I'm pretty sure we will, because we can expect Ted to close in. Neo could very well learn from watching Ted.
Indeed, yeah, lots to be learned out there, and Ted's a good one to watch to learn some things. Actually, Riley Phillips, 2nd fastest out on track on the last lap, down in the 129s, but it was a 129 dead for the 557 of Signature RV in 12th. They're the fastest at the moment, at least in the last couple of laps anyway. We watched this squabble down into the first corner, though. This is Uvio trying to put a lap on a few of the drivers in a pretty difficult place, as they're all nose to tail. There's Team Pesky, Burt and Demon Tweaks all nose to tail here in this one, and that is for position between Pesky and Demon Tweaks. Team Pesky have just got through then on Demon Tweaks. Is trying to thread the needle here down Craners. That is bold from Uvio. There's a nice rainbow over the circuit.
Always good to see. So Farkini, and what you don't want to see, of course, if you're one of those cars being passed, is being a lap down. That's not great for Team Pesky. So they're obviously, what we're looking at the moment, Farkini is in P2, so they've got 2 cars ahead of them to try and get back onto the lead lap. But with the speed we're seeing so far, I don't think we're going to see these cars go back onto that lead lap.
Yeah, no, not a chance, sadly, I'm afraid, yeah, especially with Morpheus 17 seconds down the road still in the lead of this race. Yeah, there's no chance they're going to have to deal with this one a lap down, and that'll mean, like we said, so top 12 are still on the lead lap at the moment. So at the moment, anyway, highest real finish of a 13th for these drivers possible, especially if a safety car does come out, pushes them all up together again. It will make it impossible to get that lap back. But we continue on, and again, it's still crazy. Although we haven't had active rainfall for a few minutes now, well, there is an umbrella up, so maybe I'm wrong. Sunshine anyway down here at turn 1, but it does seem as though still a tale of 2 halves in terms of the laps, some rather dry bits and some rather slippery bits.
There are. The rainbow looks lovely, doesn't it? Which way's Derby from here? Where's your other half doing her shopping? I don't know my geography.
It's north, but I don't know which way north is. I don't know. I have to look on the map. I was going to say, what's the gold at the end of the rainbow? Is it going to be what is given to us by the end of this race? A great big pot of gold for us to enjoy in terms of racing action out there on the circuit, while you look up some geography up here in the East Midlands. Continuing on then, 1 hour and 40 minutes left to go. There's GCI down the inside, so they're looking to chase down Uvio, and on that last lap with Uvio picking their way through a few back markers, they lost a couple of seconds to Morpheus in the lead. I think about 1.5 seconds to be exact. The gap opens up to 19, and it's only 2.5 back to GCI, who now themselves are trying to pick their way through a few back markers.
Yeah, there's always something to do. There's always work to do in these races, so it's the Demon Tweaks car is the next target, and then Team Pesky up ahead of them. And also the Burt 98 car, as you can see there. So those guys getting clear of the Demon Tweaks machine at the moment, trying to follow in the wheel tracks of Uvio Hoffman's, even though they are a lap down. So we'll see whether Farkini are still thinking a decent place here. It's going to be very, very tricky for us to pick a winner out of this one at the moment. I say Morpheus pretty much in a commanding position right now, but a very strong driver pairing, isn't it, Morpheus, with the 2 Hearts? Any increase that they could get. What I haven't had a handle on is how quick their stops are, but I'm guessing, they've been in and around this for a long time, so they're not going to lose a huge amount on the others. It's going to be pretty equitable.
No, indeed, yeah, they seem to be pretty on it, haven't they, despite not the years of experience of some of the teams around them, of Uvio, GCI, and Axiometrics, Olympian GRD, all teams like that. As I say that, Olympian GRD are dropping down the order. They're just dropping out of the top 10. They're into the pits. Olympian GRD are into the pits. Your championship leaders pitting outside of the window. What has happened here? It's Riley Phillips behind the wheel. He was on some brilliant pace, fastest or right up there in the 2 or 3 fastest drivers out there, but an issue for Olympian GRD. Hopefully Jamie can maybe bring us some more information as to why they've had to come into the pits. Look at the damage on the rear right of Renan Racing there. Wow, that's some serious damage. Let's see, I wonder if that has anything to do with team number 1. We'll wait and see if Jamie can find us out any more information. But crucial point, championship leaders in, and it's a tyre change.
Yeah, so not good for the number 1 car. This is very much now damage limitation for them. And the thing that alerted me to that was the Vape Club EDF car with Ted Bradbury being up into 5th place now. So, you know, you get to look for the expected front runners sort of trying to put themselves in the mix. Ted Bradbury bringing that 246 car back up in with the front runners. A lot of gap to catch up for sure. Olympian GRD now showing down in 10th place. So interesting to see where they wind up. But we're going to have a little bit of a moment following Ted Bradbury, the 246 car, as ever doing a sterling job. The race winner last time out, now up into 4th position, and could be in that podium battle very soon.
I think key point might be that Olympian GRD have gone a lap down potentially. Let's wait and see when they come across the timing beam, because they were around sort of 30 seconds or so, weren't they, behind the race leaders when they pitted in.
Point, yeah.
Quite a bit of time lost there, changing the rear left tyre. Look at the 97. I can't believe how exposed that right rear is now on the Renan Racing car. Now let's see if they go a lap down. They're dropping down the order. They haven't come across the line just yet. Signature RV up to 10th, then PLR up to 11th. And when Morpheus Motorsport going to come across the line to start lap number 89 of this race. Team Pacific up into 12th place. They're still on the lead lap. There you go. Morpheus Motorsport across the line. Olympian GRD are a lap down.
Yeah, the bad luck continuing for the now championship-wise. We're going to have to get the abacus out and work out whether that means they could potentially lose the championship lead here, because it is close and not what they want to do going into the final round. A lot of drivers will prefer chasing, but equally a lot of drivers like having the points in the bag, and it puts unnecessary pressure on them as they go to the last event at Alton Park, which is a double header. You're having a quick look at
trying my best, mate. Give me a second.
Absolutely right. But there is Chris Devell in the number 1 car, and as we said, you know, lap down, so in 14th place at the moment. Race Logic the next car. There are points all the way down. It's not like you finish out of the top 10 that you then miss out on championship points. You don't. They go right the way down, and that's why you'll see the cars carrying on right to the bitter end. Even if they've had a dismal one, you never know which one is going to be a drop score. So they'll carry on and hope that the points that they get will carry forward into the final tally.
Indeed. So coming into this round, Team Olympian GRD were 9 points clear of UVO Hoppers Motorsport. If it stays how it was right now, which it won't, it would be a 24-point swing the way of UVO Hoppers Motorsport. So they would clearly take the championship lead going into the final 2 rounds at Alton Park. But as we say, there's still an hour and 35 minutes left to go. I'm sure Olympian will have the bit between their teeth here to try and gain a few more points back.
You talk to drivers and say, you know, what's the championship? And you get, don't worry, I'm just doing it for the race. But these drivers are going to be very well aware of what the ramifications are of whatever happens out on track.
But I mean, to be fair, if you were going to ask which driver you wanted behind the wheel to try and gain those points back for you, you'd probably choose Riley Phillips. Maybe a couple of other drivers are in the fray for that choice, but Riley would certainly be up there. So he's going to do everything he can to drag that team back up the order. We'll wait and see how that continues. I think really now they're just hoping for no safety car. That's going to be the main thing, because the safety car will group them all back up together again, and there'll be no chance of getting themselves off of the lead lap. And like we say, top 12, I think, are still on that leading lap. It's the highest real possible position. If there is a safety car, would be 13th for Olympian, which again, if UVO Hoffman's Motorsport can stay around where they are, that's going to be a big point swing their way.
It will be. So is this the turning point of the championship for the 225 car? It's been steadily closing up on this machine here, the reigning champions, who, as John said earlier in the broadcast, had a stunning start to the season. Any season is going to be a mixture of highs and lows. You might get considerably more highs if you're on the way to a championship, but somewhere along the line there's always the odd glitch or two, and that's what will define ultimately the championship season. It comes to something when if you finish P2 you're disappointed, isn't it? But frustrating time for them as we have some on board. So we go back with seed data now Climbing uphill, really great shot there, showing you the climb up into Coppice, double apex corner, go through the first part, drift out to the outside, back for the second apex here, leading us onto the straight. Wide line being used there as they come on exhibition straight. And we'll see the speed being picked up. We're going to look at an outside line pass here. By the time the old exhibition centre there on the left, not quite enough momentum to draw to the outside, but it does give us the wide run into the chicane, which could carry more speed, more momentum on the exit, and maybe have a run down into Redgate. See how close we can get. I'm guessing the onboard camera accentuating the gap a little bit. Looking for the gap on the inside. Not there, though.
Not going to happen. No, not going to happen. They waited for it, hoping that it'd be opened up. But no, there goes Uvio around the outside of both of them. Fantastic. Opportunistic there, and steals the track position away from both of those two drivers. You saw there, heavy defence there from the car on the inside. That, of course, is the 157 of Second Choice Racing. See, Data were just waiting, saying, come on, open up the corner, open up the corner. They were like, not a chance. I'm not letting you have that inside line. Held it firm and held the place. But Uvio swinging round the outside of both. You can just see the confidence they have in that car. But despite that, despite them pressing on round the back markers really well, the gap between them and Morpheus in the lead continues to open up.
Yeah, I mean, is that a championship thought there as well? Because Morpheus not really in the main championship race. I think, how many rounds was it we've missed with Morpheus? Just checking, I'm looking at the 2025 data instead of 2024. But Morpheus weren't at rounds 1, 4 and 5 by my reckoning. So
I've got 1, 5 and 6. They weren't at Croft and they weren't at the first round at Brands, I think. So a few rounds missed. So like you said, not really involved in the championship, but very, very quick, as we can see there out on circuit. Right then, looks as though Jamie is ready in the pit lane with another interview.
Thanks, John. Yeah, I'm down with Gary Summers. Now, I wanted to talk to Gary because those of you that watched Croft will remember that Gary had to do a quadruple stint, which meant he did over 2 hours and 40 minutes in the car on his own. And you elected to miss Silverstone. Was that to recover?
Yeah. No, it wasn't to recover. It was. I went off on holiday. I would love to have been at Silverstone, but that was one. I don't want to have to do that again, and I wouldn't put it on anybody. But
I mean, it was like 25, 30 degree heat, and it was a Herculean effort, and by a mile you were voted the driver of the day. That obviously must have meant something, that everyone voted that.
Yeah, well, that's the first silverware that I've had, so that was great for me, and I hope to get some more, but I don't want to do it that way.
But the great thing is that you were getting quicker and quicker and quicker. I mean, you've been very open that you're learning every time you get in that car. And obviously conditions like this, you're having to learn again because you're learning what the car's doing.
Yeah, exactly. It's just time behind the wheel, and today has been very changeable in the weather. So you go out and it's lovely and dry, and then the next minute it's soaking and it's a different ball game.
And thoughts for the rest of the race? You're sort of plugging away with it and just staying out of trouble.
Staying out of trouble and not being last, and bringing the car home in one piece.
Fantastic. Great to have you back, Gary.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks very much, Jamie. What a great... It was a really super effort at Croft, I've got to say. Baking hot weather, super driving as well. And, yeah, magnificent achievement. Very well earned driver of the day award. What different conditions that we have today. A little bit of sunshine here and there. Plenty of rain to throw things in the middle. It looks like it might be, I reckon it might be dry now for the rest of the race. We're approaching the final stops already. This has, as John Ratcliffe said, gone very, very quickly today. We're only about 10 minutes away from the final pit window being open. So, beg your pardon, penultimate one, isn't it? We're at 1:30, it takes us down to 1:20, and then we'll have another one with 40 minutes to go. So, penultimate pit stop about to open in about 9 minutes' time. As we look at Team Pesky going through shot, the 252 car, Andrew Dyer and Alex Foden. Both drivers being brought into Fun Cup via BRSCC product. We mentioned Andrew's stint in the Demon Tweaks. Of course, they're in this as well. Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup, which I watched. We were lucky enough to have them with us at Croft, and that championship. I think with the few drivers have moved away, but the ones that are left and the ones that are joining the championship, really giving it a great flavour, and I think setting us up for potentially a very exciting 2026 campaign in Audi TTs. So if you're looking at coming in, very, very well worth having a look at that. And well, talking of Demon Tweaks, that's the car that the 252 Team Pesky machine is about to get stuck into. So the sponsor of Andrew Dyer's erstwhile efforts in Audis is immediately in front of him. Demon Tweaks Miller Oils logo on the back of that Demon Tweaks car as well. Terrific livery, very striking livery in the Demon Tweaks car. And you need to quick check. So this is stint 4. And the 252 car stint 4, yeah, it's Alex Foden actually, the wheel rather than Andrew Dyer. So Alex, who moves up here from the City Car Cup. Can't remember if City Car Cup were out last weekend. I think they were. Was it Croft last weekend? City Car Cup were out? Possibly. So it was City Car Cup last weekend. Thank you very much.
At least Kieran knows.
Kieran, I think Kieran was there actually. I think Kieran was.
He was commentating
on it. Well, showing my ignorance for missing it, but I did know that I sort of heard the name. I didn't get to watch the coverage. But yeah, City Car Cup last weekend. And you can pretty much find BRSCC product on track at most weekends through the course of the season. We had Janetta Junior up there last week. I did see that as well. And picking up on the latest news from Janetta Junior as we head towards scholarship season. If you've got any youngsters watching this that are sort of age 13, turning 14 in time to race at the beginning of next year, so maybe sort of 14 by March next year, I guess. Look at the dates on the calendars as Demon Tweaks pick off a move. We've got the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Scholarship, and that could be a stepping stone into Fun Cup racing in a few years' time. And we've also got the Janetta Junior Scholarship as well, which is coming up. I think they're separated by 2 weeks, both up at Brighton Park. If you're a senior looking to get into racing and fancy winning a drive, there aren't any scholarships for Fun Cup at the moment, but you never know. The Rose family might put that up at some point to get drivers in. But if you're a senior, then again sort of BRSCC related is Jamsport, who run in the Fiestas, but the scholarship's actually for one of the Bark formula, which is the JCW Sport category. I think that's it. Brighton as well. My son's doing that this year. I'm praying he doesn't win so I don't have to pay for it. Pay for the testing.
I wish him the best of luck anyway, even if you don't. We just saw that.
It's all right. You won't be able to get the time off work to race, so we're okay. We're safe there.
Okay, good. We just saw that battling Demon Tweaks and the Burt team. Demon Tweaks with a big tank slapper down at the bottom of Craners, their old hairpin. They just about managed to keep it out of the kitty litter. They press on, but they lost a good few seconds there to Burt. We're closing in towards our next pit stop window already, though. If my maths is correct, we're about 6.5 minutes away because we kicked the other one off at 2 hours. Am I right in saying? Okay, cool. Thank you.
Spot on, John.
Good. Glad to hear it. I've also cracked open the Jaffa cakes with an hour and a half to go. So, Richard, feel free to dive in. Of course.
Thank you very much. That's very kind.
Other biscuits / cakes are available as well. So
can't beat Jaffa cakes. That's a top.
Of course. We need power. We need powering through this race. I mean, we have just been sat down for.
Is it a
the best
biscuit
part
or
of 2.5 hours.
confectionery? There's one.
I don't. Let's not open that can of worms or box of Jaffa cakes.
You're not going to be drawn in, are you?
No, not a chance.
Fair play, mate.
Not a chance. We continue to watch the racing action. Now, look at the gap now. 35 seconds nearly. The Morpheus at the front of the field. It's ridiculous at the pace being put down here in stint number 4. That 110 car to Ren Morpheus Motorsport. Now with Charlie Hart behind the wheel, and we know that he's a very accomplished racing driver across all different types of motorsport. But he's really flying out there in these tricky conditions. Once again, we get to look at the Renault Racing car, which has been shedding weight throughout this one, hasn't it? It's had its fair share of incidents and now missing that whole right rear corner. But to be fair, like I say, these cars are relatively bomb-proof, so not really affecting them too much, it seems, at the moment.
We're getting towards seeing the chassis there. What's the nearest race car chassis this would compare to underneath?
I've got no idea.
No, that's all right.
Absolutely no. I just got in it and drove as fast as I can, Richard. Why are you asking me these types of questions?
I'll save that one for Andy next time.
Yeah, good idea.
Andy as well.
Someone who's much smarter than me.
I think the idea is they are unique, aren't they? That's the pretty much key point, is that these are unique cars. 1800cc engines powering them, and absolute proper racing kit. And I make no apology for saying I hear so many times people say to me, "Oh, I heard you were doing Fun Cup. I fancy having a go at that." And every time I say to these people, well, don't talk to me about it. Go and talk to the Rose family and look on the website and get yourself in a car and have a go. We haven't mentioned the 10 grand bounty, and I've stopped mentioning that to people now because I think it actually can put people off because they then think, oh, well, actually, if I could get a good driver pairing, like Jake Hill when he came in and had a go at it, forget that, because you're not going to win it anyway. Just come in and have a go.
Exactly that. Yeah, no one's fighting for that this weekend, are they?
No,
I think we have a couple of new drivers, but of course, for that bounty, it has to be every single driver in the team's first ever Fun Cup race, even if they've done one race randomly 10 years ago.
That doesn't count. And quite right too. Absolutely right. It would totally negate the story.
Exactly that. So, yeah, we've had plenty fight for it over the past, though, but still, no one has ever won that full 10 grand. I'm trying to remember when it was Jake Hill who came to visit us in Alton Park last year. I think it was third place they finished, wasn't it, in the end, which was £1,000. Thank you, Kieran, in my ears. Yeah, that was indeed correct. Third place at Alton Park last year in their first ever attempt. Bagged themselves £1,000, so a nice little advantage, but not quite the 10 for first place. No one still quite managed to bag that 10 grand bounty.
Point I had in the week, as I say, I was up in Sheffield talking about this, and someone said that the 10 grand bounty's been around a while, isn't it? Should have gone up to 15 by now.
Yeah, where's the inflation, Mr. Rose? Come on, we've got the 249 off again, this time at the first corner. And again, a door coming open. We had a few cars with some doors flying open, but 249 Demon Streets gets it closed yet again. Yeah, we've seen some serious inflation in the last few years, and I think I've got to agree with you there. I think we need a little bump in that prize money. Look at that, though. 249 has definitely gone wayward there with some serious front splitter damage now. That'll be really understeery down through a lot of the corners on this track now, and they've got to be a bit careful that front right doesn't hook underneath the tyre and cause even more issues throughout the rest of this one. Just having a few issues here in stint 4 are the 249. I think you mentioned it earlier, but Jason Minshaw back in the car for the Demon Sweeps squad. Of course, lovely, there's another family team, the 249 Demon Tweaks. Jason Minshaw, Guy Minshaw and Jack Minshaw all behind the car at different points in this race, continuing to power on, but having a couple of issues in this stint anyway.
They are. Going back to the family thing, you do see more so in Fun Cup than anywhere else. You see fathers and sons racing in all sorts of ways, but you see more family efforts in this. And who am I talking to?
Hello.
That's it, isn't it? I would imagine, I don't think you could find any other championship with as many family represented on track.
It's just because it works so well, doesn't it? Well, over a longer endurance race, it's sort of ideal to have between sort of 2 and 4 drivers, really. So a small family, it works really well if you want to go out racing all together. There isn't really a more perfect championship for it, and that's again another reason why we chose to join the Fun Cup family. We thoroughly enjoyed it. We're itching to get back on the grid, hopefully soon, but we'll wait and see whether that does come to fruition.
If you do next year, we're going to make you work hard, so we're going to get you in the car and then out and back in the comms box.
Look forward to that. I just assumed you'd stick a microphone in my helmet. I was going to say, I'm not going to be very stream friendly. I can't lie while I'm driving. I'm a different man behind the wheel.
Would you swear? Do you swear behind
the wheel? A lot, yeah.
Are you like a trooper?
Yeah. I can get a bit angry.
He's going red.
I'm sometimes embarrassed about how aggressive I do get out there. I do need to turn it down a little bit.
That
in future,
surprises me though, because having met, we met for the first time at Croft, and that's surprising because you don't come across as a sweary person. So I would think that even in the car you wouldn't do that. So that surprises me. Nothing wrong with a bit of passion when you're doing it.
Yeah, I've never given any passionate hand gestures to any other drivers out there on circuit at any point. I would never do that, Richard.
Not Jason Plato yet, have you?
Right, continuing on then. I think we're only about 30 seconds away from this next pit stop window. These two still battling nice and hard, aren't they? This is C Data holding the inside line. 157 going all the way around the outside, though. That's a lovely move there for the 157. Chops across the nose at the apex. And 157 move on through. That was the move for 15th place. I think this is all for position. Yes, it is. So this is C Data. Second choice racing are in 15th. C Data in 16th. Burt in 17th. And Team Pesky in 18th. We just see the end of the move there, as I did say they chopped across the nose, and on the onboard they certainly did.
They did. Yeah, I thought it was going to try and take off some of those crosses on the back there for a moment. See Data Man, but not quite. All good. Down through the... It's a wonderful view, isn't it? Down through the Craner curves into the old hairpin. Watch out for the dreaded track limits here. Nice move there along Starkey Straight. Past the point where the old second commentary box used to be, which hasn't been there for years. The old spark plug. You won't remember that.
No, I do still remember when the bridge actually was a bridge going across the circuit, and I think it had Bluebird, was it, on top of it?
Oh, it had some speed thing on it.
Yeah, I think it was Bluebird.
Speed car, yeah.
Yeah, that's when I remember it as a kid having. I'm gutted that bridge has sort of been demolished now and not really there, but it was always a cool part of the circuit. Very much still is in terms of racing, but of course you got some very memorable moments under that bridge. Nigel Mansell being the one that comes to mind. His big crash underneath that bridge, but some amazing moments that have happened around here at Donington Park. As we watch C Data look for the inside line down here into the final couple of corners. We might go side by side here. This is going to get very close. Just about hangs there around the outside as the 157 and just about holds the place. I've got some more information from Jamie. Fun Cup is the only championship that offers such a prize for victory, second place or third place for brand new teams. Apparently, myself and Kieran were both wrong. It was second place for Jake and Charlie, so they bagged themselves $3,000. They were 5 seconds off the win in that attempt. They got so close to bagging themselves an extra $7,000, but not quite. And that 10k prize was launched 9 years ago now, and still no one has won it.
Battle on for, incredible story, isn't it? Battle on for, yeah, with 9 years inflation we need to work out.
I agree.
So we will don't think you're getting off the hook with that, Rose family. No, I'm joking. There we go, up into third place. Onto the podium goes Ted Bradbury, potentially. Lovely move there on the inside of GCI Racing. Remember, Vlad Vasiliev will take over the next stint in the next few minutes because we are at time for the penultimate. I was getting muddled up with me last and penultimate pit windows, but it's the penultimate driver change will happen imminently, and Bradbury's done a super job. Remember, they've had all sorts of things going on, haven't they? Time penalties and goodness knows what else.
They've had 2 stop-go penalties in this race.
Goes. Yeah, it is 2, isn't it? Yeah. Wow. 257 conducting their change, Team Pacific. So going in for stint 5 will be Liam O'Donnell taking over from Sam Gibson. It's been an eventful race for them. That fire in pit lane at the opening few minutes of the race now seems an eternity ago, even though the race has passed very, very quickly indeed, I have to say. Morpheus, 42-second gap. Are they going to set themselves up for a back-of-the-grid start at Alton Park? We're a bit conflicted that weekend because that's the festival weekend.
Indeed.
So we're going to be fighting for viewers on the Saturday.
No, what they'll have to have is just both of them open and just be flicking back and forward between the two. That's the only way to do it.
To be fair, festival finals day is the Sunday, so it doesn't compromise the final day of the festival.
Okay, good. We can enjoy both then.
Yeah. Very excited about the festival again. This BRSCC do put on some super meetings, and I'm very excited. I've seen the Fun Cup dates are out for next year, aren't they? So I know Jamie was saying he can now start to book his holidays. And what's a holiday? Not quite sure, but anyway,
no,
Jamie was talking about one
here.
of those. So I'm hoping the BRSCC will give us some dates soon. A couple of the things I said on the stream at Croft they totally ignored, so I can't say if you want to get the dates in the diary, get in touch, and I could say that, but they're just going to ignore it anyway, so...
I can talk you through the Fun Cup dates, if you like, as I've just spotted Morpheus are into the pit lane here for their final stop, and we've just seen them exit the pits out of our comms box window, so they head back out on the circuit, very much still in the lead of this race. So 2025 season for the Fun Cup. It's going to be the 12th of April, first round at Brands Hatch, a 4-hour race. Then we move to Alton Park on May the 10th for another 4-hour endurance. Anglesey, the usual 2-3 hours. That's on June the 7th. Then July the 12th at Croft for a 1-hour and a 3-hour. Then a 4-hour at Silverstone on August the 16th. A 4-hour at Donington on September the 13th. And then a 1-hour and a 3-hour at Alton Park on October the 25th to round out the season. So a similar season to this one.
Yep. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So
yeah, exactly.
It's fair enough doing that, isn't it? Not sure how many touring car clashes are on, but hopefully not too many, and maybe get the chance to come and work with you and Andy on some more of the dates next year.
Mate, that would be fantastic. I've just been messaged by our producer, and he's worked out the inflation for you.
Oh, Kieran Mogg.
£10,000 in 2016 would be equal to £13,804 in July 2025.
14 grand rounded up. So
there you go. There you go. I have a feeling the Rose family currently have their fingers in their ears.
I don't, and I wouldn't blame them at all. I wouldn't blame them at all. I know they like the fun because that's why it's called Fun Cup. So
it's all banter. All banter at the end of the day. We're thoroughly enjoying the racing action. Let's see how this goes then. Of course, a race lead does change out there on circuit with Uvia Hoffman's Motorsport now in the lead, closely followed by Vape Club with EDF Motorsport and GCI Racing. Only 4.3 separating those three. But then you'll see it's only a further 3 seconds back to Morpheus, and they've already done their pit stop.
Yeah, they built up such a good lead, didn't they, in that last stint. and looking very, very handy at the moment indeed. We've not seen this car for a while, but good to catch up with our new leader, the UVO Hoffman's car with Farkini at the wheel. We don't have to say the second word, as you said now. He's dropped Diot from the surname. I remember having the conversation about, and I had a subsequent conversation after the last round at Croft. I was chatting to David Addison, who did the opening round, I think it was an opening round or second round last year at Old Park. And David's not a fan of pseudonyms. He doesn't get it, and if you don't get it, you don't get it. But I just think it's funny and in part of it. And if that's what the guys want to do. He doesn't like me using my middle name even in commentary, which we did to avoid some confusion as we get that 248 car into pit lane for its penultimate stop. The Eyelockers car, who is going in for stint 5. Ryan Slaney-Smith, the man who runs the Eyelockers outfit, going in, and indeed out, ready for his last stint of the day. But yeah, UVO Hoffman's, good, strong. You need good, strong lineups. You can. The great thing is with the Masters Championship as well, you can go for that if you're not necessarily going for overall wins, but just enjoy the racing, as GCI looking to pop down on the inside of the Greenheath car there. So it's UVO Hoffman's Vape Club EDF second, GCI Racing third, Morpheus after the stop in fourth place, Signature RV up into fifth, Ninky Nonk in sixth position. We'll recount that once all of the stops are complete. But here is Ted Bradbury, who will hand over to Vlad Vasiliev in his next stop. He's not actually that far behind the leader, is he?
No, not too far at all. He's closed in really, really well throughout this racing stint. Of course, we were initially comparing how quickly he was closing in comparatively to Riley Phillips behind the wheel of your championship leader, Team Olympian GRD car. They're still just outside of the top 10, as that was aggressive from Ted Bradbury. The door quickly closing there at the top of the hill as he tried to put the pass on the Eyelockers car up at Coppice. I don't think they quite saw them, or equally just didn't want to give the room, and Ted went, no, I'm taking this track position, thank you very much. Bullied his way through on the inside, but made it work nonetheless. And that's how you've got to cut through the back markers in Fun Cup to make up that time and try and better your position. At the moment, he's still looking to chase down that UVO car, which is literally within touching distance. Only a few car lengths separating them. And there we go, another lap being put on by the 14 of Greenheath, just as the Mean Machine comes out of the pits. Look at this squabble as we go down into Redgate. They managed to make their way through, but the 110 now onto the back of GCI Racing here. This is ridiculous, the pace being shown by the 110 as they're heading on to their penultimate stint of this race, and this is a double stint from Charlie Hart. Of course, we saw a double stint earlier on from Chris, and now it's the turn of Charlie to do a double stint, and he's doing a cracking job of it, isn't he?
Absolutely mega job out front there, yeah, for sure. And I've got to say, I'm going to give a shout, not because he came in and said hello to us, but Ryan Slaney-Smith dealing with Ted Bradbury going past him as well, and those faster drivers, for somebody in the early stages of his racing career, absolutely top notch. Did not look under pressure at all, but dealt with it well.
No, exactly. Held firm, held his track position. Looking to the inside again there on the 111. Aggressive once more from the 246 of Vape Club up and under. Oh, sorry, the 110 of Morpheus, my apologies. Up and under there goes Greenheath, and now we're 3 wide down the front straight. All in sort of different races at the moment, but still battling out there on the same piece of tarmac. It will be the 110 just about stealing that away and gets ahead of the 111 of GCI, which means that they get back ahead. They're up into third place overall now, Morpheus, but of course, to remind you again, they've already done their pit stop and they're only 5.7 seconds off the leaders. That gap is going to be monstrous once UVO and Vape Club get out of the pits after their pit stops. We are closing in towards that pit window close board now, only 20 seconds until it'll come out on the gantry, and as soon as the drivers see it, they'll have one more lap to come back into the pit lane and get their penultimate stop of the race done and dusted. There you see it at the top of your screen from Race Control, pit window closed. So these two cars, UVO and Vape Club, will be allowed to come through and pass the start-finish straight again, and then they have to come in on the following lap around. Let's see how this continues on, though. Will Vape Club decide to dive in if they feel they're being held up at all here by the 225? or how will these two play it out? Or will the 246 decide, no, I want to make a move? He's thinking about it. Up into the right-hander of Coppice, has the inside line, takes it away from the 225 and into what is currently the lead of the race, but I think will end up being second place once all is said and done.
I think Ted Bradbury will bask in the glory of having taken that lead for another lap. But Farkini, I think, will probably want to try and get him back. They paced themselves, I think, here, UVO Hoffman, through the course of the race. We've seen them ebb and flow. They've always been in the top 3 or 4 or thereabouts. They seem to be knowing exactly what they're doing, and so too does Ted Bradbury. And for once in my life, I'm proved right. He does go on to that final lap. So they will both come and pit at the same time. So our camera crew will have to split themselves into 2 in the pit lane to cover the 2 stops. We know you can't do that, but
now it's going to be a battle of the pit stops, isn't it? They've overtaken them on circuit, have Vape Club, but as you were mentioning earlier, we know how speedy UVO are in the stops.
Incredibly so.
To be fair to Vape Club, they're pretty speedy as well. But let's see in that battle in the pit lane who wins out, and if UVO can jump back ahead once again.
The back end of Ted Bradbury's car wanting to break away. I think it was Chris Weatherall, wasn't it, that was saying earlier on about how the back wants to step out all the way, and Bradbury right on the limit by the look of it of that car, through Schwantz, up through McLean's, up towards Coppice we go once again, and the UVO Hoffman's car now a chaser in P2, but a good strong position at the moment. Bradbury trying to pull away. Here's the climb up to Coppice, a bit of traffic to deal with, which knowing Bradbury will be done and dusted by the time he gets ready to come in for the stop. Going along an exhibition straight now, and he'll be thinking about where he needs to place the car to get into the pit lane. Is he going to make the move or not? Maybe too far back. Doesn't want to compromise his entry into the pit lane. That's what he's thinking about here, Ted Bradbury. I'm fairly sure. Goes through the chicane, now peels off, as does Farkini. And the 2 leading cars come into pit lane, ready for their latest stop, the penultimate stop of the race. It'll be Farkini who takes it to the checkered flag. But Fabulous Randaccio will get in, see how the champions do it. A little bit of a splash and dash. It's not going to be the ultimate quick stop because we have got the fuel going on board, and Fabulous can now get in the car. Belts will be on. This will be very, very quick. They are so well drilled. Bradbury in the background, hands over to Vlad Vasiliev, who gets off. Maybe they had the same amount of fuel as well. Single churn for him, and a quicker stop for Vape Club EDF.
Yeah, ever so slightly. It was definitely one single churn for both teams there, and very marginally, maybe half a second quicker there for Vape Club. But they enter the pits in front, they leave the pits in front as well. And on to stint number 5 we go then. And now on board Vlad Vasiliev once again. But it's Fabulous Randaccio back on board for UVO Hoffmans. Of course, Team Vape Club with EDF Motorsport and Vlad Vasiliev himself taking their first ever win last time out at Silverstone, and now he's really being thrown amongst it here, only coming out the pits a second or so ahead of multiple champions UVO Hoffmans Motorsport. Can he keep them behind over this next stint?
It could be fascinating, isn't it, to see. We'll wait for all the leading runners to complete their lap so that we can see who has moved up into the top 6, maybe by virtue of good stops, maybe by the fact that some drivers have taken on fuel, have a slightly longer stop. But looking at the screen, we can say Olympian were in the top 10, but dropped down to 11th as the stops continue to play out. So I think we've now going on to stint 5, Simon Rudd back at the controls, and it's going to be Riley Phillips and Chris DeVell was 1 and 3. Simon Rudd now in the number 1, so it should be a quick finish for the reigning champions, and they're going to be down to 14th now the stops have played out. So it was an earlier stop. Simon Rudd in the car trying to get on as the battle for the lead happens here.
Indeed, yeah, down the inside goes UVO then, stealing the pace immediately back. It was only about half a lap or so. I asked whether Vlad could keep them behind. Sadly, the answer to that is no for Vlad, and he drops back down into 3rd place then. Well, I was also interested to see what the gap was looking like between your leaders, the 110 and Morpheus, and these two continuing to squabble over 2nd place. It is 35 seconds. My only hope from a neutral perspective is that maybe Morpheus have been going really light on fuel and they're having to put some more in at the final stop, but I think that's just hope from me, but I don't think that's going to happen. They've led the most amazing race so far as the 110 of Morpheus Motorsport. So after that switch then between UVO and Vape Club, UVO up to 2nd place. Let's hear from them.
Thanks, John. Yeah, I'm actually down with somebody who you don't normally see on the live stream, which is Ian Creswell. He's the team manager of the UVO Hoffmans Motorsport and also PLR Racing. And Ian, first of all, happy birthday, 39 again. 24 seasons you've been doing this. It's changed a bit, isn't it?
Since we first started, yeah. I actually missed the very first race because one of my teammates forgot to tell me that we were actually racing. So over ever many years it is, we've raced, we've loved it, and we've had great fun all the time.
And what has attracted you to it? I mean, it's such a fun community, isn't it?
Yeah, we started with Formula Fords and then we moved on to this when it first started in 2002. And it's just been great. The pit lane, the crews, the drivers, everybody mucks in together. And it's a great just leveler for everybody. You don't know what backgrounds people have or anything like that. But when you get here, you're all working to the same aim. And it is fun. And the way the other teams allow their members to help other teams get back on track just shows you how much fun everybody enjoys it, really.
And yeah, absolutely. And of course, over the last couple of years, we've seen a changing of the guard. A lot of young karters are coming into Fun Cup racing now, and giving some of these more established drivers a run for their money.
Yeah, one of our cars is okay at the moment. The other one is falling a little bit back, especially this season. But yeah, that's because there are the young blood is coming through, and that's great. That's absolutely fabulous. It gives us something to race against as well. So we're not just tootling around on a Saturday afternoon just trying to pass the time. We're really, really going for it where we can.
And from a team manager point of view, it's been going all right. PLR, they've just been sort of staying out of trouble. UVO right in the thick of it.
Today, yeah, as usual, UVO are well up there. PLR, we always start off with good intentions, but we usually end up getting slowly backwards. And that's mainly because of the young guns who have come in and are just quicker pedallers, more than anything else.
And obviously, Fab and Farkini, you just can't change them, can you?
There is no way they are ever going to change, and God bless them, we keep working on them to try and persuade them that there may be changes, but they never change. So it's great.
Fantastic. Cheers, Ian.
All right. Thanks very much, Jamie.
Back to John and Rich.
Thanks, Jamie. Yeah, brilliant stuff. A couple of movers and shakers in that last stint. The main ones you won't be surprised to know was Ted Bradbury getting up into top six into P2. The other one is Signature RV up into fifth position outside the top six. So a good performance by them. Morpheus still leading. We're looking at the two cars vying over second and third place, with Vlad Vasiliev now chasing Fabulous Randaccio, with fourth position GCI now with Ian Wood at the controls, John Whitehouse in the Signature RV 557 car, Matt Hyde back in the Ninky Nonk in sixth place. So Neo Clark and Matt Hyde having a Ninky Nonk debut, not a debut in the Formula, but a debut in that car. Neo having his racing debut, with top six place so far. Team Greenheath not far away in seventh, PLR in eighth, ninth is Axiometrics, and Red River Sport wrapping up our top 10 at the moment. Simon Rudd has got the number one car back up from 14th, 15th place into 11th, so knocking on the door of the top 10, Simon Rudd. Away and off the lead lap, so this is all very much damage limitation for the reigning champions, and they need to carry on scoring the points because it's one drop score, I think, in the championship. So therefore Croft, which was 19th, was their worst score, so anything better than 19th is the score that will carry on. So they do need to improve wherever they go. Whatever they get is a bonus now, so every place gained is going to work for the reigning champions.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, last time I checked them on the live timing, they were in 14th, so again a few positions up to 11th then, so pressing on really well. And look at this, diving from one side and then the other, looking for the inside line, down into the Fogarty S's, but not able to quite grab it this time, and UVO just about holding on to second place. Sadly, I think we might as well just forget the drivers out in the lead of the 110 Morpheus. They're off into the distance. They're in a totally different postcode. Let's enjoy this battle for second place. And if it continues as spicy as this, GCI really not that far behind there. Only a few car lengths back. About 4 seconds to be exact, as they head down into Red Gate once again. Nice and spicy between these two, and fantastic to see Vlad getting the elbows out, getting rather feisty and trying to steal back his second place.
I had to double check that wasn't Ted Bradbury then on my sheet. I really did. Super stuff from Vlad, piling the pressure on the P2 car, and you never know, it could force a mistake. Uvio very difficult to force mistakes into, for sure. Multiple champions, as you mentioned earlier in the race. But yeah, they're not working together at the moment, these two.
Oh no, they're definitely not working together. No, it's been amazing to see the improvements from Vlad over the last couple of years. Back in 2023, we always just seemed to find each other out on circuit and we'd have great battles. And now he's in squabbling with the leaders for top 3 position. So that just shows you how much he's improved. At one point he was battling with me. Now he's up in the top 3, giving it hell. So fair play to Vlad. Look at that, Uvio weaving down the back straight there, trying to break the toe as they head to the end of another lap. And it seems to have worked that time. Not an opportunity there for Vlad this time into the final couple of corners.
So would the rest of the family be upset if you went and partnered Ted?
Ted doesn't want me. Wait, he doesn't want me.
Well, you don't know. You don't know. Does that mean you've had the conversation?
No, not at all. I would never ever desert the family. I only want to be part of the family team. And also, I can't afford doing it myself, so that's also a benefit of being part of the family team.
Does come into it, doesn't it?
Yeah, indeed. No, it's so lovely being able to do it with my dad and my brother, making those memories out on track and supporting each other and egging each other on to try and do our best out on circuit. And it's not only just about the racing, it's the whole weekend away with the family, especially when the children get a little bit older. My brother's in his early 30s, I'm in my mid-20s, so finding that time for us all to meet up becomes a bit of a challenge. But if you've got 10 rounds of a Fun Cup season, there are 10 times you're definitely going to see each other throughout the year, which is absolutely lovely. But let's talk about my family life. Jamie Peterson is ready in the pit lane to chat to some more lovely people.
John, we love hearing about the Ratcliffe family, and of course, hope they're all well. Hopefully nice to see them back next year, along with you as well. But I'm with Riley, unscheduled pit stop with a puncture, and it was just a really unfortunate incident, you were telling me.
Yeah, no, it was just super unlucky in racing. It's one of those things, trying to go around the outside of someone in the damp, and you know, they just made an honest mistake and had a bit of a wiggle, and all it's done is it's just clipped the tyre valve out of the rear left as I go by, and yeah, unfortunately that's enough to have us come in and change the tyre basically and get it back out. I think we lost, obviously, you know, it's pit stop, so 35, 40 seconds, somewhere like that. So I think we're currently off the lead lap by a little bit, but hopefully there's some places to be gained as we head on up.
Well, you just jumped up into P9, so you're sort of going in the right direction, but ideally you want a safety car, don't you?
Yeah, that would be the saviour for us, really, as a safety car to punch us up. You know, currently as it stands, I think we'd be losing to Uvio going into that final round, which would be not ideal. You know, we'd like to be in front with a good margin, so we'll see. You know, there's definitely a few more places out there, but a safety car would definitely help us.
And tricky conditions out there, has that not, I know you said you didn't feel it, but is all the geo all okay with the car?
Yeah, it seems to be. Everything's fine. I mean, I barely felt the touch at all. I took avoiding action to the grass and thought I'd got away with it, and then yeah, as a lap and a half went by, I realised that it wasn't just cold tyres from the grass, it was also a puncture.
Well, keep plugging along and points mean prizes.
Exactly, they do.
Thanks, mate.
There we go then. Great to hear from Riley, of course, driver, part of the Team Olympian GRD outfit. But yeah, such a shame there, just trying to cut the way through a couple of back markers. And like you said, putting yourself on the outside line is always a little bit risky, especially when offline. It's a little bit slippery and slidey, and driver just getting a bit out of shape into the side of them, tyre valve gone, and that's it, tyre done. You have to pit, lose all that time. And
championship gone.
Well, hopefully not. Hopefully not. Let's not commentators curse that. We'll wait and see. Still all to play for, even if it ends like this, going into the final 2 races at Donington Park later on this year in October. I want to say the 25th of October. I hope I'm correct with that exact date, but it's late October for sure. So make sure you join us for that one. As we say, all rounds live streamed courtesy of Alpha Live this season. So just drop a subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel or even the Fun Cup YouTube channel itself, and you'll be able to keep up with all the action as we bring the 2025 season to a close. There's Uvio chucking their way up the inside of a back marker. That's the Mean Machine they're fighting their way through on. And just with that brief few moments that we looked away to have a listen to Riley, that gap between Uvio and Vape Club has just extended ever so slightly, hasn't it?
Yeah, the Mean Machine has helped that a little bit as well, but Vlad's still in a very impressive third position. And bear in mind, in addition to the 2 stop goes that we've had courtesy of Ted Bradbury, it was a back of the grid start for the previous round winners as well. At the moment, Morpheus looking like they will. Now, if they haven't done all the rounds, does that mean they're going to show up at the... What are the rules if... You might not know this one, but if you win this race and then the Hearts aren't able to do the next round or don't do it, who starts off the back, or is it just a grid draw for everybody
I think
else?
it's just a random grid draw for everybody else.
Fair enough, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I think so. You know, it's only if you're the race winner. I don't think it then passes on to second place. That would be a little bit unfair. So yeah, no, if they can't do it,
makes sense.
It'll just be a normal random grid draw. But of course, for that final round, like I said, it's 2 races, a 1 hour and a 3 hour. So really, winning in this one is sort of a bit more of a disadvantage because you have to take that. You've only got 1 hour to try and get your way through the field, rather than this, it's a 4, or the other race at Alton that'll be a 3. So it is a bit more of a disadvantage. But I want to say, if I'm not mistaken, the 110 had to do that last year, or one of the front runners certainly had to, and they still managed to get their way right to the sharp end, even in an hour's racing. It is so impressive what these drivers can do out there. I'm so excited to head on to Alton Park. We've got so many fantastic circuits on the Fun Cup season. Here at Donington Park, one of my favourites, and Alton, great as well.
Morpheus with Ted Bradbury and Neil Burrows won at Donington Park, went to Alton Park and won the first race.
There you go. There you go then. Impressive stuff. So, yeah, it shows it can be done, but it is a challenge, to say the least.
Vasiliev just, again, getting so really into the spirit of it. One would imagine that Ted has done some coaching with him as well. And it really does show, doesn't it? Morpheus, we're not seeing much of them again. It's so well clear, 43 seconds, as you can see from our timing tower. Having a quick look at Olympian GRD in 9th place. My screen's gone to sleep again, better stop talking. Let's go, and Olympian only second down on 8th place, but then there's a 12-second gap to get up into 7th, so quite a lot of work for Simon Rudd to be able to do. Might be able to get another position before we can easily work out when the last stint is. It's going to take us down to 40 minutes, isn't it?
Indeed it is, yeah. Not too long until those final pit stops. That was a big slide down the bottom of the Craners for GCI, but well held, carried lots of speed through there. That was very nicely done. I just want to point out of the lap times at the moment, Charlie Hart, still your fastest driver out there as we pick him up there through turn number 1. A 22.8 on the last lap. It was a 23.2 for UVO, a 24.5 for Vape Club, and then behind them a 23.3 for GCI Racing. So as Vlad has fallen out the toe of UVO, he's just losing a little bit of time now, lap on lap, as he's now dropping to about 3 seconds behind the 2.25 in second place. But crucially, Charlie on amazing pace, picking his way through backmark as well. You cannot fault the number 110 team today. They are absolutely flying at the front of the order, and it is rare that you see a team dominate a round quite like they're doing here today at Donington Park. Side by side then up towards Coppice once again. This is Team Pesky on the outside line and just getting shoved off wide there by the 157. Not that there was any contact, I don't think, anyway, but Second Choice Racing through into 15th place there, just having that preferred inside line and making their way through. We just saw Seed Data there looking to the inside, but we'll drop back to a couple of moments ago here on board as we do head out of Coppice and down the Star Key Straight. You'll see them head to the inside now and see if they can make a move down into the final couple of corners. Can they get the run? Not quite. Pesky losing 1 place on this lap. They're adamant that they're not going to lose 2, and they do keep Seed Data behind.
Yeah, cracking battle going on here with Pesky. Who's in the Pesky car now? It is Stint 5, Andrew Dyer back in. Lots of Pesky jokes we could do. I won't bore you with those. We'll spare you those for another round.
I don't know if you spotted as well that the logo is just like Team Penske.
Oh, is it?
Yes,
I hadn't even got on that one.
Yeah,
so
they've edited the Penske logo to say Pesky instead. It looks fantastic.
Very clever. I hope the Americans don't see it. They will sue.
That's not the spirit of the Fun Cup.
It's not, but it's the spirit of some Americans, let's be honest, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it is. It
Particularly under their incumbent leader.
Right, let's not get political, Richard. You're going to getting us in so much trouble here today across the 4-hour race, my goodness. Right, we look back then. This is GCI Racing. They've got ahead now of Vape Club with EDS, so that is a change for 3rd place on circuit. GCI up into 3rd. Vlad just dropping down into 4th now, but very much keeping him and the team in contention, ready to hand it over to Ted Bradbury for the final stint. Also, an interesting point, I thought. All of the top 5 are non-Masters teams. That is a surprise surprising fact. Usually there are some Masters sprinkled in, but currently it's then all Masters from 6th down to 12th at the moment. So Masters podium currently looking like Signature RV to take the Masters win, with Greenheath 2nd and Team Olympian GRD in 3rd. Team Olympian have 10 seconds to catch Greenheath, and a further 5 to the Masters victory at least with Signature RV.
So Farkini and Fabulous Randaccio are not Masters. Are they old enough to have done that, or are they because they're top 3?
No. It doesn't matter. If you're over a certain age, which now it escapes me what age that is. I want to say it's 55 that you have to be in the Masters. Doesn't matter where you are in the championship. If you've got one driver who's over that, in that age bracket,
but those
you
guys
become a Masters team. So
no,
they're not. I'm sure they're going to take great offence from that comment, Richard.
So basically, the youngsters are pushing the old grunters out of it.
Exactly that. They're doing a great job today. Usually, especially with Team Olympian, of course, we usually have a couple of teams mixing it in the top 3 from Masters. Rare that you see all the top 3 not being a Masters team, but there you go. That's how this one has played out so far today. But like I was saying, 5 non-Masters, then followed by 3, 6, 7, 8 Masters teams, then all in a train after that.
Demon Tweaks having a little bit of a wobbly, just being passed by our 3rd and 4th place cars. Morpheus out front still, 43 seconds. They've maintained that, haven't they? Really good job by Charlie Hart on stint 5. Chris Hart will go back in for the final stint. Interested to see on whether there is enough fuel to go in. 8 minutes to go before the final stop of our anti-penultimate race of the season here at Donington Park. Black and white flag going out to Second Choice Racing, with Will Smith currently at the controls. Not sure if that is for track limits, very possibly. So the 246 car, Vlad Vasiliev, a good stint here from Vlad. The next car in the hunting will be the Ninky Nonk. Matt Hyde's trying to close in as well. Matt's had a decent race with Leo Clark as well in this one, been very consistent through the 3 hours that we've had so far, 3 1/4 hours that we have had thus far. Going past us in the commentary box down in the Redgate Suites has gone the Uvio Hoffman's car, which is very much in traffic ahead of these. The Demon Tweaks car busy trying to chase these guys down as well. But the great thing about Vlad is that he has had a couple of overtakes here, or been passed a couple of times, but hasn't given up easily. He's tried to carry on, try and fight back.
Yeah, he's still just trying to stay in the toe now of GCI, isn't he? Which he's doing a good job of at the moment, within a few tenths of GCI. So again, just keeping the team within a shot of an overall top 3 here when he hands it over to Ted. And I don't think he'll mind me saying that is really his goal in these stints, is continue to improve, get some really good pace under your belt, get in and amongst the battles, but equally let's not do anything too crazy that might ruin the race, and keep the team within a shot for then Ted, who is that little bit quicker, just to try and fire their way through on that final stint. So interestingly though, that GCI have got us, who's that off? That's the 169, a rare vinyl TLR off onto the grass on the inside of Copistan. That is slightly surprising. I imagine that grass is probably still pretty slippery. He's done well there to get it straight back onto the black stuff and rejoin the action. But what I was going to say is about 8 seconds now between second place of Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport and 3rd of GCI. I do think that gap was extending, but of course Uvio for this entire lap have been in and amongst this squabbling back marker group. So let's see if it does extend further, or whether it closes up ever so slightly. They make the move there on eye lockers down into turn 1, and it has extended again, almost 10 seconds now, the gap between 2nd and 3rd. But like I say, Crucial Elite Vape Club remaining in the tow, only half a second back from GCI.
Yeah, good stuff. It was Rob Croydon, I think we saw in the rare vinyl car off onto the grass, but got it back on well. And rare vinyl currently in 14th place. Quick check on Team Olympian, who did make it up into 8th, trying to close down on Greenheath, and that gap's come down as well. So continued progress for Simon Rudd. I'm wondering whether Riley Phillips might have how far do we reckon they can get up the order?
It's going to be a challenge. I honestly don't want to make any predictions because it will probably be wrong. But you also got to factor in as well, they're more than likely to have a pretty speedy pit stop with Simon jumping out and Riley jumping in. So still potential for a few more points for sure. Just had a couple more 10-second stop-go penalties come through. One for the 157 of Second Choice Racing and one for the 214 of Seed Data in 15th and 17th place respectively. Those were the guys in that battle pack with Team Pesky and Burt only a few moments to go, but they'll be heading into the pits in a few moments' time to serve that 10-second stop-go. That's not going to help proceedings into the final 45 minutes. And speaking of final 45 minutes, less than 5 minutes to go until the final pit stop window in this 4-hour Fun Cup endurance race here from Donington Park.
So we switch from the UVO Hoffman's car in P2 to the Morpheus car in lead position with Charlie Hart. What better grounding is there for youngsters coming into car racing than, you know, in the juniors? We've got Junior Salute. I think the only one that isn't out racing this weekend is Janetta, but we've got obviously Fiesta Juniors with us. One of the Fiesta drivers has defected to Park Juniors for this weekend. I think for budgetary concerns. Now, car peeling off into pit lane there.
That was Second Choice Racing serving their 10-second stop go, I believe.
Right, got you. Yep, of course.
Yeah, there they are coming down pit lane now, so they'll head all the way to the end, park it up, and that 10 seconds feels like a lifetime when you're sat at the end of the pit lane and you're watching other cars fly past you down into the first corner. But it will be 10 seconds, and then the marshals will tell him to head on his way back out onto the circuit, and then it's probably not going to be too long until he heads back into the pit lane to hand over to the driver.
Another thing the marshals have to do, isn't it? The timing of that sort of thing. You think about, yeah, come on, get involved in marshalling, and it might be clearing, you know, getting gravel off the circuit, helping rescue cars, making sure drivers are okay, and also literally marshalling the stop-go penalties and having to time them. So there's just so much responsibility. Again, if you're watching it and want to get involved, can't afford to go racing, marshalling is a super way to get yourself as part of a race day, and a valued part of the race day. So check out any of the club websites, BRSCC website, or the Marshall's website. I guess we'd prefer you go BRSCC and come and do some stuff with us in Orange, but it'd be great to see you. And I know the club are passionate about trying to support the Marshals as best we can with various initiatives going on. There are awards made to Marshal of the Year, one which was instigated last year. But great community to get involved with, and it's always a pleasure to go and have a chat with our marshalling team as we now head to just 2.5 minutes to go before the final pit stop window will be open.
Indeed, yeah, this is where we're going to see how those differing strategies play out as we head through into the final stint. How are these last pit stops of the day going to affect that leading battle, or sorry, the leading gap between the 110 and the 225. It hasn't been a battle for about 3 years now, has it? So we'll wait for them to come through. Here's the onboard of the 214C Data. They're coming in now for their 10-second stop-go penalty. You can see them pulling into the end of the pits, and sadly for the 214, this isn't the first time we've watched their onboard waiting there for a stop-go penalty, is it? So it's been less than ideal today for the 214 in terms of penalties. Having a decent race, battling out there well, but at the moment sitting around the bottom end of the teen places. I think they're probably going to drop to 18th, maybe even 19th or 20th when they do re-emerge onto the circuit. But like you were saying then, we're ticking down towards seeing that pit lane open board. I imagine it's probably going to be slightly sporadic in terms of when drivers decide to come in here. I'm not too sure in terms of their strategies going into this final stop. It depends on which driver's getting out and which driver's getting in. You'd maybe assume Vape Club might come in a little bit more near the early side of the pit window, whereas UVO, GCI likely to more just leave it late. We'll wait and see what happens, but like I say, I'm most interested to see how that gap changes between the 110 and the 225 after this final pit stop. Is there more fuel needed for the 110 and not for the drivers in behind, or will it be very similar and they've just led the most amazing race?
Oh, well, definitely done that. It has been an amazing race so far, but that's the key question, isn't it? Did they take the fuel earlier on? It's dried up actually quite nicely, so those that maybe Morpheus car as well, but yeah, it's that gap, isn't it? It's going to be key when they come out of the final stop.
Yeah, so like you mentioned with the 246 of Vape Club, you would think you want to get the faster driver in for the longest time possible, as there you go, pit window does in fact open, but you are still gambling a little bit, because if at some point during that pit window a safety car comes out, you've lost so much time when the other drivers then pit under that safety car, and you are having to wait, go into a half race speed through the rest of the lap. You're going to lose heaps of position. So that's the tough one to balance out. I'm just getting a note in my ear. We might have lost communications here in terms of our silly voices for the last few minutes. So apologies that you haven't been able to hear us, but maybe a beneficial
and now apologies that
thing.
You can hear us
that
again.
you can hear us again. Yeah, as we head on towards the pit window. Pit window board now out, pit window open. We're just chatting about how this is going to go into the final stint here, with the drivers in around sort of the top 5 of the squabbling pack. And you're currently watching 3rd place and 4th place on the road of GCI and Vape Club. So let's take a note of that then as we go into the pit stop, into the pit window open. It's 42 seconds between Morpheus and Uvio. Let's see, once the pit window closes, if it's closer or further away, or stays about the same.
Going to be interesting to see, isn't it? Again, well, as you get more into Fun Cup racing, the races go quicker and quicker and quicker. I mean, this one has passed in record time for me to enjoy. Motor racing wise, it's the equivalent of a test match, isn't it? The short, sharp races we love, but also when you get into some seriously well organised, proper single make endurance racing, you cannot beat Fun Cup. And that's why, as you get more involved in it, the races pass quicker and quicker. Sad that this is my last one for the year. It's a pity. I do hope to be involved again next year as the stops start. Mean Machine in first of all.
Well, my hope, at least, if you're doing comms next year and I'm the one racing, I can't hear you berating me while the
John,
race is going on.
I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I think I can see your nose growing there.
I'd make sure your brother give me some dirt on you.
Yeah, great, cool. Cheers. And I know he would as well. That's the issue. I know he would as well. Right then, into the pit stop window. Then we have got a few drivers diving in for an early pit stop. Then we saw the Mean Machine as, oh, look at that. Slippery surface flag out.
Someone blown.
I can't see any rainfall. That would lead me to believe that maybe we've got a bit of an issue there. Ninky Nonk and Signature RV both in for an early pit stop. So that's up at Coppice then, that there's a slippery surface flag. Of course, that was the location for earlier issues in terms of slippery surface, wasn't it? Oil being dropped down there much earlier on in this race. Let's see if this slippery surface flag does cause any issues for our drivers heading round the circuit. 3rd and 4th already in there. GCI and Vape Club with EDF Motorsports both into pit lane early on. This is going to put them a lap down on the 110, but of course we're still waiting for them to make that pit stop. Ted Bradbury is going to be hopping in relatively early in the pit window of this one. They just about get out ahead of Axiometrics. Yeah, no fuel into the final stop, or the doors open for Axiometrics. They better get that one closed as they head out onto the circuit. And of course, Axiometrics a lap down on Vape Club as they follow them out the pit lane. Vape Club a little bit held up there by the eye lockers as they exit pit lane, and they immediately dive to the inside. Ted not waiting around, he wants to crack on.
Get out of my way. That again, you can't predict who's going to be where in pit lane on the exit, and Ted Bradbury not giving him short shrift, the eye lockers car, but certainly getting past as quickly as he can. And look how quickly he is away there. Who's in the eye locker car now for the last stint? Something I looked at. I can never find them on this. Here we go. Stint 6 is Ali Smith again, the man we heard from with Jamie's pit interviews earlier on. And to be fair, he did let Ted manage to get past, but Ted Bradbury then in for the final stint.
Yeah, he knows how much even the tenths of a second matter in this battle to get back on the podium, so he wasn't waiting around for anyone, was he, exiting the pit lane there?
No, he wasn't. 43 seconds the gap, Morpheus to Uvio Hoffmans. Uvio tend to be later. They can be a little bit more relaxed with two very evenly matched drivers, in my experience in this. It doesn't really matter when they get them in and out. Is that Olympian GLD? Oh, we're going to go, while we in the middle of these, we're going to take a moment to pop down to Jamie, who's with Paul Rose.
Yeah, thanks, Rich. I'm down with Paul now. Paul, it's been another crazy race, as we know, but great to see so many cars out there again.
Yeah, it's the grids are getting bigger now, and I mean, this race is just fantastic. I mean, we've had such a mixture of weather conditions, and it's shaping up to be a really good race.
The only complaint I have, though, is the season's gone far too quickly.
We were only saying that yesterday. It's before we know where we are, we've got one more race left, which is a real shame, but I'm looking forward to next year. We've got a great calendar, and we've got more new drivers coming in, so that's a good positive thing, really.
Yeah, I mean, you got the calendar out earlier than you normally have, and from what you're saying, the dates are pretty much confirmed. And a slight twist for the end of the season, we're doing a sprint and then a 4-hour endurance.
Yeah, the teams really like the 1 hour followed by an endurance race. So yeah, for Alton Park, it's 1 hour and a 4 hour. So really good, really pleased with that.
And obviously, tricky conditions today. Everyone's loving the Hankook tyres.
They are, but I'm looking around and I don't think many of the cars have got the front splitter left. So anyway, it's been an interesting race, and hope it carries on like this.
So the parts inbox will be filling up on Monday then?
Yes, Josh is going to be really busy, I think.
All right, fantastic. Cheers, Paul.
Lovely to hear from Paul Rose there down in pit lane. Yeah, honestly, there are absolutely no front splitters left on pretty much any of the cars. It almost feels like my dad's back in the race. He always loved destroying a front splitter. Well, the drivers are doing it for you, Dad, out on circuit here today at Donington as we watch UVO actually seemingly maybe getting past here. Red River Sport and PLR looking to make a move here down to the Fogarty S's and might just get it done. We'll watch them through. Hopefully no contact made. 200, I think, gets a lap back, does he, there on the 225 as they press on through to the end of this lap. I just wanted to highlight there, fantastically brought up, thank you Jamie, about the fact that really being the main difference between this season and next season. The final round at Alton Park next year, of course this one's still coming up, is going to be a 1 and a 3 hour, whereas next year is going to be a 1 and a 4. It'll be amazing for us to watch them racing, but that is so much effort to put onto those cars. They're going to be screaming by the end of a 4-hour endurance race after a 1-hour sprint, and that's going to be even more key as well to keep yourself out of trouble in that 1 hour to carry the car through into that later 4 hour. But the poor cars, after a full season, they'll have to do 5 hours of racing in one day, plus the qualifying in the morning as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a busy day, isn't it? It's the thing with Alton Park, always a one-dayer. The weirdness of Alton Park, isn't it? You can sometimes, Easter weekend, is it you race on the Friday and not on the, or is it the Saturday, not the Sunday, but you can race on the Monday? It's some very weird.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Weekends that go on there to respect the local traditions, which is fair enough, to be absolutely honest. But the one-dayers, it does give us some good stuff. Alton, for me as a southerner, not ideal one-dayer because it's such a hike up there. It's actually not worth me going for one day very often.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Yeah, I'm just there for one day for the Fun Cup round end of this season. I think my dad heard my point about him breaking the front splitter. He just said cheeky in the chat. Sorry, Dad. He just said, shall we talk about brands? Yeah, thanks, Dad. That was when I took off and popped it in the tyre wall. Yeah, thank you, mate. Much appreciated. Reminded me of that one. Right then, almost end of this pit window then. We're still waiting for your race leaders, the 110 of Morpheus, to head into pit lane. Same for the 225 of UVO Hoffman's there. We've just seen Riley Phillips peeling out at the end of pit lane in the number 1 Olympian GRD. They came through last time, up in 5th place. Simon's done a fantastic stint, hasn't he, in that last one, to try and drag them further up the order. We'll see once it all settles itself back out where Olympian GRD find themselves in the pecking order. But as damage limitation, they've really done a fantastic job.
Yeah, you can look at all the wins that a driving team might make in the season, and then you can look at how you deal with adversity like that, as Riley described, with the puncture that happened, with the valve being taken out. It's how you recover from that, and wouldn't it be great for the team if they won because of the extra points they got through the fine recovery drive here, and that could be the one that secures them the championship. That's why you have to keep battling, because it could, and it does indeed, count towards that end of season tally. So the drive that you're seeing from the number 1 car, although it's not fighting for the lead, it is fighting for the championship with every place gained.
Exactly that, yeah. Points being prizes. You've got to rack up as many as you can across the season. Of course, I just feel that the number 1 Olympian GRD, if they don't win this championship, they're going to be pretty frustrated with how they kicked off the season. It was 4 wins on the bounce. Brands, Alton, Anglesey. If they don't wrap it up with 4 wins in a row, that is going to be an absolute travesty, but also a fair play to the drivers who've hunted them down over the rest of the season and kept it exciting for us at home. There's the 146 of PLR Racing in for their final pit stop. In your picture-in-picture, on the bigger picture, there is that number 1 Olympian GRD car, now piloted by Mr. Riley Phillips. Well, obviously, a bit of a less than ideal previous stint for him, having to come in to get that rear left wheel changed. But we shall see whether he does still try and put some moves around the outside in this one, or maybe he thinks better of them in this final stint. I know Riley, he's not going to think better of it. He's still going to send it.
He doesn't know anything different, does he?
No, he only knows flat out. That's the only way that Riley Phillips can drive a car, and that's why he's so damn quick.
You could paraphrase that Senna quote, couldn't you? You know, if you're not going for it, what's the point? You're not a racing driver.
Exactly that. Right then, pit window is closed. Then your final pit window comes to an end here at I almost said Alton Park, Donington Park here for the penultimate round, or the third to last round of the championship. I know I'm getting too excited and my brain's already going there, but we've still got 30 minutes left of this one. Still waiting for the 110 and the 225 to head into pit lane for their final stops in this race. Of course, pit window closed, board is out, so Morpheus and UVO can see it once more before they head into pit lane. I think they both now have seen that board. Or to be honest, Morpheus are 45 seconds in front, so they might actually get an extra lap to play with in terms of this one, but we'll wait and see as they come round again whether they do drive straight in or whether they can see it once more time and head on round once again. So there we go then. We were saying about how quickly this race has gone. Less than 30 minutes set to go in this 4-hour endurance race, and there's certainly been a lot of talking points, hasn't there? Look at this though, the 225 of UVO. I'm honestly a bit surprised they haven't decided to pit in all of this. They've been squabbling with the 200 Red River Sport for the last 4 or 5 laps now. Surely it's losing them time compared to the 110 of Morpheus. I mean, the driver who's in the seat for this one, who is it behind the wheel? Stint 5, it's Fabulous Randaccio. I'm sure he's having a great time out there. But in terms of the overall race, probably losing a bit of time getting involved in this squabble with the 200, and maybe needs to think about pitting soon. Well, he definitely does now that the window's closed. We'll see him in a moment's time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't recall seeing Fabulous or Farchini coming in earlier because of any squabble out on track. He'll sort it out on track. Is he going to come in this time? I'm guessing probably not, because by making that pass, oh, he is.
He is.
I got that wrong.
He is indeed. Yeah, I thought he had seen it as there you go. The 200 dives in direct behind him as well. Of course, the 200 Red River Sport 1 lap down on UVO. Well, now they are, because they've just been overtaken at the final corner. They both peel in for those pit stops, but confirmed then Morpheus didn't see the board the last time around. They were so far ahead, they didn't actually see it. So they'll head round another time. They will have seen it this time. They'll be in next time around, and then we'll get to check what that gap is like. But as they pitted, it was just less than a 50-second gap between the top two, and there, coming into the final corner, is your race leader.
Yep, no fuel then for UVO Hoffman, who will exit the pit lane and come out, head down towards Redgate. So it is Farchini going out for the final stint. Morpheus in the pit, the race leaders. So we'll see whether Morpheus will get fuel on board. If we can't catch it on camera, then Jamie will be keeping up to speed. There is young Jamie. He has a busy time as well, doesn't he? Zipping around. I always watch on social media where he's, off into Europe and loves his racing. Great photographer as well, Jamie. Some of his images absolutely superb. Many of his, not some, lots of them.
I think it's
absolutely superb.
JPE Images on Instagram, so go drop him a follow. But yeah, he does a great job behind the camera, also in front of it as well. Great to have him involved, continually involved here with the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Well, there we go. The 110 do come back out of pit lane, and I'm not so sure whether they did end up taking fuel or not. I mean, their serious lead that they've still got would lead me to believe that they probably didn't. Where are UVO Hoffman's Motorsport in the 225? What's that gap going to look like? Oh, well, it's at least 20 seconds, isn't it, as your race leaders head down through Old Hairpin. Down at the bottom of the Craner curves they go. And still, UVO haven't crossed the line. Wow, what a race it's been for the 110 of Morpheus. There they are, UVO across the line. It's up to 1 minute and 16 seconds. How in the world have they done that? That's unbelievable.
That is incredible. How did that happen? I can't get my head around that.
How have they gained 30 seconds? What has happened? Surely something's happened to UVO on the outlap. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah,
I can't believe that.
Yeah, because there was no fuel. It
was no fuel for both of them, wasn't it? So how have they... Wow, I'm speechless. Absolutely speechless. And as you know, that's a very rare occasion that I'm speechless.
Well, you're not, because you're still talking, to be fair.
All right, yeah,
thanks. No, that is... I can't get my head around that one. That's very weird, but I'm sure somebody will, and will probably text us. But Morpheus out front and looking very good indeed for this one. CGI Racing still in third. Vape Club in fourth. Ted Bradbury. How much further behind is Ted to GCI Racing? Not that far, so we've got a scrap on for third place potentially.
Indeed, yeah, definitely still on. 10-second stock go penalty. That's Rare Vinyl TLR getting one late on in this race in 15th place. So in the final stint, that is a less than ideal time to be getting a few seconds added on. And let's see how this one continues then. And pressing on. I mean, Jamie's just messaged me and just said 110 dry. I don't know what that means, Jamie. I'm going to need some more information than that, please, sir. But they continue to press on. There we go. Right, okay. So that closes back in then. That makes a lot more sense. So on the outlap, a little bit of time lost then. That was clearly just to do with the timing then. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Jamie just confirming that the 110 was a dry stop. So it hasn't just been that they played it crazy on the fuel. They've just had the most amazing race. It closes back in. So I think once all is said and done, it was a slightly faster stop, as here's the move for third place. Down the inside goes Ted Bradbury on GCI Racing. Down through Redgate they go, and up to P3 goes Vape Club with EDF Motorsport. Fantastic stuff. I was just going to mention that I think overall UVL Hoppers Motorsport did get a slightly faster pit stop time. They maybe gained back about 5 or 6, 7 seconds. But look at this battle for third. Big snap at the bottom of the hill for the 246. They're going to run side by side through the exit, and GCI might just steal this one back. Up the hill they go, and back through into third place goes GCI. Well then, and in the battle for the lead, well and truly done. Funnily enough, you can see the leaders just ahead of these two, squabbling over third, or the leader, I should say, the 110 Morpheus right there with them. Sadly, no battle for the lead, I think, here through the final stint, but this battle for third is going to get spicy. Up and under contact, front to rear, between the 246 and the 111, but even with that bit of contact, up and under gets Ted Bradbury, and they're going to run side by side down the Starkey Straight once again, through into the Fogarty S's, who will be the last of the late breakers. Bradbury has that inside line. They both break at identical points, trying to hang it around the outside. That's not going to work. Big lock-up, so close to the barriers on the inside of the corner there for the 246. And what happened to the 111? They were even later there into the corner, and they've lost quite a few car lengths from that one. Well, move done and dusted finally for the 246 of Vape Club with EDF Motorsports, but it certainly wasn't made easy there for the 111 of GCI. They got their elbows out. They were fighting hard there on that previous lap, but in the end, Vape Club managed to get through and up into the overall top 3 positions.
Absolutely amazing. If you look at the driver lineup now, this is kind of your dream scenario that you'd want. Ideally, we want some of the cars to be closer together, but the strategy, the way it's played out for these drivers over the course of the 3.5 hours we've had so far, hasn't allowed that. But the names here that you've got, well, it just, if you put them in a race start altogether, you'd be rubbing your hands together for sure. Chris Hart leads, Farkini second, Craig Butterworth in third, Ted Bradbury fourth, Marcus Clutton, haven't mentioned Marcus all meeting long, but he's in fifth. You'd love him to be in the battle that you were watching on track. And Neo Clark on his debut in sixth position, followed by Riley Phillips in seventh. So some real stars have made it up to the sharp end of our Donington Park race here. It's been a sensational 3.5 hours so far. And we've still got 20 minutes or so to go and plenty of racing left as we look at Riley Phillips being stuck in now and trying to get past the 557 car.
Yeah, this is a battle for position, these three. This is the battle for 5th place overall. Signature RV in 5th. They're leading in the Masters category at the moment. Now 6th place is Riley Phillips in the number 1, followed by the Dinky Donk, the 195. There's the move, late up the inside from Olympian. So nearly squeezed to the apex there, and ending up getting shoved off there was the 557. And now the Dinky Donk fancy is getting involved as well. Up into Coppice they go. Riley will hold that inside line. Will there be the attempt to the up and under for either of those two? Not quite. And gets the move done, does Team Olympian GRD. Up into the top 5 they go. Well, after the issues they've had in this race, that is mightily impressive. And I've got to say as well, I'm so impressed by the 557 as they stay up the inside and hold on to 6th place ahead of the Linky Donk. They've just grabbed, in the last few laps or so, the new fastest lap of this race. For 1, very impressive. For 2 extra points in the bank for them.
That's good. Well, because we didn't know that, did we, about the 2 points at the start of the race? That was good. Amazing start. I've got to say, that move where we saw Riley Phillips, we're going to have a change down the inside, and through goes Marcus Clutton. Again, this is the point I was making. You want to see drivers like Marcus Clutton and Riley Phillips going at it hammer and tongs, and also now with Neo Clark in the mix as well. Getting stuck in, and 2 great racing drivers here. Now the move that we saw where Riley went down the inside and we saw the car moving to the outside. I saw that in an F4 race. It's different in F4 because it's open wheel, but that would have resulted in a penalty. Yeah, it did result in a penalty in F4. It doesn't here because these guys just get stuck in and don't bleat at each other, do they?
No, exactly that. There's no need to deal with it in the steward's room. The drivers deal with it all out on circuit. But yeah, aggressive, wasn't it, from Marcus there? Absolutely chucking it to the inside. As you just see the 200 of Red River Sport heading out the pit lane. I didn't spot a penalty or whatnot, but either way, they've been in the pits. They've dropped slightly further down the order. But yeah, aggressive move from the 557 to retake the place, but both going wide, forcing Olympian wide. And Ninkinok just went, okay, cool, yeah, I'll have that back, thank you very much. Aggressive again into the final couple of corners. Riley looking for that inside line, but door slammed in his face by Marcus Clutton.
Yeah, some great racing going on here, and of course they'll be introduced to the world of Neo Clark, won't they? They're catching up with Neo again. They're going to come down the inside. You can see the nice dry line on the outside. Neo on the outside run. Marcus Clutton feeds it through on the inside, goes through. Riley Phillips will have a look as well. Just keeping it back at the moment and dives down the inside of Neo, who gets relegated into 7th place. Or does he? No, he's holding on here on the outside. Slightly damper line as he comes down through the crane of curves. Is he going to cede it? I think he's going to have to. So it's Clutton now still hanging on. And remember, very valuable points here for the championship leader if he can get past, and he will gun for it. I don't think he's going to get too much further up the order than past the 557 car, because the 111 car is away down the road. But here he comes, and he's going to do it now. But Marcus Clutton fights back on the inside, but it's going to leave the door open on the inside again. And through Riley Phillips is going to come, but now we've got Neo Clark getting involved again, reading this well. Super racecraft from the ex-Carter.
My goodness, that was aggressive, wasn't it? Super close. Marcus chucking it back up the inside, but Riley reads it well, finally gets back through, and he'll be hoping he starts to clear off. Look at him trying to break the toe down the back straight towards the final couple of corners. Will this be another send down the inside for the 557? Of course it will. Goes late on the brakes to the inside line, gets the place back. Lock up for Riley and has to receive the position again. Oh my goodness. This battle doesn't look like it's going to hold up, does it, across these last few minutes of the race? And the 195 of Ninkinok getting involved. Well, I was going to mention, from a neutral perspective, I'd love there to be a rain shower right now. I've just heard in my ears there's rain falling, and there you can see it on our onboard camera. It's only slight at the moment, but will it get heavier and shuffle up the order once more?
Absolutely incredible racing. All this just for 5th place. Remember, we've still got Morpheus out front. Uwe Hoffman's in 2nd, 34 seconds down. Vape Club EDF in 3rd, and here comes Riley Phillips again, sends down the inside, and this time Marcus Clutton looked to his inside, and that forces him off and damages the car. He's lost that position now. I'm sure he will fight back and try and close in on them, but that 5th place is now going to be between Olympian GRD and the Ninkinok.
Oh dear, front splitter destroyed, and I think a bit of pride destroyed as well there, sadly, for Marcus Clutton. I think what we saw there, that was just the pressure from Riley, wasn't it? Coming into the corner, and Marcus was clearly looking in his mirrors, trying to bleed off the brakes to keep the position, just a little bit too much, lost the rear, went out wide, and as soon as he touched that slippery green surface on the outside, it was a one-way ticket to the gravel trap. He kept it going, got his way through, but that has destroyed that front splitter. Hopefully, he won't need a pit stop between now and the end of this race. He only got 17 minutes to try and drag it through, but that car looking a little bit worse for wear now as they crack on to a new lap, and I think he's probably going to have the fire lit underneath him now to try and chase them back down.
Yeah, exactly spot on. You know, that sort of thing will do nothing but fire up that driver, and he's a quick man. He'll be back on it, I think, by the end of the race, very possibly, because remember, the Olympian GRD car has still got the Ninkinok right behind him as well. Neo Clark has learned so much in this first, I was going to say dry session, but we were seeing that the rain was starting to come down. Still looks like blue skies out there to me, John, so I reckon we might just get away with a little bit of a smattering. We can see how hard Riley Phillips is throwing that car around. It's almost getting away from him. And, you know, what he's seeing here is another newcomer, a new star to Fun Cup racing, actually putting him under a fair amount of pressure, a lot of pressure, actually. And he's going to go for it. Is he going to try and look up the inside? Riley Phillips doesn't give him the room, but Neo Clark, who's been very well partnered by Matt Hydes this weekend. We know Matt is a very handy peddler. He's definitely impressed on his inroads, the former Formula V champion coming into Fun Cup recently. Did a esports co-commentary with me earlier on in the year, which was a great pleasure, and we've got a new series of esports with BMW GT4 starting on Tuesday night. If you can join us, that'll be good on Assetto Corsa. Here we come then, but yeah, Riley Phillips hasn't been able to get away from this newcomer.
He hasn't, no. Sticking in the toe there isn't either 195 of the Ninky Nonk. But let's watch that gap. It was, I think he lost about 4.5 seconds, did Marcus. And saying about the same, to be fair. He's got the fastest lap so far in this race, but being out of the toe just makes it that little bit more challenging to try and chase these two down to bag himself a top 5 finish. Olympian GRD now coming up onto the back of the eye lockers, and also Team Pesky as well. So that is Team Pesky in 14th place and eye lockers down in 21st. So both on different laps, those two cars. Into the final 15 minutes of this race. I think gaps reduced ever so slightly between the 110 Morpheus and the 225 of Yuya Hoffman's Motorsport, down to about 31 seconds. But honestly, is there really any point in me even highlighting that gap? Because it's just so ridiculously large. There's no chance, unless there's a big mistake for the 110 across these last 15 minutes, that position is going to change in the top 2. But of course, we do want to keep at least one eye onto that battle for third. It's really chucking it aggressively up the inside there was Riley Phillips. My goodness. Now, he's already had one valve broken today. He was thinking about a second one there, but just about avoids it, I think, because they press on down towards the final corners.
Well, it's happened once. It's not going to happen again. That's the Riley mentality.
Yes, exactly.
But he's got a real chaser with him. And if you look at the cars, that chasing car is a lot cleaner, isn't it? It's not quite been as physically abused in this race as the number 1 car.
Indeed, indeed. I think that's again just being even extra aggressive for the number 1. I think one of the windscreen wipers broken on the Team Olympian GRD car as well. So if it does start properly raining, even more challenging for Riley to hammer it around the circuit. But I don't think honestly he even needs vision to keep doing near fastest lap pace out there. Great to see the graphic on the left-hand side of your screen, just showing the improvements or the losses throughout the races. There we can see the rain on the camera now down Craner curves. Okay, this could get interesting here, as there's more slidiness down the Craners as Ninky Nonk tries to pick their way through. So, but easily the highest riser in this race, of course, starting in last place, Vape Club with EDF Motorsport, up 23 positions in this race, up to an overall top 3. Super, super impressive.
Yeah, it's been a good drive. That's what you need to do, isn't it?
Just as I said that, they've just swapped around. They've just lost third place. GCI back through.
Oh, yeah. So GCI then, yeah, very close between the pair of them. Olympian GRD starting to get away now, so Riley Phillips has managed to, with the traffic that he's encountered, managed to just break the toe of the 195 car. Although having said that, Neo's now clear of those, might start to close in again. It's always interesting to see how drivers compare in the wet. So here's the scrap for third position, so we'll see whether Ted Bradbury continues lining himself up. Here he's going to have a look, is Ted Bradbury. They're going to go side by side coming up into Starkey's, which is the left-hander. He's going to have to brave it out on the outside run to get the inside into McLean's, which he's got, and he's going to grab the position back. The GCI car will try and maybe go for the cut back on the inside, Craig Butterworth, but no, that looks like job done for Ted Bradbury there as they now start to climb up the hill. No, Butterworth's coming back, so, well, he's fighting again. They head up into Coppice and now out of Coppice. Wide line for Bradbury, finding the grip on the outside, but also leaving the door open for Craig Butterworth to go back down the inside. What a battle we've got for 5th and 6th and 3rd and 4th here.
This is insane. What an end to the race, and more precipitation coming in to spice it up once again. And this again, you're coming through on a new lap, and suddenly where the grip is just changes. Oh dear, eye lockers off into the gravel. That is the bottom of Craner curves. Are they stuck? That is the crucial piece of information, because if they are, if we get a safety car, first question is, can they get the safety car in out and back in fast service? Oh, big moment there for Vape Club. How did Ted hold that slide? He's just about kept it on circuit. What I was going to say is, can we get the safety car out and back in to still have racing time? And that would obviously bring them back together. Safety car is out. Safety car is out with 11 minutes to go. Oh my goodness, what a race this has been. And the 30-second gap for Morpheus is reduced to 0.
Who wrote the script? Has Paul Rose been script editing?
This is ridiculous. I can't believe this. I really, really hope that we can get some more racing laps in to finish off this race. Hopefully we just about have enough time as we jump on the onboard camera.
Not sure Chris Hart wants racing laps, does he?
No, he doesn't. No, he's praying that they can't get that car out of that gravel chat. But as neutrals here in the box, we're very much hoping for the opposite then. As there you go, the leader is picked up. I would love to hear the radio chatter from the 110 at the moment. Probably couldn't live stream it though, to be honest. I think there might be a few expletives.
I was going to say, what would it be with yourself? yourself because you've self-confessed, you know. And I think I would in that scenario, to be honest with you.
Don't worry, but there's no chance I'd be in the lead with 10 minutes to go, so we don't even have to think about that one.
You never know that. Once you sign that deal with Ted Bradbury for 2028, you know, it'll be...
I don't need Ted Bradbury. We've got David Ratcliffe. Don't worry, mate. He's fast. He is fast. Right, then let's see how quickly these the fantastic marshals can get the eye lockers out of the gravel.
It's a difficult move, isn't it, John? It's not an easy move, and how quickly they dealt with the one earlier on. I mean, I don't know where, you know, if we probably need to stay with this, but it's a hugely difficult thing, and that's the greatest shot to show you why we have safety cars in this. Because imagine the guys trying to sort that car out of the gravel with cars going around at racing speed. That's why we have wave yellows at certain points, and how the race officials have to evaluate what to do. Okay, so Marshall Power's not going to do it. We've got telehandler coming in to deal with it as well. I think we're going to get I reckon we might get some racing laps. That'll be a way to safety very quickly.
Indeed it will. I think the only saving grace really for the Hearts is the fact that they're not going to be restarting nose to tail with Uvio. There's a good 7, 8 or 9 back markers in between them, which might just save them here for having to actually defend their lead in this race.
So Ted Bradbury for the win then, from 4th. You know, bearing in mind his opening laps. Well, we don't know. The question is, you don't know what's going to happen. There's the rainbow. What a great shot.
Yeah,
super job by our cameraman as well, and our director today as well. Super job on our 4-hour race. It's difficult doing short races, but keeping interest and keeping the flow going over 4 hours. Hats off to the guys for doing that. It's the tow away.
It sadly doesn't look like they're going to be join the race like we saw with Reading Racing earlier on at the same corner. They're being dragged off to the side, so I think it might sadly be end of proceedings for the Eye Lockers team. It was lovely, as you mentioned, to have them come visit us earlier and have a little chat with yourself, but sadly we've not been able to. Commentators bless them today. They're off and out of the race with less than 10 minutes left to go. Of course, they completed plenty of laps, so they're not going to be classed as DNF. They will still be on the classified results, just quite a number of laps down then. As there you can see, I do believe that maybe he's still pitter-pattering. I'll see if Kieran can update me in my ears whether there is still rain out there on circuit, but a big rainbow over the entirety of the circuit now here at Donington Park, and what a beautiful shot, just like you were saying, the Alpha Life crew doing a fantastic job. Now, can you tell us how, before I ask you, it is still raining really heavy at the bottom of Craner Curves, we've just been told in the ears, so definitely still some rainfall and very slippery parts of the circuit out there, and still spitting at Goddard's as well. Did you count how many back markers are between our second and first place men? Was that what you were counting?
I was, but then I lost count because I was listening to Kieran, so but there are a lot. There are a lot. I don't think there's anything for the Hearts to worry about.
No. I think they should be absolutely fine. Yeah, they should be absolutely fine. You got to think as well, some of the drivers that are in between them are Olympian GRD, Signature RB, guys who are on leading pace here. Yeah, I think as long as 110 can keep out of trouble, if we do go to a restart here, they should be all right to take this. Their only issue is if they get sucked back into the squabble. Then it all gets a little bit scary.
Zach Brown's here to wave everybody through, is it? You know, radio, Zach Brown radio. Go through. Or is that too controversial as well?
Yeah, again, I won't be giving any sort of opinion on that live on air. But here we look then, 7.5 minutes still left to go in this race. It looked as though, once again, Marshall's doing a cracking job to get us free of any stricken cars. And I do think we might still get about 5 minutes of racing action here to finish what has been an absolute belter of a Fun Cup Endurance Championship race. If this is your first time watching Fun Cup, we hope you thoroughly enjoyed it, and if this doesn't make you want to keep track of the championship into the final round next month and into the 2026 season, I don't know what will.
I would agree with that. Yeah, the more you watch, the more you get interested in it and follow it. It's been a good 2 or 3 seasons, admittedly having to dip in and out of it, but very much enjoyed that. The news we're getting through from Kieran, our director, is that the rain has now stopped at the Craner Curves. It's been changeable all day, to be absolutely fair.
We're going.
We are going again. So safety car back in, and we are racing. And Morpheus, the Charlie and Chris Hart car, away and ready and down the road to try and go. It was interesting to see Riley Phillips trying to get onto the lead lap. It's going to be a little bit too late for him to be able to do that. But unless we had another safety car, but that would have taken us to the flag. So, but a good effort by Riley Phillips up into 5th place.
So yeah, these three still
And now
battling for
Marcus
5th.
Clutton's back up
Yeah,
there now,
these
isn't
three
he, as
still
well?
battling for 5th as they've all been brought back together. So Marcus was really happy that he didn't have to get that time back himself, assisted by the safety car. And the battle for 5th is on once again between Olympian GRD, the Ninky Nonk, and Signature RV. Then, as one of those gaps become, of course, it was over 30 seconds between the leaders, now down to 5. But as we mentioned, plenty of cars in between Morpheus and UVO. They still shouldn't have an issue with that one. But once again, only half a second now between GCI and Vape Club with EDF Motorsport. So again, battle back on for 3rd, battle back on for 5th. Plenty to play for here as we head towards 5 minutes left to go.
Yeah, been another good race here, and it really sets up the. Have we done the points? We know where now. Olympian GRD. How many points they end up losing?
I can try and work it out for you again.
It? Yeah. Thank you very much, John, for doing the maths. I love the way I've managed to delegate maths today. I must do that more often in other formulae. As we head down on. Oh, you sorted that out.
It was
already.
easier to work out this one because they're a bit further up.
Yep.
So they came in with a 9-point advantage.
Yep.
Currently, it's an 8-point swing. So they'd still be 1 point ahead going into Alton Park.
Wow. So Farkini looking to try and deal with the Demon Tweaks car. Session 6 is Jack Minshaw at the controls at the moment.
It's all changing here for this place. Through's gone the Ninky Nonk, and we're side by side down Craners between Olympian GRD and Signature RV. My goodness, that was close. We'll see how they sorted themselves out when they got to the bottom of the hill. Here is the Vape Club car, and whereabouts is GCI Racing? There's the PLR car in between them. So Craig is behind the wheel, isn't it, of GCI? For this final stint. Yes, it is. So Craig going to do everything he can here to try and get past PLR and get straight back onto the back of Vape Club. But Vape Club, sadly for them anyway, putting more cars in between them.
They are getting away. So Ted Bradbury is going to have to content himself, I think, with the 3rd place podium here. Back we go to the scrap with the Ninky Nonk out front. Marcus Clutton, who has...
and your race leader.
Yeah, it is,
and
isn't
your
it?
race leader.
Wow, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
You couldn't write that.
oh, this could be a bit worrying for the Hearts now as these three still battle over 5th place. I think the 110 is just moving aside and being like, I don't want to be involved, I don't want to be involved. But there's UVO, so close.
Clear sight of the leader with 3 minutes 50 on the clock to go. Again, you couldn't have written this, so we've got a 3-car scrap, have gone past the leader, unlapped themselves, got themselves onto the lead lap, and now Chris Hart has got Farkini not quite right on his case yet, but with insight. And we saw earlier on in the race when the UVO Hoffman's car was trying to close in on cars coming into pit stops, how committed they were to getting it. They're going to be even more committed when it's not a pit stop, it's the checkered flag that they're heading towards.
Wow, oh my goodness. Like you say, you couldn't write this. This is fantastic in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. I just want to highlight as well, a second ago, my maths was actually wrong, but now that same maths I said is correct. So don't worry about it. It would still be 1 point advantage now that they're down in. So now they're down in 7th. It actually might swing the other way. We'll do the maths at the end now. Let's worry about this 3 minutes left to go here. UVO trying to chase them down. It was 5 seconds. The gap only a few moments ago. Now it's down to 2 and a clear track ahead of the 225. Farkini behind the wheel of that UVO car. He's going to be putting pedal to the metal, isn't he, on this stint? He was once 35 seconds behind this race leader. Now he can nearly touch him as they head down towards the end of this lap. And look at the chaos ensuing ahead.
Yeah, Riley Phillips trying to get stuck into Marcus Clutton. Ninky Nonk still in 5th place with Neo Clark, who'd got ahead of them, so he holds on to that. But it's Morpheus Motorsport still out front. There is the chaser in P2, Farkini. Issues then for the Red River Sport car of Johnny Molam, giving up the ghost towards the end. It looks at still that 3-way scrap going on, and the championship leader trying to close in, but there is the race leader immediately behind them. I still think that was a smart move. 1.1 second the gap. I still think that was a smart move by Chris Hart. Whether he thinks it's smart at the end of the race, but he's better off letting those 3 cars through. They're looking that much faster, but it has opened the door and given that target for Farkini to close in on, and he's getting closer.
It has. I think overall probably a better idea to let them go, but I think crucially he's fallen out the slipstream. That's a big thing. If he had tried to stay in the slipstream, he could get a bit more lap time here. It was 9/10 gained on the last lap alone by UVO Hoffman's Motorsport, and look how much they're closing in on this lap. Was that the 200 of Red River Sport I just spotted stopped by the side of the circuit? I could have sworn I saw a flash of their colours. Anyway, I might just be going crazy.
That when you were looking at the points.
Okay,
so
sorry,
no, not at all.
apologies.
You were doing other things. That happens to all of us. this is going to be a battle now on the last lap.
Oh my goodness gracious me, this is going to be very exciting, isn't it? Wow, yeah, 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go. There is no +1 lap, is it? So this is it, down into the final couple of corners as we head towards the final lap.
He's got him.
Round the outside goes Uvio. Will they be late enough on the brakes? Yes, as we go into the final couple of corners, change for the race lead, and Uvio take it, heading on to the final lap.
And now Ted Bradbury's trying to catch up with them as well. We've got, look at this, 2 lots of 3 cars in separate battles, and watch Ted Bradbury. Bradbury's going to want P2. Down the Wheatcross straight for the last time. Let's see if he's going to make the move. Coming back though is Hart. Bradbury to the outside. Will he go for the cutback and go up into P2? But it's Farchini the leader. 3 cars. Farchini goes a little bit wide. The back end looks tail happy. But are we now going to see a change again for the race lead? The 110 car has lost it. Watch Bradbury. Watch the 110 car. Watch Farchini.
Oh my goodness, what a final lap this is. 3 cars converging on the same piece of tarmac. Who's going to take it here at Donington Park? Uvio stolen it as we head on to the final lap, and look at that, a great exit for Farchini. He gaps the other 2 ever so slightly. This is the opportunity for Ted Bradbury to steal second place away, but he doesn't quite go for it. Thinks about the inside line, not able to grab it. Up through the sector number 2 for the final time, up over Coppice and onto the back straight. Will we see a change here in the final few moments? They say nose to tail, onto the back straight we go. This is nail-biting stuff. Are we going to see a move here? Is it for second? Is it for the lead here into the final corner? Yellow flags into the final corner. GCI are off and out of the race. GCI are out for 4th place. That's going to neutralise the final corner. However, that definitely changed there at the final corner. Vape Club into second. What's that under yellow flags? I don't know. There's the checkered flag. Uvio win here at Donington Park, and in the most unbelievable race that you will ever see.
Fantastic stuff. I reckon Ted was clear of the yellow. I couldn't see, obviously, from here. We're at the different end of the track. We couldn't see the coverage, but I'm fairly sure Ted will be aware, because there was so much waved yellow on that part of the circuit, and the waved yellow for me was the key. Had we not had that, I think Bradbury would have won that race had there not been that massive waved yellow zone. Still racing going on here though.
Of course, yeah, we're still battling over 5th place, aren't we? So Ninky Donk, we're waiting to come through. Ninky Donk's involved in this now, isn't he? This is 4th, 5th and 6th. Of course, the battle for the Masters between Signature RV and Team Olympian GRD for the secondary podium for our older chaps and chapettes racing in the Fun Cup. Ninky Donk not involved in that squabble, but it's all still for 4th place overall here as we head on to the back straight. A big slide there for the Ninky Donk. They go wide and they're off on the final lap. Ninky Donk lose it. They're going to drop down to 6th place.
They call him Neo and he dances on the sand. He's Duran wide.
Oh, great. Some great great jokes to finalise the race. Thank you for that, Richard. Off we go then through the final corner. Olympian get ahead on the final lap. And Olympian from a unexpected pit stop to 4th place overall, and the Masters victory just ahead of Signature RV. Ninky Donk will get it back out on circuit. Let's look at that. The 110's pulled over after the checkered flag. Another spanner in the works there for the final results. I think you have to, it's safe to say these results we've just given you, very provisional after that one. My goodness, what a race. It was an honour to commentate over that one with you, Richard. Unbelievable.
Amazing stuff. Here's the result. John, me or you?
You go for it. I need a break. I need a break.
A very well-deserved break, John. Here's how they finished in the anti-penultimate race of the season. Uvio Hoffman's first across the 156 laps of action we've enjoyed, with the Vape Club with EDF Motorsports car coming in second. Morpheus finishing in third after leading for such a long time. What a recovery from Team Olympian GRD, the championship leaders coming into the weekend. 4th position ahead of Signature RV. Then in 6th place, the Ninky Donk, after that wild moment over the gravel in the last lap. Team Pacific 7th with Greenheath and PLR Racing in 9th. Top 10 completed by Race Logic. Axiometrics next up from GCI Racing. Team Pesky did well to recover for 13th from 98 car of Burt in 14th. 15th, Rare Vinyl TLR from Second Choice Racing in the 157 car. 16th, C Data, giving us a good onboard shot throughout the course of the race in 17th from 249 Demon Tweaks. Fast Track in 19th, and then Red River Sport, the 200 car. Neat numbers there, 20 and 200 for Red River Sport. Renham Racing recovered from their travails earlier on in 21st from Mean Machine. Team Summers 23rd, then iLockers Racing, sadly having problems towards the end. Demon Tweaks 2, 25th from Sherrodice UK, who of course we saw having those issues in the very early section of the race. with that fire in pit lane, very spectacular. Incredibly 4 hours ago, but what a 4 hours we have had. If you've watched it, it's 4 hours you won't get back of your life, but I tell you what, it was very well worth investing that time in that race.
Yeah, I wouldn't have rather spent 4 hours doing anything else, to be honest, Richard.
Fantastic. British racing at its best, Fun Cup racing at its best as well.
Again, that's just made me miss being involved in that race even more. My
Yes,
goodness. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Honestly, if that hasn't got you interested in Fun Cup, I don't know what will. Let's hand down to Jamie Peters-Ennis then to chat to our race victors down in Parc Ferme.
Thanks, John. Yeah, I'm down with Fabulous now. Wow.
Yeah, what a race. That was just amazing, start to finish. That's just one of the best Fun Cup races. So happy.
He reminds me of me. 20 years ago.
Yeah, no, amazing. It's been expensive. We had to pay for pole. We had to pay for a late safety car, but it's all panned out nicely.
And Farkini defined an eagle. He hunted down his prey and he pounced.
Oh, yeah. I mean, what a drive at the end. What a drive. I just saw him closing down and you were like, oh, a second, half a second. And yeah, he did it. Wonderful.
Now, obviously, it's blown it wide open for Alton Park. We think you're either 1 point ahead or you're dead level.
Yeah, it's going to be really tight, really tight. And I have to say, fair play to the Olympian boys, because they looked like they were going to be well down the order. And they were punching ever so hard at the end, and they were having such a great battle with Marcus. That was really cool to watch.
Right, you're going to cheer now?
Yeah!
Well done, mate. Thanks. That was fabulous. Your winner of the round 8 of the 2025 Fun Cup Endurance Championship, alongside his partner Farkini in the Uvio Hoffman's motorsport team. So that's all from me down here in the pit lane here at Donington Park. I'll be passing the baton back over to John Ratcliffe for the rest of our support races throughout the day and tomorrow as well. And from down here, I will see you in 4 weeks' time at Alton Park, and it's goodbye from me.
Thanks very much, Jamie Peters-Ennis. It's great to hear from our drivers. Separate podium, which we, with the racing on track coming up, we don't really get the chance to talk about. You caught me mid trying to print results off from previous races, but what a fine feature race of the weekend we have had with Fun Cup. And thanks to Paul and Christian Rose, all of the team and the drivers, all of the teams as well in the background that have put on such a terrific show for us over the course of this weekend. And from my point as well, I think this is my third Fun Cup one of the year. Started off at Brands with Andy and obviously a couple of rounds with John Ratcliffe. Absolutely thoroughly enjoyed working with John and commentating on this wonderful, wonderful championship. And I sincerely hope that get the chance to be able to do that in the future as well. So thanks, guys, for all that. Coming up next, though, it's our first look at the weekend of the Young Stars of Tomorrow in the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. So the Fiesta Junior's got to shuffle a little bit of paperwork around here and get the qualifying times for this one. We've seen Archie Davies qualifying on pole position for today's race. Now let's sort all the notes out because as ever we've got bags of stories to cover, including a new driver joining in. Guest status for Nathaniel Darcy. I'm going to see if we can grab an interview with Darcy tomorrow and catch up on his background joining the championship. Couple of guest entries, Luke Broadbent as well in the 51. Let's have a quick look down the order and see whether Luke has raced as well. It helps if you get the right paperwork out, isn't it? I've got the Fiesta Senior paperwork out, so let's unshuffle things and go to the Fiesta Juniors. It's because the entries are all on the same page of the pre-event stuff that came through. Right, where will we be having a look? Nathaniel Darcy, new driver in the championship. Guest driver 51 as well, Luke Broadbent. So we'll see if we can grab a word with them in our paddock show tomorrow morning and have a word with them. But it's Archie Davies in car number 87 who lines up on pole position. Second pole position of the year. He took one at Alton Park as well. Two pretty different circuits you couldn't really get. So Archie, I know, has been doing a little bit of F4 testing with I think Chris Dittman Racing, who had their first championship win here at Donington Park in F4 a fortnight ago. So Archie, like several of the drivers moving up from... The great thing about Fiesta Juniors now, John, is that drivers, can use it as an opportunity to move up into touring car type racing, sports car racing or otherwise, but also we're seeing them do the single-seater route as well now.
I know there's so many avenues now in British motorsport, isn't there, to find your way up the ladder, and it's all just really your choice in terms of, one, which way you want to go and kind of how much budget you want to put into it as well, but so many opportunities to show how good of a racer you are and maybe get the attention of people slightly further up the ladder.
And we're talking about Chris Dittman racing, and Chris Dittman having his first win. We've now had in F4 every single team win a race this year in the championship, which shows how very, very competitive it is. And the driver who took the win for Chris Dittman racing here at Donington in a fortnight ago was Tommy Harfield, who of course raced in the Fiesta Junior Championship last year, and makes another tangible link. I always tend to forget the other seniors that have come through, like Joseph Lote, which was years ago, was a Fiesta Junior driver, and also Deegan Fairclough. Deegan didn't actually do that much Fiesta Junior racing. He did the start of the championship. There were a few wrangles over, I can't remember what it was now, but some technicalities somewhere along the line. But we're proud to take that association with Deegan. But now Tommy Harfield is a race winner as well, and Tommy continuing a long line of drivers, which underlines the Fiesta Junior Championship as a platform to get to wherever you want to go in racing, whether it's sports car racing. I think Thomas Merrick's got his eye on sports cars, looking at his social media. It might be touring cars. We've got drivers going up high on the touring car package now, the likes of Jensen Mason going up. We've seen him a couple of times on the touring car package this year, and other drivers coming up into the JCW Mini Championship. And I don't think it'll be too long before we get some more drivers up into the BTCC itself, courtesy of the Junior Championship. As we said, we've got the scholarship coming up as well in, I think it's the first weekend in November for the Fiesta Juniors. My pleasure to be able to work on those events, both the Ginetta one and the BRSCC Fiesta one. And the great fun 2 days, or three, well, actually 3 days for us, because you have the 2 qualifying days and then the final day. And what you tend to get on these ones is it's usually I think it's a Friday, a Saturday and a Sunday. The people that come on the Friday, when you normally book it, they normally book the Saturday. I'll tell you what, we'll come back. I'm waffling on about that because I can hear music, which means we've got a grid coming up. So we'll come back to that in a minute.
Indeed we do then, yeah. Fiesta Junior is about to kick off with their first race of the weekend here from Donington Park. Archie Davies, as you mentioned, what a storming lap in qualifying to put himself on pole position. It's Oliver Heron who joins him on that front row. Christopher Doble and Thomas Merritt there on row 2, with Isaac Doble and Dara McInerney there on row 3. They're followed by Lewis Islin and Daniela Sutton, both of the graduates there on row number 4. Row 5 sees Harry Lindley and Benji Douglas rounding out the top 10. Then it's Harry Russell and Thomas Simpson on row 6. Row 7 has Max Fenton and Eden Spanswick. Then it's Jack Sant and Jensen Pritchard on row number 8. Row 9 has Castle Tomilewski and Bobby Holmes. Then it's Aaron Beatty and Oscar Homerston who round out the top 20. They're followed by Luke Broadbent and Neil Hampson, and Jake Howarth and Max Horler there on row number 12. And then Nathaniel Darcy rounds out the 25 car field. Fiesta Juniors always providing fantastic racing on this still slightly damp circuit. I think we're going to see another absolute barnstormer here across 15 minutes of racing action. I do just want to say as well, a super quick point from me, that last couple of days I was down at Daytona Milton Keynes doing a little commentary gig at the Property Pro Kart Challenge, and I was commentating on Oscar Homerston's dad racing in that. So I've gone from one event commentating over his dad to now commentating over his son here in the Fiesta Juniors.
And what's his dad's name?
Oh, I can't remember now.
Okay, well, never mind. I thought you were going to launch into and he
sorry,
that's all right.
No, he was very kind of him. Came up and said,
"Mister." His name's Mister. Mr.
Yeah, exactly. Are you down at Donny this weekend? I was like, yeah. He was like, I'm also Mr. Homerston's dad. I was like, okay, yeah, cool, right. I'll be sure to mention that when we jump onto the stream. So I'll be watching for Oscar in P20. But yeah, big shout out to his father. He was very kind to come up and chat with me down at that event in Milton Keynes a couple of days ago. And of course, just before we go to green flag conditions, again, I mentioned it earlier, but a massive shout out to Daniela Sutton. She wasn't sure if she was going to be able to make it here to race at Donington Park because, of course, that big incident at Silverstone where she went barrel rolling down the old pitch straight. It was a scary one. It was good to see her out of the car, of course, very frustrated on getting out of the car with how that one played out, but good to see she's made it back here in Donny and ready to crack on with some racing. Like you were chatting about earlier, though, this time 2 green flag laps for the juniors. So they head on round for another one just to get some heat in those tyres and work out where the grip is and where the grip isn't around this Donington Park National Circuit.
Yeah, kiss of death from the commentator here is that, you know, the extra lap will kind of alleviate any potential problems at Redgate on turn 1. But now, having said that, if there are any, there were less than there would have been had they not had the 2 laps.
Yeah,
Let's just put that in perspective. I always remember having a similar conversation with Louise Goodman. She'd media trained a guy in Clio's, and he did absolutely dreadful. He adopted his team in it, moaned about his team and everything else. And Louise said, "Oh my goodness, I media trained him." I said, "Yeah, but if you hadn't, think how much worse the interview would have been." And she said, "I'd never thought of it from that perspective."
Hey, we were talking about clouds and silver linings earlier. There you go.
Exactly right. You know, exactly right. But hey, passion's what you want in interviews. Are we going to get some from Archie Davies? So loads of stories here. One of which is Archie Davies taking a second pole position of the year. The other one is Oliver Heron, who, like Archie Davies at Alton Park, had his best qualifying there. So he was on the front row at Alton Park and took a second position. Oliver running in the Jam Sport team. Of course, the reigning champions with Jenson O'Neill going, who made his debut in the BRSCC BMWs last weekend with podium finishes as well. First time out racing in rear-wheel drive cars, and was super competitive. This was the venue of Jenson's first racing in juniors, and Jenson really in the scenario where he was actually too young. He won the championship, was too young to move into senior racing this year, so he's had to wait half a year before he could do his senior debut. I'm sure he'll probably be around here watching. Anyway, let's get back to today's grid. Oliver Heron then showing the front row with Archie Davies, as we saw on the grid graphic. Christopher Doble, who is the cousin of Isaac Doble, who is second in the championship at the moment, with Thomas Merritt in P4. Thomas, the championship leader from Isaac Doble, is behind him. So we've got the stories that we've got 2 guys with equal best qualifying with Archie Davies and Oliver Heron. Christopher Doble, let's have a quick look at Chris's qualifying. Okay, he's had a brace of second, so he's been really consistent, Christopher Doble. But another good story, Thomas Merritt, the championship leader, and Isaac Doble. Isaac's been getting closer and closer to Thomas Merritt over the course of the season. And the gap coming down to how many points? Where's me points? 554 to 53. Only about 20 points in it now, but I reckon this will go all the way to Brands Hatch. Triple header this weekend for the juniors, double header at Brands Hatch, the Formula Ford Festival. Great to have Blue Oval racing with the 150s, the 240s and the juniors at Brands Hatch that weekend. I was going to ask you who thinks going to win, but I'm not going to, because that's so unfair in junior racing. You can't do that. Down behind them, we've got Dara McInerney in the orange and blue livery as the lights go out, and we are Fiesta Junior Racing here. Remember, you could win a chance to come and race in this one later on. Archie Davies makes an absolute stonker of a start. Christopher Doble up into second place. Thomas Merritt having a look around the outside in that dark blue fronted white rear quarter car and going through. We're down a little bit further back with the 179 car coming into shot. That's Thomas Simpson, and they've all made it around Redgate. Now hold on to your hats, because they've got to negotiate the Craner curves and indeed the old hairpin for the first time. But Archie Davies, I tell you what, for a driver who's dipping in and out of this to test F4, that was a very accomplished start from him.
Yeah, could have been a better start, could have, from Davies there. Fantastic, pulled away from the line absolutely perfectly. Didn't even feel the need to cover off that inside line. Took the usual racing line and carried on through the first couple of corners. But yeah, like you said, a really nice start from Doble as well. Christopher Doble from the second row of the grid, already gaining a spot down at the first corner, and those two starting to gap the field already here on lap number 1. You can see they've already got a 3 or 4 car length gap now at the front of the order. More drivers squabbling in behind. That's the 25 trying to make a move. That's Russell going through on the inside as there's a bit of contact on corner exit, but all drivers still facing in the right direction at the moment anyway.
They are. So down exhibition straight for the first time into the Fogarty S's, and it is Archie Davies who is the race leader. So Davies, yeah, pole position at, it wasn't Alton Park, it was Mallory Park event 2, I beg his pardon, as the 179 car clears Thomas Simpson that we saw on lap number 1, clears through and rejoins safely. Across the line they go So Davis, Christopher Doble, Thomas Merritt up into third, Oliver Heron fourth, Isaac Doble in fifth place from Harry Lindley, Dara McInerney is in seventh at the moment, Benji Douglas next up from Lewis Islin, and Daniela Sutton completing the top 10.
Here we go then, battle for the lead, down the Craner curves, round the outside, tries Christopher Doble, more grip on the inside, but can he keep it? Side by side to the bottom of the hill. Yes, he can. Move made for the lead. Aggressive from Christopher Doble, but in only 2 laps, he takes 2 positions and moves his way to the front of the order. Fantastic racing from Christopher Doble. Let's see if he can start to scamper off with this one already. We're nearly 3 minutes into this race, and let's see how they can press on. That gap was already nearly 3 seconds now back to Thomas Merritt in third. Well, let's see. If these two work together, they continue to extend that gap. If Archie Davies fancies sending it back up the inside, maybe we'll see Thomas Merritt and the rest of the drivers in behind start to close in once more.
I've got to say, that was really respectful racing from Archie Davies. He knew that Christopher was there. He was very much aware that Christopher Doble was alongside him and, you know, could have clattered into him, but he didn't do that. He's going to have a look at a wide line into the chicane here. So good, fair stuff from the erstwhile pole man, who is still in the position. Of course, if they'd made contact, they might have fired each other off. But Archie realised that Christopher had the pace on that occasion. But you can see, he hasn't been lost. So as they go across the line, it's those two that will go clear. Thomas Merritt clear of Isaac Doble. Isaac Doble in the right-hand version of the white and blue cars, the darker blue. You can see the Doble Motorcycles logo, the Coulston-based concern. He's on the inside at the moment with Oliver Heron, who joined us last year for the first time at Silverstone with Jam Sport and was very quick indeed in the 306 car last year. I think cut his teeth on the short ovals, but at the moment Isaac Doble will want to try and close in. Isaac was one of the, very close there with the 306 car of Oliver Heron right behind him, but Isaac's mission now is going to be to close up on Thomas Merritt in third place. This is great for the championship leader to be ahead of his main, and I have to say main, championship rival, with Archie Davies is in third place in the championship on 5:09, so he's around about 30 points behind Davies. So Davies doing what he needs to do as the 306 car gets just forced momentarily onto the gravel as they complete lap 2. Any progress further back? Benji Douglas still in 9th place. A little bit of a gyration there for Aaron Beattie, the young Scot in the race car consultant's prepared car, but gets going again.
Indeed, yeah. Thought he might rejoin in front of the driver there. No, perfectly planned there to rejoin the action. Move down the inside, attempt from Dara McInerney there. That door was always going to close. Luckily, just about keeps it out of the side of the driver ahead of him. That was a close battle there between Harry Lindley and Dara McInerney, but it stays as it was then. Yeah, biggest loser on that last lap, sadly, was Oliver Heron down into 8th place, but he's still very much right in the middle of big squabbles. Second attempt from Dara McInerney. He sends it up the inside, this time down at Redgate. Could he keep the power on to the exit? He's going to go wide, up and under will go Harry Lindley, and he'll steal it right back as they head down towards the Crater curves. That's a bit of a bigger off in behind. That's the 55 of Bobby Holmes taking to the kitty litter. He exited the circuit in 15th. I'm not sure where he rejoined. Everyone's so close in that battle. I think it must have been a couple of places lost, but I will say all drivers who started this race still involved, still scrapping away. Fantastic to see as we continue on, as a little bit slow up
Thomas
the hill
Merritt.
there. Yeah, is it Thomas Merritt? Yeah, he's lost a couple of places.
Yeah, he's going to lose another one now to Dara McInerney. Merritt does not look happy at the moment and dropping back. That means that Isaac Doble has got ahead of him and will close that championship points lead down. Is it some sort of fault on Merritt's car? We'll have to find out overnight. And you can see now down behind the 27 car of Lewis Islin, the man who won the Fiesta Scholarship last year at Blyton, and who is going to be this year's champion. I know the entries are pouring in. The point I was saying is that the finals day is the Sunday. Most people try and book the Saturday so that you can stay up at Blyton and go through day one and then hopefully make it to day two. The ones that are there on the Friday. Thomas Merritt again goes off. He does not look happy. He's going pit bound. Is he going pit bound?
Yeah, he is.
He can count this as a drop score. You can't drop the last rounds, as we mentioned, for most of the BRSCC ones. We can if you're there, but you do have to enter and take part in the final round. But Thomas Merritt will go off. We'll take a moment just to have a quick look at Thomas Merritt's season so far. That is his first retirement, so he can afford that as a drop score.
Indeed. So gutting for him, though, of course. Was battling well early on in this one, making up some good positions, but something's clearly gone wrong, whether that was causation from contact or something just simply going wrong on the car. Either way, we'll try and find out a little bit later on for you. Side by side, this continues on. The battle for 4th place. Harry Lindley fending off Dara McInerney at the moment, and right in behind them still is Lewis Islin there. Back up the inside goes McInerney, forces his way through. Islin trying to find a gap as well to find his way through into the top 5 as they come through to the exit up and over Coppice, who appears into shot first. It's McInerney, still now followed by Harry Lindley, Lewis Islin, Benji Douglas now getting involved as well.
Well, Harry Lindley potentially on for his best result of the season here. This is what you want from the junior drivers, to see the progression as they go through the course of the season. But it's Chris Doble looking for his first win, Archie Davies second, Isaac Doble. We're going to have 2 Dobles on the podium as things stand at the moment, with Lindley and McInerney next up. Across the line they go, and great big massive fight going on with Merritt going off. Daniela Sutton goes up to 9th, Oliver Heron in 8th ahead of her. Daniela in fact passes Oliver Heron now and goes up into 8th place. Jack Sant now up into the top 10. Great to see Jack there, second year driver with us. But look at this, 5 cars wide as they come down into Redgate. Will they sort themselves out? All safe and sound? Yes they do. 1 car going off into the gravel, but getting back on. I think that might have been Daniela actually. Daniela Sutton.
Yeah, it was the 43 of Daniela Sutton. Buckarooing as well. there goes the bollard on the inside of the corner. What's happening? More contact at the bottom of the hill. Is Heron going to hold it? He's sliding into the gravel. Somehow he holds that, but he loses more pieces of his car. Whole front splitter removed from the 306, and he's going to lose a heap of places as they all fight their way back up the hill. It's just not been an ideal lap for a couple of drivers. They're battling at the bottom end of the top 10. Like I was saying, yeah, Daniela buckarooing over the gravel trap on the outside, and then not to be beaten there. The 306 of Oliver Heron does very similar, but loses a lot more pieces of bodywork.
Yeah, it did indeed. So now we're looking at the 25 car. Harry Russell getting stuck in. First look at Harry for me this year, but it's Christopher Doble out front. As we said, the cousin of Mikey and Isaac, who is out front. 3 wide again here. These ones don't know when to give up, do they? All getting stuck in as well. And that's Daniela Sutton in the mix as well. Daniela read that well. Is she going to get speared on the way up by the 25 car? No, manages to hang on to it. Oliver Heron's on the grass again. Maybe a rallycross career beckoning. Maybe a breather perhaps needed for some of the drivers just to take stock of where they are. But all the time you've got very evenly matched cars, and here's the proof of that. Sometimes some of them slip back into kart mode. It's not kart racing, it's car racing. Completely different discipline. But I've got to say, on the whole, pretty much behaving themselves well so far. Black and white flags for 19 and 51. The 19 car, Christopher Doble, the race leader. He's going to have to be careful there. I'm guessing it's the ubiquitous track limits.
It must be, mustn't it? It must be. Of course, he's still got so much pressure from Archie Davies behind, so he's pressing on as best he can, but he needs to be careful with those track limits and not get a silly penalty. Did you see there, Harry Russell, when he went across the inside gravel trap, when he came back on, he went up on 2 wheels there at pretty much full speed. Luckily, landing back down on all 4, continuing on. But what an aggressive race this has been so far for race number 1 of the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship here at Donington Park, as we bring the season nearly to a close. Of course, one more round still left to go to finalise the championship, as you were chatting about earlier on, but drivers getting aggressive, getting those points on the board as we get to the crescendo end of the season.
So Daniela Sutton trying to make some spaces up. Down behind Daniela we've got, I think, Eden Spanswick in the mix as well, another youngster that we met on last year's scholarship. Christopher Doble still out front, 0.3 of a second ahead of Archie Davies. Isaac Doble very nearly 9 seconds behind, unable to get involved to help his cousin out at the moment. Dara McInerney 4th. Lewis Islin is in 5th place.
Here comes Daniela Sutton up the inside into the first corner. Aggressive, but they might go a little bit wide. The 55 trying to get involved as well. Not quite able to get the exit. And initially, driver who was leading the train now forced out wide. He's going to lose 3 places at least once all of that is said and done. There's contact down the hill. That's a big off. 2 drivers off. Thank goodness that car didn't dig in. They spear straight back across the circuit. I think they'll probably try and carry on with the number 20 of Kasper Tomilewski, but thank goodness that wasn't a bigger crash. Honestly, I think we probably have the rain to thank for that one, that he just slid straight across.
As you can see here in the comms box, my hand's gone up to my forehead thinking, oh my God, what's going to happen here?
Drivers round. Oh, this has been a big lap for incidents and driver off into the gravel on the outside as well. That's the 25 finding the gravel on the outside. Harry Russell is off. I didn't quite spot the number of the driver who made the initial contact and went off to the infield. But what a chaotic lap then with 3.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, I think the clerk of the course is going to be having some words. Mark Noble, the clerk of the course. I think very often you have to in juniors. You have to have a word after the first. Before they had a briefing this morning, which I was going to go to, but I got involved chatting to some of the families instead. But you just need to bring them back down. Donington sometimes brings out, I don't know why, it brings out the worst in the Fiesta Juniors. We've had it before when we had the mixture of the Mark 6 Fiesta and the Mark 7s. I was going to say thankfully we haven't had too much damage, but I really feel for the family of the 25 car when they've got to repair that and dig deep in their pockets to be able to do that. Back with the leaders though. Let's have a look at what's going on. Christopher Doble's still there. It's Archie Davies in P2. There will be yellow flags there, so no overtaking. So Davies will be trying to work out which parts of the circuit are clear, climbing up the hill to Coppice. Great shot there from our Alpha Live camera showing you the gradient up into Coppice Corner. And it's Christopher Doble hoping here for his first win. He's had plenty of second positions, two of which were at Snetterton. Silverstone, I don't think was as kind, unless I've got those meetings the wrong way around. I seem to remember writing a couple of them the wrong way in the mix. As Archie Davies now, a little bit of flapping on the front end, but closing in on Christopher Doble now in the 19 car as he goes in. The front spit you can see flapping around in the breeze, but it's Christopher Doble out front across the line again. As long as your name's Doble, you're a quick driver seemingly in any formula. Remember, Mikey Doble, double champion. He was BMW champion and Ginetta champion in the same season. But Isaac Davies showing good racecraft here, takes the wide line as they go into Redgate. Now down through Hollywood, look at all the detritus, the gravel all over the track. There's going to be some sweeping up to do before the next race, but Christopher Doble soaking up pressure well here.
Yeah, doing a really good job of soaking up that pressure. Aggressive then into the final couple of minutes for Archie Davies. We've seen them working together throughout the race, and that's what's given them this 9-second gap. Now back to Isaac Doble in third place. He's done a good job of clearing that battle pack in behind him, to be fair. Now 4 seconds back to Darren McInerney in fourth place. But now the gloves are off here as we head into the last minute and a half. He's been waiting patiently as Archie Davies in behind, working together well to build up that gap. But like I say, elbows being sharpened here as we head on to the last couple of laps.
Archie Davies, is this all about timing for him? He is going to have to use his timing and his racecraft and skill. He's been taking different lines through the corners to Christopher Doble. He's been doing perhaps the more attacking line to gain a little bit more momentum here or there. But Christopher Doble has done a super job so far. Comes out here, not overly defensive. He leaves the door open on the inside, but Davies doesn't want that at the moment. 54 seconds on the clock. This will be onto the last lap of the race here, of our opening race of the weekend. There's more shenanigans going on behind, with the 235 car of Jensen Pritchard, who was inside the top 10 before that, just having a moment on the gravel. But it's Christopher Doble here. Is he going to get his first win, or are we going to see another win for Archie Davies? Davies continues to chase, and again it's Doble soaking up the pressure. Either way, it's going to be a win to celebrate for us. The first win for Christopher Doble, or another win for Archie Davies. It's going to be good news. Isaac Doble on the podium in third, potentially I think up into the championship lead here. Not quite sure about on drop points. We'll have to come back to you on that overnight after a word with Championship Coordinator Esther Crook. But it is Christopher Doble. I tell you what, Christopher's managed to develop a little bit of a lead now. Up through Schwantz, the left-hander. The race leader goes through. Doble Motorcycles showing as the lead car on track for, once again, Christopher Doble. Doesn't matter what part of the family you are from, they seem to be quick. They've been very quick down there in Coulston. And here he comes now. But Archie Davies is beginning to wind things up and closes up as they go into Coppice Corner. Is he going to be able to make the run? It's got to be the inside line that Christopher Doble's going to cover. And you can see he's coming over. We're centre of the shot, but over as we look at the track to the right-hand side. Now comes over to get the run into the chicane. And it looks like Christopher Doble has done enough to grab his first win here. He's going to be a neat, clean exit out of the chicane and across the line now as Archie Davies tries to close in and down towards the checkered flag, and it's Christopher Doble that takes his first win. A little bit of Fiesta history there as he takes the win from Archie Davies. I thought that was all timing, maybe in the earlier stages of the race, but Christopher Doble, a confident victory there, I have to say, from the youngster, becomes another first-time winner in the Fiesta Junior Championship. A great, clean race from him. Some might argue that Archie maybe left the door open, but Doble took the initiative when there was a space there, and Davies was extremely fair on that pass that Chris Doble did to get into the race lead. Let's not forget Isaac Doble as well in third position, who I think now probably on total points moves perhaps into the championship league. Dara McInerney may well move up into third position in the championship, and Archie Davies now into second. A race of attrition for some of the youngsters out here, which is always a shame to see, and it won't hurt for the officials just to try and calm things down a bit, particularly with the midfield bunching that we saw over the course of that race. But great for me to be part of the Fiesta Junior paddock once again. Let's have a look at how they finished, confirmation of how they crossed the line. Christopher Doble, well done Christopher on your first win, with Archie Davies second, Isaac Doble third, Dara McInerney next up. Harry Lindley came home for fifth from Lewis Islin. Then it was Benji Douglas and Max Fenton. Jack Sant in ninth. Daniela Sutton recovering for 10th place, a good recovery from her. Jensen Pritchard moved down to 11th, so only lost one place with that moment on the gravel on the penultimate lap. Eden Spanswick next from Luke Broadbent, and Jake Howarth in 14th place. 15th goes to Oliver Heron after a good strong run in qualifying and in the opening few corners. Thomas Simpson next from Neil Hampson and Bobby Holmes. Then it was Aaron Beattie and Max Haller, followed by Oscar Hummerstone, Kasper Tomilewski in 22nd. Nathaniel Darcy on his debut 23rd, ahead of Harry Russell. And Harry having problems, of course, saw him going out. And same too for Thomas Merritt, who came in for a pit stop earlier on and retired from the race. Shame for Thomas. So 2 more races for the Fiesta Juniors tomorrow on the stream, and we've still got 2 more races to go this afternoon. The Jeff Page Engineering Super Classic Formula Ford Championship and the Airtech Motorsport 240. 240 Senior Fiestas only get the 1 race with us tomorrow, and we bid farewell to the Formula Fords after their next race. And if you want to catch the juniors again, they will be on tomorrow morning around about 11:40. Our first race of the day tomorrow, the Airtech Seniors, who get their weekend complete at 10:05. So join us about 10 o'clock. That should be okay for them. But in the meantime, let's go down to John Ratcliffe, who has some excited teenagers with him, I'm sure.
Right, then you join me down here at the end of the pit lane with your top 3 drivers from the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. Race 1 here from Donington Park, and celebrations are ensuing for the number 19 of Christopher Doble. I'll see if I can just dive straight in to have a chat with Chris. I won't get too involved with the celebrations, Chris, but your first ever win, how does that feel?
Fucking amazing. I mean, last meet I had, the luck wasn't on my side, you know. I had gearbox issues in 2 races, so didn't really get a chance to show my pace at Silverstone, but yes, it's really nice. It's lovely, yeah.
Well, apologies about the language there, but obviously very excited to get the first race win. You've got lots of celebrating to do, but you've still got 2 races to come. How do you calm yourself down, ready for those 2?
Well, I've got it overnight, so, you know, gonna probably go out for a nice barbecue. You know, we've got the barbecue ready, so a little celebration. But yeah, just sort of good night's sleep, and that's it.
Amazing. Well done, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you.
There you go there, Christopher Doble. First ever victory. Fantastic stuff. And of course, a double Doble podium here in the first race of the weekend. We'll have a quick chat with Archie. Archie, you were there on pole position. He just nabbed you. I think it was first lap or second lap. You were following him behind. You applied that pressure late on, but just couldn't quite get him back.
Yeah, no, it was second lap he overtook me, but yeah, very, very close. He's slightly quicker than me on the first half, but then I catch him close to the end of the half of the track, but I just couldn't get past him. Late braking.
It was great to watch. Well, there you go then. He was racing in the race and he has a better memory than me of what actually happened, mate. Fair play. Your pace clearly showing on pole position. How are you feeling going into race 2 and race 3 tomorrow?
Yeah, no, I'm excited. I mean, race 2, I think it might be dry, but race 3 is going to be wet, so that's going to be interesting.
Are you looking forward to that?
I am, yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, one to watch out for then, Archie. Well done, second place. Congratulations. Right, let's see if we can find Isaac as well. Isaac, you don't mind just having a quick chat with me? Yeah. Double Doble podium, 3rd place for you, a pretty good race. It seemed after you sort of cleared that big battle pack, it was a little bit lonely.
Yeah, it was a lonely race for me, but I can't complain really. A solid P3, it's quite good, yeah.
Exactly, you had really good pace out there once you cleared them. Were you involved? Because there was a huge squabble early on in that one. You were right in the middle of it, weren't you?
Yeah, I mean, all that happened really fast. I can't really remember it, but there were cars side by side all over the place. It was proper fun race at the start.
Well, it's great to watch for us in the commentary box, and I'm sure everyone home as well. Of course, race 2 and race 3 still to come. What are the thoughts and plans going into those two?
Well, hopefully starting closer to the Easter, I should be able to challenge for the lead in this next one and just get some more points and get some good championship points.
Amazing. Well, best of luck in those two, and congratulations on the 3rd place. Cheers, Isaac. Thank you very much. Well, there you go then. Double podium in the first race of the weekend in the BRSEC Fiesta Juniors. First ever race win there for Christopher Doble. A big congratulations to him. Right then, I'll hand it back over to Richard in the commentary box, because we've still got 2 more races to go this evening.
Thanks very much indeed, John. Yeah, do you know what? I think they should introduce a Masters class for the juniors so that I can have a go. No, I'm joking. I do realise what it's about. Yeah, great stuff from the juniors. I'm sure there will be some chatting. I think Mr. Doble C needs to be fined for the expletive. That's not what we do on TV. But well done, Christopher, on the win. Super job. But he was very clearly very excited about that. And, no one can deny that the youngsters shouldn't have some excitement when they take their first win. Very well earned win, and a great race between him and Archie, and nice to see Isaac on the podium as well, and very much looking forward to. It's worked out quite well for me this season as we get the reparations underway. Disappointed not to be able to cover the juniors earlier on in the season, but doing the penultimate round and the last round at Brands Hatch, I guess it means I think Andy McEwen's back, so we'll let Andy do the maths. I'm sure he's not listening today, but we'll let him do the maths on the final round of the championship and make sure it's easier these days. Oh, double rainbow there. Double Doble to a double rainbow. And maybe a double diamond in the bar later on. Or do they still do that? They probably don't. 2 more races to go for today's coverage with Alpha Live of our BRSEC Fun Cup Endurance Championship race day here at Donington Park. We've had some super racing so far and a little bit of recovery work before. This is why we like to start early. The Royal We, of course, the BRSEC like to get the racing underway as early as possible so that we have the time in hand should we need it for each race coming up. And coming up next is the final race of the season for the Jeff Page Engineering Super Classic Pre-99 Formula Fords. So single-seater time beckons here at Donington Park, and it is a relatively early finish to the championship, as we mentioned on race number 1, way back. What time was that? I don't know, 11 o'clock this morning, something like that. Anyway, seems like an age ago now. And the conclusion of the championship means that all the drivers in the championship have the opportunity to get their cars ready for the Formula Ford Festival. We have had a mega number of cars in the championship over the course of the year, and it's one of those series where it's not a series, it's a championship. It's one of those competitions where you get a lot of drivers come in, and some will commit to the whole season, as we've seen Tom Hawkins do, who is our Class A champion in his Swift. We've had other drivers sort of dip in when business allows it or when budgets allow it. So it's a fairly laid-back championship. It produces some great racing of inter-class and inter-mark racing as well, as we saw at the opening one of the day. I was trying to do a quick mathematical count of how many drivers I've got that have raced over the course of the season, and it fills a sheet of condensed A4. So there are plenty of drivers. If you printed it out without squeezing it down, I think you get into 2 pages of A4, but plenty of drivers have taken part in this. And we wrap up with our final race of the year. It is a great championship. It's a nice one, as we mentioned earlier on. Most of the meetings have been streamed this year in some form or another, and also been one-day meetings. So it's been nice for the drivers to come along on the Saturday, get the racing done and dusted, and then move on and have the Sunday to yourself, or maybe stay and help some other teams or whatever. So it's a very relaxed championship, and I've had some very good dates and some great racing this year. So Fiesta Juniors being recovered, and John's back with us now in the commentary box. And John, that's why we have the time built in, isn't it? Try and start a bit earlier to in case there are any incidents with cars going. Thankfully, we didn't get a rollover. It could have been a lot worse, the shenanigans we saw in that race, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there were definitely a few off-track excursions in that race, to say the least. But it could see all drivers all okay, just being recovered back to the pit lane. I think biggest damage being on a few of their wallets, really, at the end of that one. But hopefully we do see them all back out for race 2 and race 3 tomorrow.
Parent wallets, not driver wallets.
Yes, exactly.
Moment, isn't it?
Exactly. It's always nicer racing when it's not your wallet. But yes, lovely to chat with the top 3 there. I always find it so amazing. They're such young drivers and they're so fantastic in front of a camera. I was awful at that age.
The swearing.
Apart from that, but I can understand it. You've just taken your first race win and you're rather excited. So
unfortunately, he'll be remembered for that now. That'll be long. We don't have the opportunity for obliquemanship, but no. I mean, I made the point as we're coming off that it doesn't excuse it, but it's passion. And if a driver wasn't excited about first win, you want to know why.
Exactly that. I know it's lovely. The energy coming off him was awesome, and he's going to have a lovely evening of relaxing. And he said having a barbecue. Hopefully the weather holds out for his barbecue. We don't see any more rain showers around Donington Park.
So who's the quickest oval then?
I think that's a question no one can answer at the moment, isn't it? Depends on so many factors.
They're all good, aren't they?
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. And it's been a joy seeing Mikey Doble come through from the BRSCC Formula up into the British Touring Car Championship. He's come through the route, obviously did a bit of Ginetta racing, raced the BMWs as well, as we mentioned. But anyway, enough of that, because we're going Formula Ford for the final time. I haven't printed the grid off, so I need to have a look at the grid as well, and we will get, you've got one on screen there as well, which is good to go, but I'm guessing it's going to be pretty much the result of race number 1, which saw Tom Hawkins cement his championship lead. I don't think we saw any surprises championship-wise, and I apologise if I've called any of the points incorrectly. We haven't had any information incoming from coordinators or otherwise to oppose anything that we've said, but again a cracking lineup and a really good mix of cars, and Tom Hawkins looking to try and make it a double off pole position with now how do we say it? Yap.
We're going to give it our best go, aren't we?
I'm really so sorry. I should have gone and talked to the guy before.
I think if I do interview him after the race, I'll just be calling him Yap, to be honest, in the 143.
I don't know if you've noticed it, but Phil Glue does the same thing with the international drivers in when we're doing the F4 commentaries. And when we had, who was it, Ugo Chupu?
Yes.
He would say Ugo. And then sometimes he'll flick and just use, when the other drivers are complicated, he'll just do the surname and not the first name.
Yeah,
we've had some great, really difficult ones over the years as they go off on the green flag lap. So probably time to have a look and see who we've got on the grid for our final round of the Jeff Page Engineering Super Classic Pre-99 Formula Ford Championship. Thanks for Jeff Page for their support, or for his support. I haven't seen Jeff this weekend. We normally have a little natter with him, but hopefully we'll see him before the end of day. Tom Hawkins then on pole position. Jaap Bliljeven on P2, that's near enough. Christopher Stones next up from Vincent J. David Porter and Neil Hunt in his Mondial on the 3rd row, followed by George Townsend in the lovely Merlin Mark. So they're all lovely cars, to be honest. And the PRS of Colin Williams in 8th. 5th row of the grid, Harrison Morrow in the Royale. Then it's Stuart Jones in his Van Diemen. Tim Fitzgerald next up in the RF89 as opposed to the 85. In fact, it's an all 89 6th row with Don Boyack next up from Cohen Beretta in his Reynard FF88. Grace Bates, who we heard from at the end of race number 1 in her 79 Van Diemen. Trevor Morgan and Oliver Roberts will complete the grid, though they won't, because we've got Oliver Buckton as well, hopefully. Oliver, who was one of the drivers that went out the early stages of race number 1. 2 Olivers, in fact, both going synchronised Olivers going off.
It was, the first attempt, wasn't it, in race number 1?
It's a shame.
It was gutting to have them both out, and then we went for a second attempt at the start, and we did get the race completed. I think, biggest talking point from that one is going to be seeing how Oliver Roberts can pick his way through the traffic in this one, and what kind of result he can drag from this low-down race start from those issues in race number 1. We'll be watching that intently. Only 15 minutes of him to try and pick his way through the order. We'll see how quickly he can get it done. But Tom Hawkins, again, looking to lead home a lights to flag victory as he did in race number 1. It was a fantastic effort in that earlier race, and what a battle it was, of course, right up to the line as well for second place.
Yeah, super racing. More of the same here. We're looking forward to it. Next event, as we said, make no apology for saying it, festival, spiritual home of Formula Ford 1600, when we normally get something like enough cars for 3 times this entry, so we'll have 3 heats and last chance races and all sorts of shenanigans going on through the course of the weekend, with other Ford products as well coming into the mix, like the 3 Fiesta brands. I think we've got the modified Fords as well, maybe not the modified Fords. I can't remember what the other support is. Tends to alternate, I think, with the Mazdas, but their final is at Silverstone in a few weeks' time. But Tom Hawkins it is that takes pole position in the lone Swift. Swift's a very popular car for this make of championship, and it's the 95 one. Actually, I think probably the newest car on the grid. Bear in mind you can actually go up to 99. One mark that's not represented is Ray. I'll have to have a word with Gavin Ray about that, see if we can't get a Ray on the grid for next year, which would be good to see. It's my local manufacturer down in Croydon. When I get a spare, I was going to say a spare 30 seconds or spare minute, I'll go pop down, but Gavin Ray, it's never a 30-minute chat, it's about 3 hours to be fair. Gavin will be giving me some stick now, won't he, for that one. But here we go then. Tom Hawkins and Jaap de Leven on the front row of the grid, getting ready for lights out here at Donington Park for the last time in the 2025 season. The Dutchman runs well, but Vincent J makes an absolute cracker from the outside of the second row. It seems to be the blue car trying to go through and up into third place. The Golf livery does in third place. The Dutchman in second, but another cracking start by Tom Hawkins, who leads them around the first turn. I think, ironically, less slippy than it was this morning, and everybody surviving around Redgate. Let's see how they behave themselves down at the bottom of the Craners and into the old hairpin. Well, no problems for the race leader Tom Hawkins, who continues to be accomplished. And don't forget, we need to look for the 134 car. Oliver Buckton's already made some progress.
Indeed he has, yeah. We had a few different drivers slow off of the race start there on the grid. A couple struggling to pull away, and then one driver just getting stuck off the race start behind one of those drivers who was struggling to pull away. So an unfortunate start for those three. We'll double check who they are when we come through to the end of lap number 1. It's been a really good start from Oliver Roberts from the second to back row of the grid, already picking his way through the traffic and benefiting for those issues on the race start for a few other drivers. But carbon copy of race 1 already. Tom Hawkins starting to pull a decently sized gap at the sharp end of the order as they come under the gantry for the first time in this race after lap number 1. Let's see what the gap is looking like then. Tom Hawkins leads us on to lap number 2, and gap is 2.1 seconds.
Vincent J second in Class A, but 4th position in the race in the Golf livery car, trying to close down on Christopher Stones in the 49, and that might be where our sort of highest ranked battle is going to come from. Meanwhile, the Dutchman Jaap de Leven going clear of them at the moment. So Jaap in the Reynard FF88. I think technically that should be 88FF, because the going into full anorak mode, the Van Diemen's had the RF, which stands for Ralph Furman, on the start, and if I remember correctly, the Reynolds, maybe it changed at some point, but I'm pretty sure in 88 it was 88FF. Makes no difference to the race coverage at all. If you're wearing an anorak, it may be of use.
You're just speaking words to me, to be honest, mate. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's the designation, and I know that there will be some Formula Ford people watching this that will go, I think Richard's got it correct, but yeah.
No,
preaching to the converted there.
Fair enough. There was a big snap there up over the top of the hill. I think it was the 20. No, the 22. No, it was the 22. Sorry, yeah, I was correct. First time I asked. It was Vincent J with a bit of a snap up through McLean's, and that's given the opportunity for Oliver Roberts to get through. He'd already dispatched of Neil Hunt earlier on in this lap, so Oliver Roberts in 2 laps has gone from 16th to 4th, and he's still only just less than 6 seconds off your race leader. I think Tom Hawkins is scampering off with this one a little bit too quickly, but still very much potential for a second place finish in this one for Oliver Roberts.
Yeah, I've never won a reverse grid race in Formula Ford, and somewhat the F4 races are a mixed bag, to be perfectly honest, when you see a reverse. But the top 10 being reversed in F4 kind of works okay, but it does no harm, does it, to have a driver who hasn't had any luck in race number 1, seeing them charge through, and it's a treat, isn't it, to see Oliver Roberts, newer car for sure, but he's still got to pedal it through the field, deal with the traffic, and he's up, and we'll be targeting. Oh, that's another one of the Van Diemen's, isn't it, going off? And see which one that was. We can get a chance to grab the number.
Will it be Colin Williams? I feel like I remember him having that bright yellow car in the first race.
He did have a bright yellow one, but it looked newer than the PRS to me. So we'll see who that was. Where is he? Let's have a quick look. I can't see at the minute, Colin Williams. Is he actually out there?
Yeah, it looks like he's in 13th place, at least on the left-hand side of our screens. Okay, we're hearing rain at the bottom of Craners once again. Well, if anything can spice up the race, it's certainly that. Honestly, the weather cannot make up its mind here at Donington Park, can it today? Drivers come across the line. Here's the potential move for third place then. Under pressure here is Christopher Stones inside line for the 16 of Oliver Roberts, and third place for the 16 of Oliver Roberts. Up and under will go Christopher Stones though. They're going to go side by side down Craners, where we've just heard this spit spotting of rain. Oh my goodness, thankfully it's given up there by the 49, and you can see the rain on the cameras already as the drivers come down to Old Hairpin at the bottom of the hill. Very much earlier braking zones than we saw earlier on previous laps, and all managing to make it through. Well done to all the drivers out there.
Yeah, cracking stuff, and well done to Oliver Roberts for making his way through. And up the field, Oliver Buckton is there. The guest driver's up into 12th place, so a good first couple of laps for Oliver Buckton. But the man who qualified in P2, Oliver Roberts, having a good run. He's going to be able to get up into second place here, trying to close down on the Dutchman. And to be fair, one would say with the progress he's made so far, it's just going to be a matter of time. And it is the Dutchman in the Reynard, the top Reynard in the race. In fact, we've got three Reynards in the race. Trevor Morgan as well, competing in his version as well. So there goes the number 16 car of Oliver Roberts. About that time, sort of 88, 89, the Van Diemens of the Reynards tended to start to look very, very similar in terms of bodywork when everyone's getting serious in terms of the aerodynamics. If you've got an aerodynamic race car, typically they're all going to look the same.
Yeah, of course. Those dark clouds there on the picture-in-picture were very menacing, weren't they? Maybe more rain coming here at Donington Park, ready for the ST240s. Look at that camera shot now. It's sodden down the Craner curves, and somehow they all keep it on the black stuff as the 16 of Oliver Roberts hunts down Jaap de Leven for second place in the 143. Of course, what I failed to mention earlier on, that pass of Oliver Roberts on Christopher Stones is the battle for the lead of the championship as well, of course, in Class B. Of course, lots of points would have been lost in race one, sadly, for Oliver Roberts, but he's got some back here in getting past his championship rival, and again looking to get past another driver in the same class here in the form of the 143 of Jaap de Leven. Sadly, one car we just saw there pulling off, I think into the pit lane that was, but I couldn't quite spot who it was.
No, I didn't see the number, just checking the points, and I think Christopher Stones wrapped up at a 31-point gap coming in to the round, unless the drop scores come into play for Oliver Roberts. I don't think they will, because he had a 4 at Brands Hatch and a brace of 2, so he can't really have any too much effect. So I think it's going to be second position in class for him, and second position in the race, because he makes a very good exit of the chicane, comes across the grid lines and clears the Dutchman, goes up into P2. So it's Hawkins and Roberts. The gap, it's only 4 seconds. That's pretty impressive, isn't it, by Oliver Roberts in this race, bearing in mind he started off the back of the grid. So it's Hawkins in the Swift, Oliver Roberts in the 89 RF 89 Van Diemen in P2, Jaap de Leven in the Reynard in third place here. So hopefully you're going to get a chat with Jaap and find out about his car and his travelling as well. Interesting to know whether he's actually based in the Netherlands or based in the UK for his racing. Shout out behind them, Christopher Stones, champion potentially of class, in fourth place. Then Vincent J. Harrison Morrow in 75 is next, was 9th in race number 1, guest driver in the Royale, and he's leading his class. I think the red code is the guest class, so Class D will still be headed by George Townsend in the Merlin. I'm just having a quick look down to see where the PRS is in this one as well. Colin Williams in the 34 car, down in 13th place. It might have been Colin that had that moment, you know. It didn't look like the back end of the PRS, but I stand to be corrected.
It's very often that I'm right, so I'm probably still wrong, but we'll assume, we'll see. Right then, we're side by side once again for second place. That must have been a poor exit off of the final corner for Oliver Roberts. Looking to that outside line is the 143. Of course, we're in wet conditions. Might have a bit more grip, not quite enough though. He's unable to get alongside on corner exit, has to relinquish second position yet again. Roberts holds on to it as they head down into the slippery Craner curves once more. Keeping on the black stuff is one thing, keeping position is another, but they do just that, then stay in that second and third place respectively. They started to drop Christopher Stones ever so slightly, about a 2.2 second gap now, back to the 49 in fourth place, and then a further 4 seconds back to Vincent J, who rounds out the top 5 at the moment.
Even trying to close in, you know, in terms of, you know, back in the day and the actual years of the cars, then I think it's fair to say that Roberts' car, you would expect it as being a year younger to have been the car that everyone would have had that year, and the developments that should in theory be on that car. So you've got to say the Dutchman really running well here, although that car is a year older, taking it back. The wet conditions might alleviate things a little bit. And the car, there is a real difference between the car. I've got to say that the Reynard does look a little bit more like the classic earlier Reynards, which you could tell fairly honestly. Actually, livery-wise, reminding me of, I was talking about Rick Shortall earlier on, who ran in the Reynard in the later days of his Formula Ford career, having raced in the Getum. I'm not sure how many Getums there are kicking around now, but always great to see those cars on track. I think Yappy's pretty much done now. Oliver Roberts content with second and fairly clear after a little bit of a renaissance from the Dutchman, and they're going to start to get into a little bit of traffic further back. So we have a look now at David Porter being challenged by Oliver Buckton. So Oliver in the Van Diemen's going to have a look down the inside of David Porter. Again, you can see from the aerodynamics, the front nose cone gives that away as a slightly older car making the move through, and goes through a bit of damage on the front as well of that one. Whether that was from this race, probably from earlier on, probably doesn't carry a spare cone, I would imagine. I don't think there are enough of that particular model to be able to replace it here today.
Doesn't seem like it's hampering his pace too much. That was a fantastic overtake.
There's no wing there, is there? So
no. Exactly that. He's pressing on very well, isn't he? They're gaining another place for himself. So Buckton up into P9 then relegates Porter to the back end of the top 10. But great racing up and down the order. Big slide up over the top of Coppice there, but he keeps it facing the right direction and down onto Starkey Straight. Here there is a bit more rain coming out. Is your race leader off in the gravel I've just seen out the window? I think he was, you know. I think Tom Hawkins was off in the gravel down Craners. Oliver Roberts is coming up onto the back of him. Hopefully we can cut over to that. Here they are now on your screen. Oliver Roberts onto the back of Tom Hawkins. It was a mistake out of the first corner for Tom Hawkins, and that brings the leading gap down to nothing. We have a battle on our hands for the last 3.5 minutes.
We do indeed. This is what we were hoping to see, isn't it, from the get-go after qualifying, when Tom Hawkins took pole position with Oliver Roberts down behind him. The gap in qualifying, well, there was a fairly big gap in qualifying. It was 1.2 seconds from qualifying, but now we've got Yap coming back as well in third position, closing in. So we've got the top three all in shot. This is what Formula Ford racing is all about. Formula Ford 1600. What a pity that it can't be relaunched. I'm guessing that the engines, you wouldn't put an old engine in a brand new formula, but we need something like this now, as Yap is going to have a look on the inside run coming down into the Fogarty. S is hard on the brakes, and you can see just how hard Oliver Roberts had to brake there and control the car off the brakes. Worked the steering hard, but significantly hasn't lost any ground on Tom Hawkins, masterly driving from him.
This is unbelievable, isn't it? You might even think about the move there down to the first corner. Tom's going to be a bit careful because he went off on only the last lap. They are flirting with the edges of track limits. They've got no grip out there on these old Formula Fords. Attempting the up and under. Can he get it alongside? Oliver Roberts takes the inside line. They're so close as we head down towards the crater curve. Somehow Tom Hawkins retains the lead, but look at that rain now. That is insane down the crater curves. They are bolder gentlemen than I. That is scary stuff down to the bottom there, and somehow they stay in the same place as they were.
This is the difference between this and all of your GB4s and F4s and everything else, is that, you know, they'd have started on slicks in those, and then they've had to call them in and all this hoo-ha. But these guys go out and treaded tyres and complete the job without any fuss. And this is what got us hooked into, those of us of my age, got us hooked into racing. They just used to get on with it. And it's so frustrating that a lot of other formulae don't. And I understand why, because of changes to tyres, but this is what makes Formula Ford 1600 racing great. And Tom Hawkins is the race leader. And John's heading off towards the podium with wet weather gear, understandably. We're asking why. Look at that shot. Direct to Kieran, giving us the shot to show us the conditions. 1 minute 40 to go, and Oliver Roberts is closing up again. But it's Tom Hawkins who doesn't have the car spray in front of him. So it really is a difficult task here for Oliver Roberts in P2 to deal with the spray. Think about where he could potentially make a move. Very clearly has the pace. It's, yeah, I believe even back in third place, he qualified 6th, so this is a great performance from him. But look at the spray there. You saw from the shot how much spray has been kicked up from Tom Hawkins in his Swift. The number one, the reigning well, unofficial outright champion, but certainly reigning class champion, and this year's successfully defended the Class A championship for this year, and starting maybe to get away and revelling in these conditions. Look at that shot. The light starting to go here. That is such an evocative shot of our race leader, who I think in the last couple of corners has really shown the way here from Oliver Roberts, who, to be fair, is having to deal with the spray. Visibility is going to be so difficult for him. The top three, who were all in one shot around about 2 minutes ago, are now spread out again, and we've seen a recovery from Tom Hawkins pulling away. He's had his moment in the race, as John rightfully spotted earlier on. 29 seconds to go. Are they going to squeeze another lap out of this one going up towards Coppice? I think the clock might be down by the time that they come across the line. There is Oliver Roberts, remember, through from the very back of the field at the start. A sterling drive in the early stages. The Fiesta drivers are going to be worrying about setups now, aren't they, with the rain for the next race, although it might dry out. But 5 seconds to go. This will be it. Coming down into the chicane for the last time, it's Tom Hawkins who will bag a double. We've got that is the other car, Oliver Buckton, from earlier on. And Hawkins has gone off, but has he gone off early enough to cede the lead? Hawkins will go across the line and I think take the win. He had enough, he'd re-established enough of a lead as he went off coming out of the chicane and takes the checker flag. It's Hawkins from Oliver Roberts. Third position, I think, will go to Jaap Even. Here he comes, the Dutchman coming across the line in third position. Nice to get his thumbs up from his team colleagues there on pit lane. Fourth position will go to Christopher Stones in 49. Christopher underlining his Super Classic B championship title. Colin Williams is a little way further back, and he will have wrapped up the Super Classic C. Oliver Chapman will be our Super D champion, but he's not racing with us this weekend. So I think we've covered the 4 class champions. Christopher Stones is across the line. Next up will be 167, which is George Townsend in the Merlin. And in the wet conditions, some of these older cars really punch above their weight, and that was the result there for George Townsend in the Northfire Maggie Alexander Discover Parks Merlin Mark 17 from 1969. Super drive from him. Across the line next will go the number 50 car of David Porter in the Van Diemen RF92. He's followed by the guest car of Stuart Jones in the RF85. 10th position goes to number 14, which is Neil Hunt in his Mondial. So the Irish mark gets across the line. No crosslays here either, but let's take a recap of our result in just a moment. So class champion Tom Hawkins will retain the number 1 for next year. I hope we do see him again. It's Oliver Roberts next up from Jaap Leven, and Vince J in 4th from Harrison Morrow. Christopher Stones in 6th, George Townsend and David Porter. Stuart Jones in 9th. Our top 10 completed by Neil Hunt. Tim Fitzgerald in 11th. Colin Williams just crossed the line in the PRS to finish in 12th and grab a class win. Oliver Buckton comes home in 13th and Grace Bates in 14th. Next up was Cohen Beretta, and only the one retirement from the race or problem early on, which was for Don Boyack in his Van Diemen, and he will come home, or not come home, in 16th, the 16th of our runners. So we wish all of Jeff Page Engineering Super Classic pre-1999 Formula 4 Championship runners all the very best for the rest of the year, and hope that they will now dry the cars off and get them ready for the festival at Brands Hatch and join all the other runners that will come through, the Z-Tech categories as well, and we'll probably see many of those guys in the classic, the historic festival, competing for the Brian Jones Trophy over these 2 days, which we always look forward to. Look at the conditions though. The one thing is, I wouldn't want to be John Ratcliffe having to go out in that lot, but John drew the short straw today. I've got a feeling he might be nominating me for some for 3 hours of Citroen podiums tomorrow and pit lane reporting duty, or we might just call the race from the comms box. We'll have to see how that one plays out over the course of the day. Enough from me for the moment. Let's grab a word with our top 3 and go down to John Ratcliffe in Victory Lane.
Wow, what a race that was. I think it's safe to say the heavens opened slightly there. It's been a crazy day in terms of weather here at Donington Park. And that racing was pretty crazy in and of itself. Let's have a chat then with not only your top three in the race, but also some of your champions in the Jeff Payne Engineering Super Classic Pre-99 Formula 4 Championship. Rolls right off the tongue. Let's jump straight in with the number one of Tom Hawkins. Tom, firstly, congratulations on the win. Congratulations on the championship. But you made it a bit hard for yourself out there going off a couple of times.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, that was horrible. Like, I was the first car, obviously, I think, to hit the water. And I knew I had like a reasonable lead when it was dry, and I just thought I don't want to take any chances. But I think that worked in reverse. And then when I went off, that really sort of was like, okay, but then when Ollie was there, I was like, no, you can't relax. You got to go. And it was hard. That was a hard race.
Yeah, I spotted that out of our commentary box window. I was like, oh my goodness, I think he's off. You managed to keep ahead, but then again kept us on our toes out the final corner. You went off again.
Yeah, well, I knew it was the last corner, and I kind of forgot it was about the car, because I was coming around and I thought I've got this, and the next thing I'm on the grass. I was like, what are you doing? And then I was just looking in my mirrors to see if Ollie's going to get me on the line, but yeah, I did it. So yeah, great race.
Impressive, mate. Like I say, congratulations on the win. You had to work hard for it, and congratulations on the championship.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Cheers, Tom. Thank you very much. Amazing. What a race. Let's have a chat then with Oliver Roberts. Oliver, hello. Lovely to speak to you again. I'd love a cuddle.
Come on, I'd love a cuddle.
How are you doing? What a race that was. I think I noted. What did I note? 16th to 6th on the first lap. It was a pretty good one.
Yeah, it was rascal, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. Look, for me to have a challenge of getting on the podium, I had to do quite a lot in the first lap. Guys stalled it on the grid, which helped because it stalled maybe 3 or 4 of them. So I won't take any credit for that one. But then it was just a case of just ticking them off one by one. And then the rain really came in, which is my favourite condition. And I challenged him for the lead a couple of times, but it was so torrential that I actually couldn't see his car. So I backed off because I just thought, actually, let's just take this home rather than try and be greedy and go for the win.
Yeah, of course, you had to back off. It's a bit too dangerous out there. But what were the thoughts when you came around the first corner and we saw Tom rejoining the circuit?
Fantastic. Do it again.
And he did at the final corner, to be fair. He nearly gave it to you.
Yeah, I mean, fortunately, obviously, being in the lead has one benefit, and it has a real negative the other one, which is he gets to arrive at whatever's happening first. So when I saw it, I could come off the power and get on the brakes a little bit earlier into the corner, which then meant you were then just waiting to see what the rest of the crane of curves was like. But at that point, we're now neck and neck, so we're both arriving at it. So this is make or break.
Mate, that was an amazing race to watch. I've got to ask as well, because we weren't able to chat to you after race number 1. On the first lap of race 1, what happened at the bottom of Craners?
So we had a gear linkage problem. So in the back of the box, an issue had happened, which effectively moved the entire linkage. So where third should have been was first. So when I went to nick third, it hit first and spat me off. Just one of those things, one of a million things that you weren't expecting to go wrong. It was fine in qualifying, so why wasn't it good in the race,
Exactly that. We made up for it there in race 2. Well done.
Well, I hope I entertained everyone for the last race of the year.
It was fantastic. Cheers. Thank you very much, mate. Lovely to speak with you as always. I'll see if the driver of car number 143, driver of this car, is that yourself, sir? What a race. Some serious conditions out there, wasn't it?
Exactly. I mean, this is a typical English summer, I think. 4 seasons in one day. No, I've never had this before. This extreme weather. And the last 2 laps were just all about survival.
Yeah, welcome to the UK and welcome to Donington Park. How was it? Do you enjoy the circuit?
Oh yeah, I've been here many times before, but the last time was I think 4 years ago or so. But it's a marvelous circuit. It's great. It's flowing. It's fast. Everything around it looks beautiful. When you look at yourself on a video, you think you have a nice stroll in the countryside, but it's actually a racing circuit. Now it was great, and in a way, this race was also a kind of fun because it opened up some chances. Because I was being overtaken by Ollie, and then when the rain came, Tom really slowed down. So we bunched up together, and then I thought, okay, let those guys fight, and maybe I can pick up the pieces. But they did a real good job, kept it on the island. I did the same thing, so I'm just happy to be here with no gravel in the car and everything in one piece.
Yeah, it was aggressive racing. It was fantastic, but super respectful as well. So well done.
Yeah. That's Formula 4. That's what it is.
It was awesome. Okay. Well done, mate. Third place. Cheers. Thank you very much. There we go then. And what an end to the season then for the Formula 4s. We've got one more race left to come. It's the Fiesta ST240s.
cars on the grid, and we're wondering whether Alistair Kellett is going to make it a double. He's had a couple of doubles this year already, Anglesey being the first one. I mentioned in race 1 he had a very quiet start to the season, if you can call third, second and third at Snetterton quiet, and then backing that up with a 2-race, 1-day meeting at Alton Park with a 4th and a 2nd, so he was still only off the podium once in 5 rounds, led the championship there and hadn't had a win to his credit, and then of course reminded us how good he is at winning by taking a brace at Anglesey, a brace at Snetterton and a brace at Silverstone as well. And each of the other finishes, Anglesey was a 5th in the reverse grid race, Snetterton he actually won race 2 in the reverse, and Silverstone a double in the first 2 races and a 3rd, so another podium for Alistair, who sits there left of shot in the reverse grid race. George Foxlow has winning form this year as well. George winning, looking down my list here, at Anglesey, race 3. So Anglesey was Kellett, Foxlow in terms of wins. Jason O'Connell was second on that occasion, with Gary Miller in 3rd position. Quick shout, I don't think I clarified the AM class results in race 1. It was Jason O'Connell who still took the win despite his issues. Maggie Webster second in the AMs in the first race, and Daniel Robinson taking 3rd as we move into our final race of the day. One more race tomorrow morning as the cars go off on their green flag lap. Will they get an extra lap or not? I don't know. Might potentially be 2, but before we find out, let's have a look at how they line up. So race 1 winner Alistair Kellett takes pole position from George Foxlow. John Cooper and Simon Horrobin are on row 2. The 3rd row, Gary Miller and Jason O'Connell. Behind them, David Nye and Graham Colfer in P8. 9th is Joseph Knight. Our top 10 on the grid completed by Joseph Pope. Behind them it's Connor Blackburn and Sean Reynolds. Maggie Webster starts 13th with Daniel Robinson alongside. Those two renewing their amateur class battle from earlier on. Morgan Kidd 15th from Matt Chambers. Behind Matt it's Marco Ricci, Zach Lucas in 234 18th, Harry Hayes and Luke Waugh, who had a pit stop in race number 1, completing our rudders. It's not quite as dark as it looks there actually out on track at the moment. We do have another rainbow as we look across towards Schwantz corner, but it does show you how difficult it was, and it was interesting to hear from Oliver Roberts particularly. It was as we called it, wasn't it, in the race, with the spray coming up into Oliver, making visibility very, very difficult, and I think he made the right decision to bring the car home. Very nearly got the win. Fiestas now though, front wheel drive, they'll have the treads on, they'll be ready to resume action, and I wonder what's in store for our final race of the day. If you leave us before we sign off tonight, we'd love your company again tomorrow here with BRSCC and our Alpha Live coverage. Will be kicking off I think around about 10 o'clock. First race due to go off I think just after 10, but we may be a little bit earlier. Today the club took advantage of some good behaviour and decent weather this morning to get things underway a little bit early, so make sure you've got the stream up and running on your TV set with a cup of tea, a plate of chocky bickies or a bit of cake, whatever it is, and maybe it's an Uber job for Sunday lunch tomorrow. That sounds like a plan. But are we going to see a double here for Alistair Kellett, the reigning champion? He was second the year before, and I was talking about the battle between Alistair as the master, one of the older drivers in the championship, with Jensen Brickley, who won it that year. Rob Smith was champion 2021, one of our COVID years. Sam Watkins won it in 2020. Yeah, we've got the extra lap. That's a great decision by our team. And championship, as we said, goes back to 1997. Mike Gorton was the man who flew to the title in 97 ahead of Brian Taylor. Jason Hughes, who made it up into touring cars. Nice to see David Abbott here in the paddock. I didn't manage to talk to David, but he's always around. David, a multiple champion in the days of the mid-90s Mark III Fiesta SIs, and good to see him around. David also won the Class D championship in its first year. That was in 2013. While they were developing the cars. We've seen Jamie White, who's now a team boss, of course, winning Class D, double champion 2017, 2018 in the current car. Alistair Kellett won it in 2016. David Nye, who is back with us now and had time racing in Seat Cupras, I think had a foray into British touring cars as well. Lovely to see Dave back. They're the likes of Ed Cockhill. I don't remember commentating on when Ed Cockhill was in it with his brother in a different class, and Harry Cocker was the other one. They actually won classes A and B the years that they raced in it, which was, well, back in 2010. Jeremy Gumbly, the champion then, when we had the ST. All names which will mean absolutely nothing to the man who rejoins me in the commentary box, John Radcliffe. What I'm getting to say is this championship's got a wonderful pedigree and a wonderful history.
It does, yeah, and the racing certainly doesn't disappoint. I was a bit nervous there heading out for the interviews that I might get soaked, but thank goodness the gods treated me there to some dry interviews, which was enjoyable.
You know what they say, the sun shines on the righteous.
There you go, mate. There you go. You said it, not me. I assume you've noted it from the grids about just the two little notes at the bottom. Of course, car 174 withdrawn, Christopher Blackburn, of course, having that big incident at the end of the race in race 1. And then car 11 as well, Luke Waugh, he had his issues in the first race, but also a 5-place grid penalty for failing to comply with yellow flag signals in race 1 as well. I'm not sure he could have started any lower down anyway, not finishing the first race, but either way, he's definitely at the back of the grid because of that one. But first race was really interesting. This one has a little bit more moisture on the circuit. I think it's safe to say it's going to be pretty exciting.
I think it will be. Alistair Kellett looking to make it another double. Got a good, healthy championship lead as he comes to Donington Park, so we'll see whether he can capitalise on that. Zach Lucas, a perennial driver to watch out for in terms of the championship positions, always does well. Has been top 3 in the championship for the last couple of seasons, and the rub of the green this year. But it will come to him at some point as we get our view of the lighting stack ready to come on, which they are now. So Kellett is left of shot, George Foxlow next to him. Simon Horrobin makes a good start from the outside, and there's a squeeze there from John Cooper, who tries to muscle his way between Foxlow and Kellett. It's Kellett on the inside in the number 1. They're 4 wide. No, it goes down to 3 as they get into Redgate. Horrobin on the outside. If you get squeezed here, you're going to be on the gravel, and it's going to be safety car time. But thankfully, the leaders are all through. Are the rest of the field through as well? Look at the spray that the people following again have to deal with.
This is ridiculous. We've seen aggressive starts so far today. That was crazy from John Cooper, trying to thread the needle. He's got at least 1 or 2 places off the start, but I think it is still George Foxlow who's held on to the lead after all of that. It is indeed. The 144 leads us through up to sector number 2, and it is John Cooper in second. It is Horrobin in third, and I think Kellett is there in fourth, or no, has he now been overtaken by Gary Miller?
Yeah, he's 5th.
Oh, one big off. Who is that? The number 12 over the grass. They're going to come back onto the circuit. Oh, that was so close.
We've been so lucky with the collection so far today. I really hope that continues. But you never want to see a spin, but even more so, you don't want to see the collection afterwards as well. He's okay. He's carried on, which is great news. Thanks, Kieran, for confirming that one. But yeah, George Foxlow, the young charger, doubling up, remember, running in the ST150 Championship. They've got 2 more events to go. We've only got 1 more after this one as they all sort themselves out coming down the main straight. Got a car in pit lane, can't identify that.
That's the 234, I'm pretty sure. Zachary Lucas,
right.
Yeah. I think it is. Right then, end of lap number 1, George Foxlow already 1.6 seconds in the lead. John Cooper in behind, Simon Horrobin, Gary Miller, Alistair Kellett, Jason O'Connell, Sean Reynolds, Graham Colford, James Pocan, Morgan Kidd, your top 10. But we said it might be exciting beforehand. I think that first lap proved it.
Morgan Kidd's done well, started 15th on the grid, and she's moved up into 10th, so some good progress from Morgan, who's coached by my good mate Paul O'Neill. So,
15 and the 12, that is off. That's Nye and Ricky there off into the gravel, and one of them looks a little bit stuck. There is a big wide moment at the bottom of the Craners. That's number 4 of Gary Miller. He loses 1 place, drops back behind Alistair Kellett, and then up the run, up to the top of the hill, it's going to be Jason O'Connell, who steals a place away as well. So Gary Miller down into 6th.
Wouldn't be surprised to see a safety car with the cars in the gravel. Depends if they can get out or not. Yeah, tricky conditions out there at the moment, and now everybody knows what it's like at race pace. A safety car probably wouldn't be a bad intervention, and that's what we're going to get.
Indeed, yeah, it seemed inevitable, didn't it? Drivers flying off left, right and centre, so tricky. I think you said that, tricky conditions, that's the understatement of the century there as we watch the plumes of spray coming off of the back of the cars. And there is said safety car heading out the exit of pit lane, and I think I thought it was going to be followed there by a 2-3-4, but no, pulls over to the side of Zachary Lucas. He's out of this race. Wow, an exciting start to that one, but already neutralised, and we're only 3 minutes in.
We are, yeah. It's a little bit of a shame, but as I say, it will calm things down, and it might sort some of those mid-order battles out. Probably could have done with one in the juniors, but they didn't give us cause to do it. Sean Reynolds,
777's off. That's Sean Reynolds, yeah.
and stuck in gravel, as they say. What part of the country are you from?
Surrey.
Okay.
I don't sound like that. Yeah.
Stuck in gravel. Our third on grid. I don't know whether he's from up north or not either, but yeah, I do love a northern accent. And sometimes I'll have a go at doing them.
Try your best. Try your best. Yeah, no, I very much have the poshest accent that you can have in the country. Some positives, some negatives on that, but either way.
You're not based in Surrey now, though, are you?
No, I'm not. I'm based up in beautiful Milton Keynes. Oh, yeah. It's the place to be when you're doing motorsport. It's slap back in the middle of the country, so you can't be closest to any circuits, really, from sort of Northamptonshire, Buckinghamshire way. So it seems like the perfect place.
Better than Surrey, because I live in South London. Every meeting is M25, apart from Brands.
Yeah.
And Thruxton, I can get away with it. Thruxton, just go down the A3, but they're building stuff on the A3, which is a nightmare now as well.
Yeah. No, I know that route very, very well. But yeah, and especially for the fact of my girlfriend works in London. So in Milton Keynes, it's only 35 minutes into London, whereas even from Surrey, down in Ashstead, where I used to be, it was over 45 minutes, 50 minutes. It's ridiculous. So anyway, while we talk about trains, we're looking at cars on the screen, still heading around the safety car at the moment. Yeah, there you go. Well, that's why you're the professional. George Foxlow in the lead of this race. What a storming start it was for George. I mean, the aggressiveness from John Cooper threading the needle into the first corner. I think we lost a couple of wing mirrors courtesy of that from John Cooper. I think potentially one of his and one of Alistair Kellett's.
Going for the squeeze, wasn't he?
He was
trying to get on the inside, and he made it into P2. Simon Horrobin from the outside came through. Alistair Kellett, will he be bothered? Well, he could still get a double in race 3, because if he finishes 4th here, he'll be maybe nearer the front than his main rivals in the first couple of races. So it'll be interesting. Morgan Kidd now up into 9th, so good progress from Morgan. James Boat running well in 8th place. Graham Colfer is in 7th place, and of course George Foxlow is in the car that Alistair Kellett raced last year. Alistair sold it at the last round when he secured the championship. I bet he wish he hadn't sold it now. Mind you, he does build a quick car, does Alistair Kellett, as we've seen from this year's one, which has given him a handsome championship lead coming into the round. 121 point championship lead, which, to put in perspective, it's 50 points for a race win. So Alistair Kellett is 2.5 races clear. I mean, how on earth has Alistair done that? I talked about the results when we were coming into this, and you know, the answer is he's been consistent. Some of the others have had some rotten luck, but Alistair always puts himself in the position where he'll bag some decent points. I think realistically, George Foxlow is P2 now, ahead of Gary Miller, as the recovery vehicle gets in to sort Sean out. The good thing about retirement is that your sponsors get a good bit of coverage, don't they?
I guess that's true, yeah.
I'm sure there was that's
less than ideal.
Difficult to recover, but it was a Fiesta, was it not Fiesta? A Ginetta driver who used to do that. Was it Fraser Robertson? He was a local to Croft that used to... He'd have a spin, always have a spin. If he wasn't in the mix, I'll have a spin, he said, I'll get on RTV.
Not a bad strategy, to be fair, if the race has already gone slightly awry.
He's the one that he had a move from Ginetta into Porsche and did it's the only time I've seen it happen. You know, the Porsches have a sort of sloped back, where he managed to run over the back of another car and use it as a ramp and roll over. But Clearways.
That is impressive.
Clearways, vivid memory that.
Wow.
We were really worried for him at the time, as you would be, but he got out of it okay and stood on top of the car and waved to the crowd, a bit of a showman.
Yeah, well, good to hear he's okay, and we can giggle about it now. But
doing that that's expensive. Doing that to a Porsche Carrera Cup car.
Blimey. Yeah, fair play. At least he was enjoying himself.
Yeah, I think he was. Still doing bits and bobs. I thought we might see him in the Northern Saloon Sports Car Championship tomorrow, but he's away doing other things. Now, what it does do is gives the rain a chance to abate a little bit. It's a very wet track. You see the racing line there, or a little bit of a racing line beginning to develop, and that might make things slightly easier for George Foxlow, because you'll be less likely as a driver to want to go out onto the wet if there's a drier line developing.
Exactly that, yeah. You're trying to find the most grip possible out there on the circuit. So George will be hoping he can lead home a pretty simple race from this restart when we do get back underway. But I think that's going to be easier said than done. We can hear through our ears, safety car lights are off. I think we might be going to a race restart here in the Fiesta ST240 Championship. Through the final couple of corners we go then to green flag conditions, and George Foxlow will lead us down to the first couple of corners.
There comes Fiesta Junior graduate. Alistair Kellett is having a look at Simon Horrobin, the grey car of Horrobin, and Kellett thought about going around the outside, then looks at the inside, wasn't quite close enough to do that. Back to the outside line to maybe get a run. He's got some space behind him at the moment, with Jason O'Connell still the top AM, Daniel Robinson second in the AMs at the moment, to give them a little bit of coverage. Maggie Webster third in the amateurs, followed by Luke Waugh, who's made some good progress getting past Harry Hayes in the early stages of the race. But we are away and running. This is the point where you can't tell who is who, but we know it's Foxlow out front from Cooper, looking for his second one. Pass on here, very sideways from Luke Waugh, lost the position that he gained.
Indeed, that was a big tank slapper down at the bottom of the hill.
Sorry, it was Graham Colfer.
It was Graham Colfer, wasn't it? Yeah, the 1111. He's got the fastest lap already from that initial race start, so clearly knows what he's doing in these wet conditions, but just having a bit of a sideways moment down at the bottom of Craners through Old Hairpin. He collected it up though and gets back out on circuit. Not sure if he lost the place. We'll check that as he comes under the gantry after this lap, but it's been a pretty textbook race start here, or race restart I should say, for George Foxlow. He's starting to pull away already. You can see John Cooper just coming out of the spray, watching what's going on ahead of him. Alistair Kellett, is he launching an attack? He looks a little bit too far back to me. Just trying a different racing line there as they head on down through to end this race restart lap. There is Gary Miller with, oh no, it's Jason O'Connell right behind him. So Gary has made the move, up into the top 5 he goes.
He has, so that's pro driver passing AM class driver. To be fair, Jason O'Connell could have come into this championship as a pro and no one would have noticed.
No.
To be perfectly honest, he's been that good. As they go side by side now for second position, Simon Horrobin on the outside. The two very plain looking cars, but very quickly driven by Fiesta Championship veterans here. John Cooper returning after a massive shunt we talked about at Alton Park. He's in the white car, but Simon Horrobin manages to get through, gets a little bit of a wiggle on. These two have raced each other for years, so they know each other very well. They respect each other superbly, and it's Horrobin with a lovely move through. Great racing from Cooper. Wonderful to see John Cooper back. Even better to see him racing hard and racing successfully here today. But now he's got the reigning champion right with him, and Alistair Kellett sails past. I wonder whether Cooper's got a little bit of an issue. Kellett round the outside finds it. Cooper down to 4th place. Kellett up onto the another podium in the offing here. Kellett Motors, it says on the side. He certainly does.
He is motoring on, isn't he? This is fantastic racing for all the drivers at the sharp end of the order at the moment. So sadly, 2 positions lost them on this lap for the 88 John Cooper. Who's that part up? That is Luke Waugh. So again, more issues here in race number 2. It's not been an ideal day for the number 11 so far, has it? Issues in race 1, more issues here in race 2 as we come to the end of lap number 5. On to lap 6 we go. What is the gap now between George Foxlow and John Cooper, Simon Horrobin now in second place? It does remain around 2 seconds. And let's see what Simon Horrobin can do here. He's got 2 seconds to chase down. He had the fastest lap early on, so clearly knows what he's doing in these wet conditions. But Foxlow, now the one holding that fastest lap. It's going to close up at the first corner. Contact, and round goes the 88. That's John Cooper off into the gravel. Now, will he be able to get that back out? He can. Plants the throttle, gets it on the curb, rejoins the race. That gap was always going to close. Gary Miller had a sniff at it. John Cooper closed the door, and round he went.
That was a masterclass of getting back on track from John Cooper there, because he turned the car, he needed to get it off the gravel, got the momentum going, but made sure it wasn't going back on track at an inappropriate moment. So my hat off to John Cooper there. Absolutely brilliant way of getting back on track. He'll be gutted that with that little bit of contact with Miller. I think it's going to happen in the wet conditions from time to time. Whether it goes to Clark or not remains to be seen, but John probably won't be too worried championship-wise. Now Alistair Kellett goes up into P2. Simon Horrobin down to 3rd, so Kellett got the 2 blue and yellow fellas out front at the moment. Foxlow with 2 seconds over the championship leader. Realistically here, Kellett just needs to keep Foxlow in his sights from the championship point of view. The question is, with just under 8 minutes going, does Kellett want to race for the lead?
That was simply sublime from Alistair Kellett. He was so committed to get that move done. You saw a big wobble as he tried to transfer the weight over and chuck on the anchors into the corner as they went up to the top of the hill. He somehow managed to do it, and he does grab the place away. But crucially, that battling has opened up the gap to the leader of George Foxlow. Now 2.8 seconds. We watch this battle as they come across the line. Side by side, Joseph Knight and Morgan Kidd. It's Joseph on the inside, Morgan on the outside. outside. Which line is going to have the most grip? He's going to try and hang it around the outside. Here is the 53 of Morgan Kidd. Can she do it? Shuffled off onto the exit curb, and they'll continue on side by side down through into the Craner curves. This is nail-biting stuff at the best of times, let alone with this much spray. Getting kicked up, we're still side by side to the bottom of the hill, and somehow Joseph Knight holds on to the position. Out wide goes Morgan Kidd. She keeps it on the black stuff, but can't quite make the position up.
I wonder if Paul O'Neill's watching this. I know, as I say, he has coached Morgan. I'm not sure if he's doing it at the moment, but that was great racing from Morgan and Joe Knight out front. Real good, clean, respectful race. That's what I love to see, and you can't ask for more. That in these wet conditions as well, real skill shown by those two drivers. Absolutely brilliant. And that was for 7th and 8th place. We've got James Pope ahead of them, having a good race behind Jason O'Connell. Behind them, we've got Graham Colfer after his moment early on. Harry Hayes now has got back up into 2nd in the amateur class. So well done, Harry. He's on for another amateur class podium, a driver that gets better.
George Foxlow slow.
Oh, he has.
He's slowed down to the last couple of corners, an issue for your race leader, and that has handed it to Alistair Kellett at the moment. What scenes here in the second race of the day in ST240s.
Yeah, he's pit bound, isn't he? He's coming in. And Alistair Kellett inherits that sometimes racing goes that way. You can have a lead and it will disappear. Kellett's had plenty of seasons where he's had bad fortune. I say it to the youngsters, they don't believe you when you talk to the teenagers in the junior racing coming into saloons and their heads drop after a bad one. You get them, but stick at it long enough, you'll have something come back to you. Alistair Kellett doesn't want to win a race that way. George Foxlow doesn't want to lose the race that way. But that is life. That is the racing paddock. That is what happens. And Kellett, there is Foxlow on the inset. Tim Foxlow, his dad. Can't see if Tim is there. We've got the team guys just having a look at it. Maybe some water in the electrics perhaps has caused a bit of a problem. We'll find out overnight what is. But Alistair Kellett, you know, when you get those opportunities, you take them with both hands.
Indeed you do. That is gutting for George Foxlow there, not how he wanted to end it after what was a fantastic race start to dive through into the lead and then start to pull away. Had a good 2.5-3 second gap there, but an issue clearly cropping up. We don't know what it is just yet, but either way, seems pretty terminal. Into the pit lane he goes. Right then, these are your top 3 heading through the last couple of corners on to lap number 10 of this race. Alistair Kellett leading the way ahead of Simon Horrobin and Gary Miller. Look at that though, new fastest lap for Gary Miller. We saw him getting dicey earlier on, getting involved in a couple of incidents, but now pressing on and trying to chase down the race lead as he's 3 seconds off the back of Alistair Kellett. Is that Foxlow heading back out or is he pulling in? No, he's heading to the left. He's going to head in. That's race over for George Foxlow.
I wonder whether George was going to come back on track. It's his first retirement of the season, so there's no point in him coming back on and maybe going for fastest lap points. That was my first thought, that he might come back on and try and get 2 points for fast. It's going to make no difference. That's going to be a drop score for him. Why I'm cross that he's gone out, I'm disappointed for him, because it's a lovely family, but also disappointed because at the time Kellett had just set the fastest lap and that was setting us up for a great race between those, so we've been robbed.
We have. But like you say, these things happen, don't they? You can have a bad result, but that pendulum will swing back your way in terms of fortune, I'm sure, at some point, George. So yeah, keep your head up, and we'll see how they continue to crack on through the rest of the season. Right then, 3.5 minutes left to go, and let's see how that gap changes between our top 3. Just less than 2 seconds between Kellett and Horrobin onto this lap, and then a further second or so back to Gary Miller. Miller is pressing on nicely. They head down into the Fogarty S's once more, and still absolutely sodden this Donington Park National Circuit out there. Windscreen wipers very much still working overtime here on these Fiesta ST240s. Well, the gap between Kellett to Horrobin has gone up ever so slightly to 2 seconds. Gap back to Gary Miller has definitely dropped down to 1.4 seconds now, that gap to Miller, as he continues to chase down those two. Really close on timings between the three of them on the last lap, less than 1.5 tenths.
Yeah, very close indeed. So going back to amateurs very quickly, keeping an eye on those. O'Connell leading, Harry Hayes is in 9th, so he's 2nd in amateurs. Luke Waugh and Maggie Webster only half a second separating those for the final amateur class podium place, so it'll be interesting to see how that pans out. But yeah, Kellett out front will extend the championship lead on. Remember, he can't sew up the championship today. Actually, he might be able to, because if he can't drop, you're not allowed to drop Brands, but he might have enough points in hand to not bother turning up at Brands. I know Alistair won't do that. He will be at Brands because it's festival weekend Hopefully he'll drag a few Irish FF1600 drivers over with him as well. But going to have to do some sums tonight. Now I've got to get the abacus out this evening in the hotel room. Nothing else to do, is there, on a Saturday night?
Well, I've been doing all the maths today, so I think I'll hand that one over to you this evening.
I think that's probably fair play. But I'll get you to double check it.
No, it'll definitely be wrong if we do that,
Actually,
mate.
no, we have championship coordinators. Greg Graham from the BRSCC is the championship. I'll be sending a message to Greg Graham. Greg, we need you to verify the maths on this.
Basically, you're saying, please do my job for me. Thank you, mate.
And well, no, it's his job as championship coordinator, and his answer will probably be something off.
I won't ask you to fill in the blanks on that one.
We don't need to. No, he's a Scot, so we can imagine. Actually, he's a Scot that doesn't need a translator. Many of them do. I'm upsetting everyone today. Greg, we can understand. It'll be interesting to see how his beloved Falkirk are doing today in the Scots Premier. If indeed they're playing, I need to check the fixtures. That's the other thing I have to do on a Saturday, is check all the football results of the 18 teams that I'm involved with. At Kellett, meanwhile, 1 minute 14 on the clock is our lead. He's going to add another double to the collection that he's picked up so far this year, and wouldn't have wanted to have won it this way, but he'll take them as ever they come. Simon Horrobin second. We've got Conor Blackburn in 6.64, just leaving the pit lane after some diagnoses, I'm guessing. There is Simon Horrobin in P2. Simon, a race winner at Silverstone, so we've had quite a few different race winners overall in the course of the championship. Gary Miller, 3-time winner. I think fair to say, results-wise, not gone off the boil, but has dropped a little bit in terms of his race results over the last couple of rounds. But again, still there in the podium, still setting fastest laps, which has been good to see. 30 seconds to go. We're going to squeeze another lap out here at Donington Park. Our final racing lap of the day for our Fun Cup Endurance race day here and the BRSCC Autumn Race Weekend at Donington Park. Across the line goes Simon Horrobin in P2. Gary Miller chasing him in third. Great shots again from our colleagues here at Alpha Live, and you can see the expression almost on the drivers' faces as they come down. That's the beauty of this championship. Kellett's still there, 2.943 seconds clear. Horrobin second, Miller third. Jason O'Connell, the top amateur class driver, next up from James Pope in a very good 5th place at the moment. And James Pope, I beg your pardon, is on for his best finish of the season here with 5th place. Joseph Knight is in 6th place. That will be not quite his best finish. He's had a 4th and a brace of 5th. Morgan Kidd is in 7th in the 53 car. Morgan's had a couple of 4th positions, so we are going to see a couple of drivers having, if not career personal bests, then seasonal personal bests here in this race. So again, the stories are kind of writing themselves in the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta 240 Championship as second position begins to become a little bit of an issue now. I think maybe Gary Miller has left it too late, but he's closing in on the last lap here as they go down the straight in towards the Fogarty S's, and coming down to that point now is the race leader. Alistair Kellett comes into the chicane, exits the chicane. He's not going to do what the Formula 4 drivers did, keeps it neat and tidy on the tarmac, and will make it another win. Congratulations, Alistair. Here is the drag race for second place. Who's going to get it? It is just Simon Horrobin. Gary Miller reeled him in another lap. It would have been a different story. They'd have engaged in battle, but the overall podium, Alistair Kellett, Simon Horrobin, Gary Miller in third. Jason O'Connell, congratulations, Jason, on another amateur class win. James Pope comes home 5th. Joseph Knight 6th from Morgan Kidd. Graham Colfer in 8th. David Nye is 3rd in the Masters, a Masters podium for David Nye. He's in 9th from Harry Hayes, who comes 2nd in the amateurs. 3rd in the AM class goes to Maggie Webster, another podium in the AMs for Maggie, ahead of Luke Waugh. And Matthew Chambers in 13th place from Conor Blackburn. And they were, I think, or are going to be all the finishers. Some of them still coming through. I got ahead of myself there. Conor Blackburn at the back of this trio with Luke Waugh ahead of him. And ahead of Luke was Maggie Webster going through as well. I have to try and catch up with some of the folk in the paddock before we head away from Donington Park this evening. I haven't even checked on the time. It's been that sort of day. Do you know what? I haven't looked at the clock once. Goodness me, 20 past 6. I've just done it now. There we go. It's been that much of an entertaining day that we have had here at Donington Park. Here's how they finish race 6 here at Donington, and the final race of the day goes the way of Alistair Kellett, who makes it a double win in the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. Simon Horrobin P2, from Gary Miller. Amateur class honours to Jason O'Connell, James Pope 5th from Joseph Knight, Morgan Kidd 7th, Graham Colfer in 8th from David Knight, who wraps up the Masters podium. Harry Hayes next on the AM podium ahead of Maggie Webster, and then Luke Waugh 4th in the AM class, Matt Chambers 13th from Connor Blackburn. That completed our finishers because we saw issues for George Foxlow, John Cooper, Daniel Robinson and Sean Reynolds. Marco Ricci in, would have been 19th place, but he had issues earlier on. What the story of that race, of course, with the safety car coming out with the problems that we had after what's been a mixed bag weather-wise today. I think we might get the same tomorrow with I look forward to tomorrow. We've got a full day for you again with the remainder of the Fiesta races. We've got 2 junior races for you tomorrow. We've got Club Sport Trophy, who will have a 45-minute race, which we're looking forward to, a mini-endurance race. We've got the Silver Lake C1 Racing Series. The cars arriving in the paddock now for them. 3-hour race for them in the afternoon. And we're also joined, as well as the senior and junior Fiestas, we're going to be joined by the Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship. And as I mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, we're expecting to get underway. The first race should start at 10:05, but join us for a little bit of build-up. Well, make it 9:45. Make sure you got it on just before then, as we said, with tea and bickies, and get ready for a Super Sunday here at Donington Park. I hope the weather's going to be a little bit better. The forecast telling me that it isn't. That's what to expect tomorrow. That's a really lovely track shot, isn't it, to wind up our race day here at the park. Thanks for MSV again for putting on a super venue. Always well looked after by Jonathan Palmer and his team here. Always a lovely welcome when we get here, and we get looked after during the day, and circuit being well tended. John Ratcliffe making his way down for the final podium of the day. Hopefully might get a chance to talk to our AM class runners as well, which we have time because because it's the end of day, no more races to go. So from me, Richard John Neal, thanks John for your company today. Thanks for watching us on the stream. Thanks to everyone at Alpha Lives for some great coverage. Let's go down to the podium for the last time today, and John Ratcliffe.
Wow, what an end to the day that was then in the ST240s. I'm partially out of breath because of how amazing that race was to finish the day. Partially because I forgot the microphone. We'll forget about that. Right, let's have a chat with your race winner yet again, Mr. Alistair Kellett. Just going to dive in. Sorry to interrupt, chaps. Alistair, I'm chatting to you again, but you had to fight a little bit harder for that one, didn't you?
Yeah, no idea. The craziest race I've ever been in. Didn't get a great start. Lost the wing mirror by the time I pulled second gear. Cars everywhere in the first lap, and I just said, I'll just sit in here now and see what happens. And then I don't know where it was, safety car came out. Someone ran to the back of me behind the safety car. Crazy. Couldn't see a thing. Between the spray and the sun, I was going down the back straight like this, couldn't see a thing. And then I got by John, and then Simon had loads of slides down the old hairpin and just got by him. Then just a matter of not trying to fire it off after that. Good fun, but very, very slippy.
Yeah, it was great to watch. Yeah, I think it was John who sent the move down into the first corner, made it like 4 wide. I think you just went, I'm not getting involved with that, I'll stay on the outside.
I just braked early and let them all go around, and I somehow come out somewhere. I couldn't see a thing then. The spray was serious, so good fun, yeah.
We were really looking forward to a battle between you and George Foxlow, but sadly had an issue, had to pull into the pits, and you were gifted that race lead at that point.
Yeah, to be honest, I was catching George a little bit, but I think he had a problem because he just slowed and I went by him. Pity about that. It would have been a good race.
Hey ho, maybe another time. Well done, another race win.
Thank you.
Cheers, Alistair. Thank you very much. Right, let's see what I can find then. Second place, Simon. Is it Simon? No. Simon. Where is Simon? Oh, he's over this side. Thank you, guys. Sorry. Hello, Simon. Not spoken to you before, so I didn't know what you look like. Hello, well done. Second place. What a race.
Yeah, it was really good. You know, it was difficult, but let's put it that way. It was very, very, very slippery. So
you were making some great moves, though. You seem to have enough grip.
Yeah, we had the grip. It's just when we got on down the old hairpin, it was just when you're trying to go into there at the speeds we were going, just a little bit and a little bit of water there, and it just pushes you wide. And that's when Alistair came up the inside of me.
It was pretty sketchy. We saw you make a pretty cracking move down the Craner curves, though. That was interesting.
Yeah, well, yeah. You just got to hold it in there, you know.
You went for it. Smashing job, second place. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, Simon. Thank you very much. Right, we'll go over to who was third place? Mr. Gary Miller. Gary, I'll come over to here to yourself. Third place in that one. Yeah. Talk us through it from your perspective.
Couldn't see much, to be honest with you. It was very hard to see anything.
Probably glad of the safety car to try and get a bit of heat in the tyres and see where the water was on the track. There's a lot of standing water, especially coming down the back straight into the hairpin. You just couldn't see. You had to pull out of someone's slipstream just to try and see where you're going. So, yeah, no, glad to get a podium and glad to get around and get a finish. So, yeah, we go again tomorrow.
Yeah, we were saying down into the hairpin. Oh, are they going through a move? Oh, no, I think they just can't see down there. It was a bit of a challenge.
Yes, it was a bit of a challenge down the hairpin to try and see anything. So, yeah, no, look, we go again tomorrow and see. Unfortunately, I was getting another win. It doesn't go for me in the championship. But anyway, we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, these things happen. Still a third place on the podium. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Lovely. Cheers, Gary. Thank you. I'll see. I can spot Jason. We'll head over just to Jason. Sorry, I squeezed past you, Gary. To say hello. Not spoken to you yet today. Another amateur victory. It looked to be, as I spoke to all the rest of them, all just saying, goodness, that was sketchy.
Yeah, very, yeah. Most of the race, I didn't see anything. I was just hoping for the best. Going down the back straight was horrendous. You couldn't see 2 foot in front of you. It was very sketchy. But just happy to bring it home, really. It was good fun, though, all the same.
Are you just totally racing on feel alone then out there?
Pretty much, yeah. Just following other cars and hoping, waiting for them to make a mistake, maybe, or something like that. It was horrendous conditions now, but I had good fun.
I assume if someone does make a mistake, suddenly they just appear out of the spray.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I drove into the back of Alistair when on the yellow flag, couldn't see anything, and then I made a bit of a. I didn't go well with the restart. They got a few car lengths on me. I didn't get up close enough to the restart. But look, I'm happy enough to finish fourth overall, so can't complain.
Yeah, good. Yeah, another fourth place and another amateur win. So still well done.
Thanks.
Cheers, mate. Thank you. Well, I think we'll just head round because it's still lovely weather here at Donington Park. But that does bring us to an end of proceedings here at the BRSCC autumn race weekend at Donington Park. Hopefully, I'm not too shady from that sunshine out there, which is crazy, isn't it? We've had all sorts of different seasons here today at Donington Park, but it ends with beautiful sunshine. I think the guys who were out there in that last race would have quite appreciated a bit of that, but instead they got a lot of spray directly in their face. Well, if you enjoyed the racing action here today from Donington, we're going to be bringing just as much, if not more, tomorrow on Sunday. So tune in for around 9:30, 10 o'clock tomorrow. Some classes from today and some new classes joining us as well. We'll see you then.